Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Ultimate Unbreakable Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Quirkless. The doctors in different words echoed in Izuku Midoriya's mind, but they barely registered. The world around him faded to gray. Quirkless. 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 The term looped endlessly in his thoughts, each repetition accompanied by a different voice. First, it was the doctor's clinical tone, then Kaken's harsh snarl, the murmurs of his classmates, and most painfully, his mother's apologetic voice. Quirkless. The doctor questioned him, expressing disbelief about the incident with Kaken. Izuku nodded numbly, feeling the weight of the doctor's skepticism. Later that evening, his mother called him for dinner. As he sat down, she attempted to comfort him. She expressed her concern for his dreams of becoming a hero, fearing they might be dashed before they even began. Izuku reassured her, his voice steady but tinged with uncertainty. He insisted he would still apply to UA, believing it was worth a try. Tears threatened to spill as he wiped his eyes, determined to prove himself. He declared his intention to become a hero, and despite the tears, a smile broke through. Inko Midoriya, unable to bear seeing her son in pain, embraced him tightly, both of them holding back tears. At 13, Izuku pursued his dream by enrolling in mixed martial arts, ignoring the taunts of his classmates. His sole focus was getting into UA. During training, he began to entertain the idea that he might possess a quirk. No matter how many punches or kicks he endured, his body remained unscathed. He felt the pain, but it seemed to register differently. Bruises and cuts only appeared after he was knocked out or asleep. He theorized that physical damage was somehow linked to his mental state. As he trained, the disconnect between his body and mind became clearer. He discovered he could choose how to experience damage. If he took a hit, he could decide whether to let it affect his body or his mind. Allowing the impact to reach his body hurt less, but as long as his mind held strong, he felt invulnerable. Despite this, Izuku struggled to determine if he truly had a quirk. He couldn't create explosions or summon fire. It was possible that his body was simply exceptionally resilient. Regardless, this made him a formidable opponent. There was nothing more disheartening for his adversaries than landing a solid blow that seemed to have no effect. Izuku relied on speed rather than strength, his punches quick and his kicks precise, though lacking power. He wore down opponents through sheer determination rather than knockouts. He steadily climbed the ranks at the dojo, his form improving with each passing day. However, the reality of being quirkless loomed over him, a significant disadvantage in a world where villains did not play fair. For a year, he fought and trained, growing stronger and more muscular, but he knew it wasn't enough. Then one day, everything changed. The events unfolded in a blur, the sludge villain, All Might rescuing him, and the crushing realization that a quirkless individual might be better suited to a role like a police officer rather than a hero. He walked home, replaying the encounter in his mind, only to face the sludge villain again, this time with Katsuki. Despite their differences, Izuku couldn't stand by while his friend was under attack. He jumped in, striking at the sludge, but his efforts were futile. All Might saved him once more, acknowledging him and offering his power a chance to be a hero. It felt surreal. Izuku could hardly contain his excitement. He was determined not to waste this opportunity. Following All Might's instructions, he arrived at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park after school to begin his training, informing his sensei that he would bulk up before returning. Upon arriving at the beach, he was met with a shocking sight. Mountains of garbage obscured the sand. Stunned, he searched for All Might and found him sitting among the debris. This used to be a beautiful beach, All Might lamented, his skeletal form gazing at the mess. But now, due to negligence, it has become this. Izuku followed his gaze, taking in the heaps of trash. No matter! All Might exclaimed suddenly, rising to his feet. We're going to fix this beach. This is the beginning of your training. Clean up this beach. Izuku felt a surge of determination at the daunting task ahead. He was ready to take on the challenge. Just tell me where to put it and I'll move it, he declared. Excellent. All Might laughed, patting Izuku on the back. That's the spirit. Now, all you need to do is. For the next half hour, All Might outlined his training regimen. The first stage involved bodybuilding, cleaning up the beach and disposing of the trash to build strength. The second stage would involve hitting the gym daily, following strict guidelines to further enhance his abilities. Once All Might deemed him ready, he would inherit the quirk, one for all. As the entrance exams for UA approached, Izuku focused on strengthening his quirk and addressing any potential shortcomings. With a plan in place, he dedicated himself to his tasks. About a month into his beach cleanup, Izuku noticed a peculiar pattern. A girl stood at the farthest point where garbage met the sea. Her blonde hair, messily styled into two buns, shimmered in the fading sunlight. She walked along the shoreline, absent-mindedly kicking stray cans. When she caught him staring, she looked at him with wide, unblinking eyes before huffing and returning to her own world. Her presence unsettled Izuku. Aside from All Might, who visited in his skeletal form every Tuesday and Friday, she was the only person within a 500-meter radius of the dirty beach. They didn't greet each other, but Izuku began to take her presence for granted. There was something comforting about not being alone in his arduous task. It felt silly, but he found a certain companionship with this mystery girl. She was there, playing on the beach almost every afternoon while he cleaned. She didn't seem much older than him, perhaps 16 or 17. He couldn't imagine her being older than that. Yet, despite her continued presence, he couldn't bring himself to talk to her. Whether it was nerves or something else, he just wasn't ready for that level of interaction. It was during the second month of cleaning that contact was finally made. He had been watching the girl play with some sharp metal when a sudden idea struck him. He tested whether he had a legitimate quirk by cutting himself with some leftover garbage. To his surprise, if he clenched his abs, the sharp metal wouldn't cut his arm. But if he relaxed, the material pierced his skin, and a warm trickle of blood flowed out. The damage was perplexing. Could clenching his abs trigger some hidden invulnerability, or was it just a coincidence? He had been told it was scientifically impossible for him to have a quirk, yet here he was, displaying quirk-like abilities. Suddenly, she spoke to him, catching him off guard. He yelped and dropped the shard of glass he had been holding. She looked at the fallen glass forlornly before giggling. Izuku stuttered, still surprised by the interaction. She teased him about having watched her earlier, and he felt his face flush. The high school uniform she wore was baggy, but it had a certain charm. She asked what he was doing there, and he took a deep breath, determined to speak to her without embarrassing himself. He told her he was cleaning up the beach, and she expressed surprise that he was doing it alone. An uncomfortable silence settled between them as he struggled to think of something to say, while she watched him with a playful grin. Finally, he managed to ask her name, feeling a weight lift off his chest when she introduced herself as Himiko Toga. He felt flustered, realizing he had never told her his name. She insisted he call her Himiko, and he couldn't help but blush even more. When she noticed the small cut on his arm, she offered to clean it for him. He shyly accepted her help, and as she gently cleaned the wound, she did something that startled him. She liked the bloody handkerchief. Curious, she then asked if he wanted to see something cool. Without waiting for his response, she transformed into him. Izuku was amazed, staring at the version of himself before him. His initial fright was replaced by curiosity as he wondered about the extent of her quirk. She playfully shushed him, and he felt a blush rise at her touch. She offered to help him clean the beach, but he hesitated, insisting it was his task. She accepted his decision but wanted to keep him company, which he found comforting. Over the next weeks and months, Himiko consistently showed up while he collected trash during the weekdays. On weekends, her absence was felt, making him look forward to her return on Mondays. She stayed back when All Might checked in on him, but otherwise she was by his side, chatting about her day. He learned that she attended Shiketsu High on the opposite end of town, which was roughly equal in ranking to Aldra High, where he went to school. He was surprised to discover they were in the same grade, 9th. When he shared his dream of attending UA, he felt a sense of camaraderie with her, and their bond continued to grow. At university, She furrowed her brow but surprised him by expressing her dream of applying to the general course there. It also shocked him to learn that she lived alone. As someone who had always been close to his family, it was hard for him to imagine living without them. She seemed fine, but he still invited her over for dinner, only to blush when he realized the implications of his invitation. She giggled and teased him about it, but ultimately declined, saying she had no idea how to behave around adults. He fell into a routine: wake up, go to school, visit Dagoba Beach, meet up with Himiko or check in with All Might, go home, and sleep. The cycle continued. School was fairly boring. He achieved top grades without much effort, so the real highlight of his day was cleaning the beach alongside Himiko or All Might. Despite Himiko being an attractive girl, Izuku was just glad to have someone he could finally call a friend. At the end of the school year, he finally finished cleaning the beach. As he carried the last piece of garbage to the trash collection zone, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment while gazing at the now pristine beach. However, with that pride came a growing sense of apprehension as he thought about Himiko. With the beach clean, they wouldn't have an opportunity or excuse to meet anymore. In a rare moment of confidence, Izuku asked for her number. Although he stumbled over his words, he managed to get her cell number. With a promise to text her, he eagerly awaited All Might's arrival. All Might whistled in appreciation of the pristine sandy view before him, acknowledging Izuku's hard work. Izuku, feeling a bit indignant, reminded All Might that he had instructed him to do it. All Might grinned and celebrated Izuku's accomplishment, calling it his first heroic act. Izuku looked away, trying to hide his emotions, but All Might noticed and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to be proud. As people began to enjoy the beach again, All Might warned Izuku not to grow complacent, stating that his training had only just begun. A fire ignited in Izuku's eyes as he affirmed his commitment to the journey ahead. Izuku stood on UA University's campus for the first time, filled with childlike wonder at being in his dream school. As he searched for All Might Tashinori-sensei, he remembered to call him by his civilian name to honor the trust his hero had placed in him. All Might escorted him to the state-of-the-art weight rooms, where some students glanced their way but mostly ignored them. Izuku took this as a blessing, especially since All Might was in his deflated state and didn't attract much attention either. Upon entering the weight room, Izuku marveled at the cutting-edge technology. The massive space was filled with various exercise stations, including racks for squats and bench presses. Some equipment was unfamiliar to him, and he knew using them would be a challenge. All Might glanced down at Izuku, who looked like an excited child in a candy store, and suggested they set some goals. Izuku eagerly agreed. All Might proposed starting with a 250-pound bench press and a 400-pound back squat, recalling what he could do at Izuku's age. After confirming that Izuku was learning martial arts at a nearby dojo, All Might outlined a training schedule, lifting on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and dojo training on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sundays were left open for Izuku to spend as he pleased. Izuku felt a bit uneasy, suspecting that All Might had observed him and Himiko more than once, but he was grateful for a rest day. He thanked All Might, who laughed heartily and encouraged Izuku to arrive on time for training. Knowing Izuku's work ethic, All Might anticipated that Izuku would likely be waiting for him. On most days, Izuku was indeed found waiting at UA's entrance, often looking as if he had been there for quite some time. Each time, he greeted All Might with a radiant smile. All Might reflected on how Izuku had looked up to him since childhood, realizing this must be a dream come true for the young hero in training. On the odd days, Izuku returned to the dojo, where the trainers were surprised to see him. They noted that he had kept his promise to return after bulking up. While he wasn't yet a bodybuilder, Izuku had noticeably gained muscle and improved his stamina from hours spent cleaning the beach, allowing his punches to finally pack a punch. On the even days, Izuku trained under All Might's personal guidance. All Might monitored his reps, instructed him on proper technique, and acted as a direct mentor. Izuku was ecstatic to have All Might as a personal trainer, pushing himself to his limits each day. Strangely, despite feeling sore after lifting, he found that after sparring at the dojo, he didn't feel sore at all. After some time, Izuku mustered the courage to text Himiko. He introduced himself and asked if he was indeed speaking to her. With his phone tucked away, he boarded the bus home, checking his phone nervously. To his shock and absolute delight, Izuku received a text from Himiko. She playfully teased him, calling him cute for being so serious even over text. Flushing hard, he tucked his phone away, taking a few deep breaths. She wasn't even near him. He could do this. He quickly pulled his phone back out to respond, asking if she would like to hang out this Sunday. Before he could put his phone away, Himiko replied enthusiastically, expressing her excitement. After some thought, Izuku suggested they meet at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park at 11 a.m. Himiko agreed, playfully asking if she should bring a bikini. Izuku shook his head, trying to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. He considered whether they would go into the water, as the beach had become a popular spot again with food stalls nearby. He told her it was up to her if they went into the water, and she took that as a yes. The image of her in a bikini returned to his mind, causing him to put his phone away and glare at nothing in particular. Sunday arrived with perfect weather for a beach outing. Izuku stood nervously at the beach, checking his phone repeatedly. As he waited, he felt his anxiety grow. Dressed in a dark green hoodie, a white t-shirt, and light green board shorts, he was ready for either the water or a walk along the boardwalk. Suddenly, he felt a person glomp him from behind, causing him to jump in surprise. When he realized it was Himiko, he muttered that she scared him, feeling his face heat up at the unexpected hug. She teased him, claiming she thought he had forgotten about her, which he quickly denied. Himiko spun around to face him, wearing a bikini that looked even better than he had imagined. The black material accentuated her figure, and Izuku found himself momentarily speechless. She giggled and twirled, asking if he liked what he saw. Flustered, he turned his head away, but she took his blush as a confirmation. The day continued with Himiko playfully teasing him, which was both torturous and exhilarating for Izuku. While they enjoyed ice cream cones on the beach, Himiko suddenly yelped, drawing his attention to the fallen ice cream. She playfully asked him to help her clean up, leaving him momentarily stunned. As she walked off to get napkins, Izuku tried to shake off his thoughts. However, as time passed and she didn't return, worry began to creep in. After a few minutes, he stood up to search for her, navigating through the bustling market and volleyball courts. Finally, he spotted her near the public restrooms, surrounded by 3 guys. Although she appeared relaxed, the men seemed intent on keeping her there. Taking a deep breath, Izuku approached, relieved to see her. He asked her to come with him, and she happily glomped him, declaring that her boyfriend had arrived, which made the guys leave. Izuku felt a mix of relief and confusion at her words. Himiko explained that she had lied to the guys to get them to back off. However, she added that she would like to call him her boyfriend soon. His face turned bright red at her teasing, but she quickly shifted to a serious tone, expressing her genuine interest in being his girlfriend. She reassured him that she was willing to wait for him to be ready. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to find the right words. He felt a whirlwind of emotions, unsure whether to cry out of joy or fear. Himiko hugged his arm, laughing at his reaction, and reiterated her feelings with a smile. After that exchange, their outing took on a new meaning. Izuku found himself wondering if this was a date, and surprisingly, the thought filled him with excitement rather than dread. He was on a date with a pretty girl. Never in his life did he think he would have a chance to do such a thing. The day was filled with pure fun. They entered a beach volleyball tournament but lost in the finals to a girl with a long, black spiky ponytail and her friend. Despite the loss, they performed better than Izuku expected, especially since he had never played volleyball before. Himiko carried the team, showcasing impressive athleticism, her movements precise and efficient. She moved across the sand far more deftly than Izuku could. After the tournament, they decided to go into the sea. They played around in the ocean for a while, body surfing and building sandcastles that were not their best work. When they emerged from the water, Himiko shivered, and Izuku immediately offered her his hoodie. She accepted with a delighted squeal before slipping it on. The hoodie was oversized on her, making her even more adorable in Izuku's eyes. It was dark when they parted ways. Izuku offered to walk her home, but she declined, mentioning she had somewhere to be afterward. Although her hurried response was a bit strange, he chose not to press her, letting her go after a shy hug. As he walked home, his phone buzzed. He opened it to find messages and a picture from Himiko. In the photo, she was bundled up in his hoodie, offering a sly grin to the camera. She expressed her love for it and asked if she could keep it, followed by a barrage of pouting emoticons. Izuku chuckled softly before responding that she could keep it as a gift. He almost added that it was for their first date but decided against it, feeling it was too bold to assume. Himiko responded with excitement, declaring it was a wonderful first date, causing Izuku to feel a rush of warmth. Izuku's 15th birthday, a significant moment arrived. He maxed out at 275 pounds on the bench press and reached 400 pounds on the back squat. After months of hard work, he had crossed another milestone. He was ready to receive All Might's power and become a bearer of one for all. All the years of bullying for not having a quirk had led him to this moment, and for once, Izuku believed it was worth it. They stood where his training began, Dagoba Beach. As the sun set and people moved about, Izuku's whole world was about to change. All Might, with his skeletal form, interrupted his thoughts, asking if he still wanted to proceed. Izuku, resolutely determined, affirmed that he would do whatever it took to become All Might's successor. All Might reached up and plucked a strand of hair from his head, instructing Izuku to eat it. Izuku hesitated, surprised by the request, but All Might insisted. After a moment of trepidation, Izuku held the hair in his hand, wondering if there was a better way to do it. All Might explained that he needed to ingest some of his DNA for the transfer to work. With a deep breath, Izuku swallowed the hair in one gulp, feeling it travel down into his stomach, where it thrummed with power. Unable to contain his excitement, he willed it to digest faster. All Might instructed him to let it digest, assuring him that his power would soon become his. Suddenly, Izuku felt a surge of energy. He pet his arm back, green tendrils of electricity swirling around it, and unleashed a punch into the air. The punch created shockwaves that disrupted the beachfront, sending umbrellas flying. The force of the blow caused Izuku to stumble back, but his arm felt fine. All Might's jaw dropped in astonishment. He blinked twice before asking if Izuku could do it again. Izuku, eager to show his newfound strength, punched the air once more, generating another massive shockwave. Beachgoers quickly evacuated the area, sensing the chaos. With renewed determination, Izuku punched again, creating yet another shockwave. However, he noticed a slight pain in his right arm. Looking down, he saw a purple appendage hanging loosely at his side. All Might, noticing his lack of punches, followed his gaze and saw the injury. A moment passed before a searing pain spread through Izuku's right side, causing him to drop to a knee, struggling to stay conscious. All Might, concerned, quickly scooped him up and rushed to a truck adorned with American decals, driving him not to a hospital but to UA. Upon arrival, All Might hurriedly carried Izuku to Recovery Girl's office, ignoring the strange looks they received. Recovery Girl, upon seeing Izuku in All Might's arms, was alarmed and demanded to know what had happened. All Might promised to explain later and asked her to ensure Izuku was taken care of. Recovery Girl placed Izuku on a raised bedrest, noting he looked shaken but was breathing steadily. She assured him that he would be better soon but then turned her attention to All Might, indicating they needed to have a serious discussion. Izuku watched as Recovery Girl led All Might to an adjacent room, where muffled sounds of their conversation filled the air, leaving him to wonder about the outcome. A few minutes later, All Might entered the room, followed by a concerned Recovery Girl. She approached Izuku and gently examined his broken arm. With a disapproving sound, she informed him that he needed to allow the medicine to work, explaining that nothing would heal if he continued to freeze his body with his quirk. Izuku stared at her, wide-eyed, trying to process her words. Recovery Girl clarified that she was referring to his other quirk, not one for all. A silence enveloped the room as both Izuku and All Might absorbed this revelation, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Recovery Girl pointed out that Izuku was stuck in a state where his condition had neither worsened nor improved since entering the room. She urged him to relax and let the medicine take effect, acknowledging that it would be painful but was essential for recovery. Taking her advice to heart, Izuku took a deep breath and relaxed his tense muscles. The moment he did, the pain he had been avoiding surged through him, causing him to cry out. All Might, startled, rushed to his side. Recovery Girl reassured All Might that Izuku was fine, explaining that his body had likely gone into protection mode due to the injury. With his quirk's effects gone, his arm could finally begin to heal. As Recovery Girl contemplated her findings, she noted that Izuku seemed unaware of having a quirk separate from All Might's. This confusion prompted her to ask All Might to step out for a moment so she could conduct a few tests. Once alone, Recovery Girl explained to All Might that Izuku possessed a quirk distinct from his own. All Might expressed disbelief, insisting that Izuku had always claimed to be quirkless. Recovery Girl sighed, acknowledging that it was not the easiest quirk to detect. She revealed that an X-ray had shown Izuku only had 2 joints on his pinky toes, a condition that indicated he should not have a quirk. All Might's expression turned pale as he struggled to accept this information. Recovery Girl firmly stated that it was not a fluke, emphasizing that the data supported the conclusion that someone with only 2 joints could not possess a quirk. She locked eyes with All Might, asserting that Izuku Midoriya had been given a quirk. The room fell silent as All Might grappled with this revelation. He felt overwhelmed, insisting that there had to be another explanation. Recovery Girl reminded him of the past, recounting the events of 7 years ago when All Might had fought and defeated All for One, sustaining grave injuries. She detailed a raid on one of All for One's hideouts, where the bodies of children had been discovered, some of whom had undergone horrific experiments. 2 children had survived, and Recovery Girl suggested that Izuku might be one of them. All Might sat in stunned silence, struggling to process the implications of her words. Recovery Girl reassured him that by defeating All for One, he had saved Izuku from further harm. She advised him to be vigilant for any emerging quirk-like abilities and to guide Izuku when necessary. All Might resolved to follow her advice, contemplating how to approach Izuku. He decided that he would instruct him on his new quirk without mentioning All for One, believing that Izuku's memory had likely been wiped for a reason. Recovery Girl encouraged him to remain positive, reminding him that Izuku still aspired to be a hero. With a small smile, All Might acknowledged her words, reaffirming his commitment to guiding Izuku on his journey to becoming a hero. Izuku's training with One for All commenced in earnest after that. He focused on controlling a fraction of its power, starting with 10% instead of the full 100%. To his surprise, he discovered that he could maintain this level consistently throughout his body. However, mastering his other quirk proved more challenging. Lacking a clear understanding of how it functioned and how to improve it, he found himself stagnating in that area. He suggested building endurance by using sharp objects, but All Might quickly dismissed the idea, warning that it could become dangerous very quickly. Instead, he concentrated on enhancing his abilities alongside One for All. Each time he activated One for All, he focused on continuously flexing the muscle that was being trained. This flexing seemed to trigger a frozen state, making it impervious to damage. By using this technique, he managed to perform 50% smashes without any negative consequences. However, he refrained from pushing his limits, wary of another hospital visit. This meant he needed to increase his endurance, as staying in a constant state of flexion was exhausting. Along with his weightlifting regimen, he incorporated a cardio program, swimming 2,000 meters, biking for 30 minutes, and running 3 miles around the track before lifting weights. It felt like he was training for an Ironman competition. Interestingly, he was allowed to maintain 10% of One for All while exercising, likely to aid in building endurance. At the dojo, he kept himself quirkless to focus on technique, avoiding the use of his own quirk. All Might supported this choice, emphasizing that a tool without a sharp edge is ineffective. Izuku wasn't entirely sure what All Might meant, but he grasped the underlying message. During the weekdays at school, Izuku often found himself bored. He completed his homework during self-study PRDS while others were goofing off. He had few friends but didn't mind much. Kaken was in a different class, so he no longer had to deal with the mixed signals from his former friend. Kaken had once been Izuku's greatest source of anxiety. However, when they were around 8 or 9, the taunts and jeers from Kakens suddenly ceased. Instead, Izuku received uneasy stares and occasional sympathetic looks. As they entered high school, they naturally drifted apart, leaving their relationship in a state of limbo. Every other Sunday, he met with Himiko to unwind from his hectic week. Each time, Izuku grappled with how to define their relationship. Was it a friendly hangout? Or something more? They engaged in various activities, from entering local beach volleyball tournaments to enjoying candlelit dinners at upscale restaurants. The lines were becoming increasingly blurred. His feelings for her went beyond mere friendship, yet he hesitated to take the next step and admit it. It felt cowardly, but this was the first time he had experienced such emotions, and he didn't want to ruin it. Himiko seemed in no rush either. He sensed that she was aware of his feelings, evident in her behavior and mannerisms, but she was waiting for him to bring it up. For that, he was immensely grateful. A year passed, and before he knew it, he was 16. It was a Friday afternoon when, unexpectedly, Himiko texted him first. She asked if he would mind coming to the beach because she wanted to talk. Without hesitation, he said goodbye to his mom and hurried to Dagoba Beach, knowing it was their usual spot. He spotted her in his old green hoodie, leaning against a lamp post. Just as he was about to greet her, she staggered toward him and fell into his arms. Himiko pressed her face into his chest, inhaling deeply. Izuku noticed her face was pale and her legs trembled, indicating something was wrong. Concerned, he asked her what was bothering her. She mumbled something against his shirt, making it difficult to understand. He leaned down to hear her better and caught snippets of her words, which were frantic and repetitive. He urged her to snap out of it, shaking her shoulders gently. Her unfocused eyes regained clarity, but instead of looking at him, they fixated on his neck. He reassured her that she could talk to him, promising to listen. Then she declared her desire to drink his blood. A moment of silence followed as Izuku processed her words. Himiko's expression shifted to one of urgency as she explained that the craving was consuming her thoughts, and she feared she might harm others if she didn't satisfy it. Realizing the seriousness of her words, he glanced around at the crowded beach walk and made a quick decision. He instructed her to stay calm and follow him. Himiko's anticipation grew with each step as they sought a secluded spot among some rocks. Izuku felt uncertain about how to proceed. Should he find something to use? Before he could decide, Himiko leaped onto him, causing them to tumble into the sand. Without waiting for permission, she attempted to bite into his neck. When her teeth met resistance, she let out a frustrated sound. Izuku realized he had unintentionally activated his other quirk and apologized, instinctively stretching his neck and looking away in embarrassment. He felt a slight sting when she finally broke the skin, her tongue eagerly lapping up the blood. Despite the discomfort, it felt oddly intimate, with Himiko straddling him and consuming him with fervor. To an outsider, it might have looked like a passionate embrace. Meanwhile, Himiko felt a rush of euphoria. It wasn't that his blood was more appealing than others, it was simply the fact that it was Izuku, her beloved Izuku. His sweet blood was something she had anticipated for years. She had tasted it a year or two ago, and that had been enough to satisfy her for a time. But now, she had all she could ever wish for. He was hers, completely hers. Himiko let out a soft sound of delight, and Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. She seemed to be enjoying herself, truly enjoying it. The sharp sting of pain had faded, replaced by the gentle sensation of her presence. With that being the only real feeling he had, he tried to relax and not let their position affect him too much. After a minute or two, she pulled back, admiring the mark she had left on his skin. Strangely, the wound appeared to be healing, but it left a visible imprint that she found pleasing. Liking her lips, she embraced Izuku, burying her head in the crook of his neck and giggling happily. Izuku hesitated, unsure of how to address her. Himiko lifted her head to look at him, her bottom half still straddling him. She asked what was on his mind, and he stammered, requesting her to get off him. Himiko laughed as she complied, giving her hips a playful roll before fully getting off. Izuku let out a surprised sound, which only amused her further. Blushing, he accepted her hand to stand up. He asked her what she wanted to do next, trying to hide his flushed face behind a hand. Himiko thought for a moment before expressing her desire to eat, leaving the choice up to him. He smiled, confident he had just the place in mind. 20 minutes later, they were seated in a booth at one of Izuku's favorite ramen shops. He excitedly talked about how delicious their garlic and pork stir-fried ramen was while Himiko listened with amusement. For something lighter, he suggested yakisoba, which she decided to order. With their meals on the way, they sat in silence, the unspoken tension hanging in the air. Himiko broke the silence with unexpected shyness, thanking him for what had happened earlier. Izuku scratched the mark she had left, curious about her feelings. He asked if she usually kept her urge to drink blood under control. She explained that while she typically managed it, there were days when it became overwhelming, and even when she drank from others, it was his blood she craved. Izuku nodded, intrigued by her honesty. He asked if there was something that triggered her desire. Himiko confirmed that it was indeed him. She had been able to manage it until recently, when the urge had become too strong. Izuku listened intently, noting the way her hands fidgeted with the tablecloth. Their food arrived, interrupting their conversation. Izuku placed his ramen in front of him and set down her yakisoba, waiting for her to start before digging into his own meal. As he savored the flavors, she laughed at his enthusiasm. Then, with a hint of courage, he offered that if she ever needed to drink blood again, she could call him. He was surprised to see her gaping at him, questioning if he was truly not disgusted or afraid of her. He looked her in the eye and assured her that he would never feel that way. The conversation lulled into a comfortable silence, and as Izuku ordered seconds, Himiko finished her meal. They soon stepped outside, and Himiko casually mentioned that this had been the best birthday ever for her. Izuku froze, realizing he had forgotten her birthday. When she asked about his, he stammered out the date but quickly shifted back to her celebration, wondering why she was spending it with him instead of family. Himiko smiled graciously, not noticing his slip, and asked if it was odd to spend her birthday with the person she loved. Izuku looked around, trying to find the person she referred to, only to realize it was him. Blushing, he mumbled about love, and she confirmed her feelings for him sweetly. Izuku struggled to process her words, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Himiko giggled at his reaction, and he attempted to express his feelings in return, but she playfully shushed him, saying he should wait until he was ready. When she released her hand, he offered to buy her something, feeling embarrassed that he had no gift prepared. She touched the mark on his neck and told him he had already given her a gift. He protested, wanting to give her something tangible, and they eventually settled on matching black and green bracelets. Later, while sparring with All Might, Izuku experienced an unexpected surge of energy that manifested as a black tendril wrapping around All Might's leg, causing him to trip. They both stared at the strange phenomenon before it vanished back into him. Izuku, bewildered, asked what had just happened. All Might, equally astonished, explained that it was called Black Whip, a quirk from a previous holder of One for All. Izuku listened intently, eager to learn more about this new development. When Izuku continued to stare at him, the man deflated and scratched his head, expressing that he had never seen it activate before, at least not with him. Izuku focused on his arm, recalling the surge of energy he felt when his quirk activated. He attempted to use it again, resulting in 10 coils of dense energy thrashing around him, carving deep gouges into the practice arena's sandy floor. He quickly lost control as the tendrils extended, wreaking havoc in their path. Amidst the chaos, he faintly heard All Might yelling at him over the sound of blood rushing to his head. Izuku struggled to contain Black Whip, but without a clear method of control, he felt trapped. He tried to relax his arm, but it was futile. In a panic, Izuku attempted to activate his own quirk, which only made the tendrils of energy nearly unbreakable. Realizing this, he quickly deactivated his quirk. His vision began to blur, the activation of Black Whip taking a toll on his body. He staggered back and forth, feeling the energy drain from him with each thrash of Black Whip. He lost track of time, but the next thing he knew, he woke up in Recovery Girl's office. She appeared to be scolding a panicking All Might, but when she noticed him stirring, she rushed to his side, bombarding him with medical questions that he struggled to answer. After furiously scribbling down his responses on a clipboard, She promised to return and took All Might into her office. Izuku waited patiently, having nothing to do but blink. Suddenly, he found himself in a space devoid of light. Darkness surrounded him, except for a figure that motioned for him to approach. With no other option, he moved closer. The man was bald and muscular, with a square jaw and goggles pushed back on his forehead. He wore a black jacket that was open in the middle, exposing his chest. The man held up his hand, and tendrils of black whip formed, coiling around his hand. He proudly declared that his black whip was a top-tier quirk. Izuku could only nod in response, feeling a mix of awe and confusion. The man seemed to contemplate something before explaining that his time was limited, so he would be brief. He revealed that the previous quirks of those who inherited One for All lay dormant within this space. Izuku asked if he could activate them and if the man was a previous user of One for All. The man confirmed that he was, at least for his own quirk, and expressed relief that Izuku was quick to understand. He explained that Black Whip's power had been amplified by One for All and that all their quirks had been enhanced. He warned that it could rampage if used at full strength but could be controlled by decreasing the power output, similar to One for All. Izuku blinked again and found himself back in Recovery Girl's office, with All Might and Recovery Girl present. Startled by the sudden shift, he recoiled slightly, prompting All Might to inquire about his discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Izuku debated sharing his vision but ultimately decided to explain the encounter as best as he could. All Might nodded in vague understanding while Recovery Girl looked horrified. She muttered about the patient's quirk causing hallucinations, jotting it down in a notebook, which caused All Might to sweat nervously. All Might began to affirm Izuku's experience, recalling similar visions from his past. Recovery Girl stared at him, noting that he also suffered from delusions. All Might indignantly denied it, glancing over her shoulder at her notes. Recovery Girl huffed that it was up to them to figure it out and walked away. Izuku watched her leave before turning to All Might, a wide smile spreading across his face, eager for practice time. All Might grinned back, confirming that it was indeed practice time. During study hall, Izuku sat at his desk, gently tapping his fingers in a nameless tune when someone burst through the door. Bakugo stood at the entrance, breathing heavily with his hands on his knees. Pushing himself up, he asked if Izuku was applying to UA. Izuku wondered how Bakugo had learned that information. Sighing, he confirmed his application, addressing Bakugo by his name. The slip went unnoticed by Bakugo, who dismissed it as unimportant. With the entire class's attention on them, Bakugo insisted that Izuku needed to understand what he was getting into. Izuku gritted his teeth, affirming that he was aware and that Bakugo was making too big a deal out of it. Bakugo swallowed heavily and leaned closer, whispering heatedly about a past incident. Izuku blinked, confused, and asked if there was something he was supposed to remember. Bakugo stared at him, disbelief etched on his face. He clarified that he was referring to a summer when they were 8, pressing Izuku to recall the event. Izuku admitted he had no memories from before he was 10, asking if something significant had happened. Bakugo continued to stare, muttering to himself about Izuku's memory being taken. When Izuku inquired about it, Bakugo dismissed him and stepped away, leaving with a parting shot that UA did not accept quirkless individuals, suggesting Izuku not to get his hopes up. As Bakugo stormed out, Izuku watched him leave, his classmates whispering about the encounter. Determined, Izuku thought to himself that he would prove Bakugo wrong. The day had finally arrived. The day he would prove everyone wrong, showing the world that he was not quirkless. He had trained tirelessly for the past 4 or 5 years, and now he was ready. He had strengthened his quirks, able to use One for All at 30% throughout his body normally and 50% when paired with Black Whip. He could summon 5 strong tendrils of black energy and use 100% of One for All in short bursts up to 4 times without excessive strain. All Might had suggested that he could secure a recommendation for admission, but Izuku had declined, wanting to enter through legitimate means. If he failed, he reasoned, perhaps he was unworthy of being One for All's successor. All Might had quickly chastised him, stating that with his current abilities, it was not a matter of whether he would get in, but rather how he would achieve it. Izuku felt a surge of determination as he considered the possibility of achieving the highest score in UA's history. This new ambition added to his primary goal of gaining admission to the prestigious academy. The entrance exams at UA were divided into two parts, a written exam and a practical exam. While the practical exam was well known for its excitement, the written portion was often underestimated, leading many students to fail. However, Izuku had prepared extensively, studying diligently in anticipation of this moment. He completed each section of the written exam with confidence, taking the time to review his answers multiple times. He was certain his score would rank among the highest, if not the very top, of his class. Academics had always come easily to him, and since UA was primarily known for its heroics course, the written exam was not particularly challenging. As he waited for the exam papers to be collected, he wondered how Himiko was faring in the general studies course. He absent-mindedly played with the bracelet he had given her on her birthday. Once the papers were gathered, he and the other aspiring heroes were directed into a large auditorium. On his way, he spotted Katsuki, who shot him a glare before walking away. Their relationship had soured ever since Katsuki discovered Izuku's ambition to join the heroics course, and Izuku wasn't inclined to mend things at that moment. He took a seat between a blonde boy and a brunette girl, who offered him a shy smile. Their attention quickly turned to the man addressing the anxious applicants. The man, the voice hero present mic, greeted everyone with enthusiasm, his loud voice echoing throughout the auditorium. Izuku was nearly hyperventilating with excitement. He listened to present Mic's energetic introduction, marveling at the hero he admired so much. His loud personality was just as vibrant in person. Present Mike announced the details of the practical exam, explaining that participants would face various false villains, each worth different points. He emphasized the importance of not sabotaging fellow students, as that would be considered unheroic. Suddenly, a tall boy in the audience interrupted, questioning the accuracy of the information provided. Present Mike addressed the concern, clarifying the existence of a fourth type of villain, a significant distraction known as a zero-pointer. After the brief exchange, Present Mike concluded with the Academy's catchphrase, encouraging everyone to strive for greatness. Meanwhile, in the practical exams control room, All Might and several other teachers monitored the proceedings. All Might had initially intended to keep his skeletal form a secret, but after passing on one for all to Izuku, it became increasingly difficult to maintain his muscular appearance. He had confided in his colleagues about his current limitations, knowing he could only sustain his hero form for a couple of hours. When asked which student was his All Might pointed out Izuku, who was warming up outside the exam site. The teachers gathered around the screens, eager to see the boy who had inherited one for all. They observed him jogging in place, seemingly focused and determined. Midnight commented on Izuku's appearance, noting he looked normal but was definitely fit. All Might remained confident in Izuku's abilities, believing that his years of hard work would pay off. As Izuku prepared for the practical exam, he retrieved a black breathing mask from his rucksack, a gift from Himiko. The mask had two functions, one to limit breathing for a more challenging workout and another to facilitate deeper breaths. He adjusted it to the second function before putting it on, feeling it settle comfortably against his face. With the doors to the testing site opening slowly, Izuku stepped into the darkness, ready to face the challenges that awaited him in the miniature city beyond. Other participants began to file in behind him, gathering at the starting line, all eager to prove themselves. They waited for the signal to begin. A tired voice announced that they could start, and Izuku activated 50% of his power, speeding off without hesitation. The other examinees stood in shock as the voice urged them to go. They quickly moved deeper into the city, discovering the remnants of robots smoldering in the afternoon breeze. A streak of green light zipped around a corner, leaving behind a trail of defeated 1, 2, and 3 pointers. With no surviving robots to face, the examinees split up, each seeking to earn points from the chaos. Izuku leaped from robot to robot, using Black Whip to propel himself and One for All to dismantle them with powerful strikes. He mentally tracked the number of robots he destroyed, noting the bright numbers on the bots that indicated their point value. He had reached 61 points after taking down a one-pointer, showing no preference in his destruction. All types of robots fell to his might. As he collected his 75th point, Izuku reflected on the nature of the exam. It favored combat quirks, which made him think about the potential of other abilities that could be useful in different scenarios, like rescue missions. His thoughts drifted to Himiko, whose quirk allowed her to transform into anyone whose blood she consumed. While it could be advantageous for stealth, it seemed ineffective in this exam, leading him to wonder if that was why she chose the general course instead of the heroics course. Bringing his focus back, Izuku concentrated on his movements. He had trained against real opponents at the dojo, and these robots posed little challenge, especially with his quirks activated. He activated Black Whip, slingshotting to a two-pointer, delivering a swift kick, and then smashing another with a punch. He repeated the process, dispatching robots with efficiency. He swung Black Whip around a pole, sliding in a sharp arc before detaching and charging into a group of one-pointers. After a quick series of strikes, they were all defeated, and he reactivated Black Whip to save time as he rounded another corner. Spotting a group of examinees engaged with robots ahead, he chose to turn left to avoid interfering with them, prioritizing his speed over their points. The process felt almost mindless, and Izuku struggled to maintain his focus. He reminded himself that he only needed to concentrate for a short while to achieve his goal of scoring the highest in UA history. He pushed himself forward, blitzing through a group of three-pointers with a flurry of strikes, reaching 92 points. He guessed there were about 8 minutes left in the exam and shook off the distraction to concentrate on the task at hand. Izuku kicked the next 3 robots, bending their metal frames with ease, and swiftly took out a group of two-pointers in a flash of green light. As he used Black Whip to propel himself around another corner, he nearly collided with a brunette who was making robots float by tapping them as she ran. She looked a bit unsteady, but her strategy was effective, as the robots floated several stories high before crashing to the ground. Izuku quickly apologized for almost running into her and continued on his way, determined to keep up his momentum. He continued to obliterate robots effortlessly, often defeating them before they even realized he was there. The exam was proving to be both easy and monotonous, but he chose to appreciate his good fortune rather than complain. He felt confident he was close to breaking the record for the exam. Unbeknownst to him, he was under close observation. Tashinori, watching the screen, noted the impressive speed of the young hero. Midnight, still focused on the footage, questioned what had been done to enhance Izuku's abilities. Tashinori jokingly replied that it was steroids, earning a playful smack from Midnight. She expressed her surprise at Izuku's incredible pace, noting that the cameras struggled to keep up with him. All Might, with a grin, asked how much money she owed him. Midnight, though reluctant to admit it, realized that if Izuku maintained this pace, he would surpass the previous record. Aizawa chimed in, claiming he wanted to teach Izuku's class, which sparked a lively debate among the observers, prompting Principal Nizu to intervene and suggest they see how he would handle a real challenge. Power Loader raised a concern about releasing the zero-pointer too soon, but the principal remained silent. Izuku had just finished defeating his 108th robot when he felt the ground tremble beneath him. He noticed a group of people running in panic, chased by something massive. A gigantic robot was pursuing them, its leg just a part of a much larger body. Curiosity piqued, Izuku stepped out of the alley to witness the enormous zero-pointer, towering at least 50 feet tall. More of them emerged from the ground, and he counted 3 in total, each heading in different directions. Despite knowing he should avoid confrontation, Izuku felt compelled to test his strength. The thrill of overpowering the robots was exhilarating. As one zero-pointer cornered a group of examinees, Izuku dashed into the scene. Without hesitation, he used Black Whip to propel himself up to the robot's head and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the impact sent him flying, so he readjusted Black Whip to latch himself against the building before observing the robot. It had sustained noticeable damage, but not enough to be out of commission. Izuku murmured to himself, contemplating his next move. He pegged back his right arm, feeling the full force of One for All surge through his muscles. With determination, he rocketed off the building, using a solitary strand of black whip to ensure his aim was true. He focused on the giant robot, unleashing a punch with the full force of One for All. The impact sent the robot careening to the left, its treads leaving the ground as it smashed into the adjacent building. As he fell to the ground, he admired his handiwork. The robot lay in ruins, a heap of scrap metal among the debris of the collapsing building. Panic surged through Izuku as he noticed the building crumbling. There were still examinees beneath it, looking up in horror as shards of glass and concrete began to fall. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended Black Whip to the 3 furthest examinees, pulling them to safety before rushing to the last 2. Using a 50% boost, he reached them, grasping their hands and yanking them away just as the debris fell harmlessly where they had been moments before. He mumbled an apology before taking off again, leaving a couple of stunned examinees behind. The entire encounter had taken less than a minute, and Izuku didn't slow down. Sprinting after one of the zero-pointers, he rounded a ruined street corner using Black Whip and spotted the levitating girl from earlier, pinned down by something he couldn't identify. The massive robot loomed over her, preparing to strike, and Izuku sprang into action. As the gigantic fist came crashing down, Izuku barreled into it with a kick, sending it careening off course. It slammed harmlessly into the ground a fair distance from the girl. He shot a strand of Black Whip to coil around the robot's dome, slingshotting himself forward towards its head, where he delivered a powerful uppercut. He felt a twinge of pain in his arm but pushed through it, sending the robot flying off the ground before it crashed down with a mighty thud, electrical sparks flying. Fearing it might malfunction, Izuku quickly went to free the levitating girl. He noticed some mess beside her but paid it no mind as he lifted the heavy slab of concrete pinning her leg. He helped her up, and she gingerly tested her weight on her right leg before fully settling on it. She stared at him, then at the mess on the ground, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She expressed her confusion about losing control, but Izuku reassured her that it was fine. He gestured towards the ruined robots lining the street, indicating he had to go. She nodded, still gazing at him with a peculiar expression. After a brief moment of silence, he wished her safety and raced off, using 50% of One for All. Following the loud sounds of chaos to his right, Izuku dismantled robots left and right, driven by a second objective, to find and defeat the final zero-pointer. There was no real benefit to doing so, but a smile crept onto his face. He had spent so long feeling weak and quirkless, and now was his chance to show All Might the fruits of his training, to prove he was the right choice for a successor. The teachers, except for All Might, watched in awe as Izuku made a beeline for the final zero-pointer, destroying robots along the way. Midnight noted that it seemed like Midoriya was actively pursuing the zero-pointer, and no one disagreed. All Might sat back, happily humming to himself. Izuku was putting on a show, demonstrating exactly what they looked for in a student. His strength and intelligence were evident, but it was his care for the other participants and his instinct to save them that truly set him apart. While other students racked up a few rescue points, none were as quick or eager as Izuku. He saved others as if it were second nature, and that made All Might proud, happy, and confident that he had chosen the right person as his successor. Just in time, he watched Izuku slingshot off 2 adjacent buildings using Black Whip, soaring high above the final zero-pointer before shooting a third strand directly to the robot's head. Using the connection to reel himself in, he delivered a ground-shaking kick that caused the robot to cave in upon itself. Satisfied with the result, Izuku leapt off again, a blur of green energy and black shadows. The bells ringing signaled the end of the test. Izuku had been on his 157th point when the robot suddenly stopped moving. It frustrated him that he technically hadn't gotten that point, and if it affected his chance of beating All Might's record, he might just cry. As he walked towards the exit, he noticed a large number of stares and whispers directed at him. Realizing he was the hot topic of the day, he felt a blush creep onto his face. He removed his face mask and stored it in his rucksack before making his way towards the main gate of UA. Pulling out his phone, he scrolled through his sparse contact list, found what he was looking for, and sent a text to Himiko. He simply greeted her and asked if she was done with her exam. Izuku felt a moment of hesitation as he gathered his courage and began to type. He expressed his desire to see her and discuss how things had gone, but his confidence faltered. He added that it was only if she wanted to talk about it. Closing his eyes, he fought the urge to throw his phone away in frustration, feeling utterly embarrassed by his own words. It was surprising that Himiko even chose to spend time with him, given how awkward he felt. His phone buzzed several times, prompting him to open his eyes and check the screen. Himiko was excitedly responding, thrilled that Izuku wanted to see her. She mentioned that she had been done for a while and was waiting for him at the main gate, suggesting they grab some food together. Izuku felt a grin spread across his face as he replied with an affirmative. He jogged to the main entrance of UA, where he spotted Himiko leaning against a pillar, engrossed in her phone while ignoring the groups of students around her. As he approached, he greeted her shyly, knowing what would come next. Without hesitation, she embraced him, her cheerful greeting filling the air. Izuku awkwardly patted her back, feeling the curious stares from others around them. He caught snippets of conversation about whether they were dating, and Himiko, clearly hearing the same, hugged him tighter before releasing him. With a playful grin, she asked where they should go. After a moment's thought, Izuku suggested their usual ramen shop. Himiko's bright smile confirmed her agreement. They decided to walk to the shop, reminiscing about the times they had spent there, including her birthday celebration years ago. The kind old lady who ran the shop recognized them and remembered their usual orders. During their walk, they discussed the differences between the General Studies Entrance exam and the Heroics course exam. Izuku learned that while the General Studies exam had 2 sections, reading comprehension and math, his exam included an additional section on the history of heroics. He expressed his relief that the history section had been easy, mentioning a significant villain group that had been defeated in the past. His passion for the topic led him into a detailed explanation, and while Himiko initially tried to keep up, she eventually sat back and enjoyed watching him speak with enthusiasm. Himiko cherished these moments, loving how Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement and how he became so engrossed in what he was saying. She admired his passion and found herself lost in her feelings for him. As they continued walking, Izuku noticed Himiko's expression shift to something almost manic before it vanished, leaving him puzzled. He asked if something was on her mind, to which she playfully replied that she was simply enjoying the view, her gaze fixed on him. Confused, he looked around but found nothing noteworthy. When he told her she could enjoy whatever view she liked, she burst into laughter, calling him a dork in an affectionate tone. Their afternoon unfolded pleasantly, filled with their usual ramen orders. Although it was early for dinner, Izuku eagerly devoured his meal, especially when Himiko playfully offered him the leftovers from her plate. They spent time at an arcade, where he tried unsuccessfully to win her a plushie, but her suggestion to head back before the last trains prompted him to give up. Upon reaching his apartment, Izuku offered to walk her home first, a ritual they had established. However, Himiko always insisted on walking him back to his place instead. Despite his repeated offers, she remained firm in her refusal, and he respected her wish for privacy. Her response was brief and resolute, prompting a sigh from Izuku. He reminded her that his offer would always stand. Himiko smiled, revealing her fangs, and teased him about being worried. He admitted that he did care about her and would always worry, even knowing she could take care of herself. Himiko looked down, her hair falling over her face as she lightly punched his shoulder in a playful manner. She found his honesty endearing but also unfair. Izuku gently grasped her wrist, bringing her hand down to their waists, and expressed that he was simply being truthful. He gazed down at her fondly, appreciating the moment they shared. She was blushing well, to be exact. Her face always seemed to have a rosy hue even in the most mundane situations, but this time it was much more pronounced. Grinning, he said the next thing he knew would make her happy. He offered her some of his blood, and she instantly looked up. Even after all this time, years of him occasionally offering blood to her, the delight on her face hadn't faded one bit upon hearing his words. She had the barest of patience, though, and asked if he was sure. He rolled his eyes and confirmed that he was. Leaning down slightly and tilting his head, he exposed his neck, relaxing it to deactivate his other quirk. She shivered in anticipation and, without a moment's hesitation, bit into his neck. The initial sharpness was quickly replaced with a soothing sensation as she lapped at the spot. She hugged him close, and he felt a flush of warmth at the intimacy of their position. When she was finished, she liked his neck slowly before pulling away. Both of them were panting slightly, feeling a bit hot and flustered, with him blushing more than her. He idly wondered if he was developing a peculiar fascination but quickly shook off the thought when she shot him a bright grin. Unable to stop herself, she gave him a quick peck on the cheek, smiling widely before saying that it was time to say goodbye. He reminded her it wouldn't be for long, his face turning crimson as he asked if he would see her soon. She giggled and confirmed that she would. Izuku stood on UA University's dorm grounds, idly wondering why All Might had called him there. A sudden thought struck him. What if he failed the entrance exam? He knew it was unlikely, but what if he accidentally hurt someone during the exam? Wouldn't that be grounds for automatic disqualification? All Might called out to him, walking over in his deflated form. He noticed Izuku muttering to himself again and reassured him that he had passed with flying colors. All Might had called him there to help the students who got in on recommendation move into their dorms, and they would be in his class 1A. Izuku blinked, trying not to tear up at having realized his lifelong goal of attending UA. All Might, noticing his reaction, smiled gently and patted him on the back, congratulating him and thanking him for earning some spare change. Izuku sniffled but paused, confused by the mention of spare change. He was interrupted by All Might's typical boisterous laugh, encouraging him to pull himself together as they were going to meet two of his future classmates. Once composed, he followed his mentor to his future home, arriving at a large H-shaped building with the sign 1A Alliance on the front. All Might explained that the left wings were for males and the right wings were for females. He introduced the boy as young Todoroki and the girl as young Yaoyorozu. Curious, Izuku asked if this was the same Todoroki as the number 2 hero Endeavor's son, to which All Might confirmed it was. As they walked into the common room, Izuku noticed it was surprisingly cluttered. The boxes were marked with "Property of Momo Yaoyorozu" in bright red font, while only 1 or 2 had "Shoto Todoroki" written plainly on them. All Might announced that the helper he had mentioned was there, and after a moment, 2 people emerged from opposite staircases. The boy with red and white hair and an angry scar across his face regarded Izuku coolly before introducing himself as Todoroki and offering a handshake. Izuku greeted him shyly, introducing himself as Izuku Midoriya. The girl, Momo Yaoyorozu, greeted him happily, sending the men in the room a polite smile. She expressed excitement about him being All Might's helper. Even with his limited social experience, he could tell she meant no offense. Her bright eyes reflected genuine curiosity. He fidgeted and awkwardly confirmed her statement. All Might then announced he had to leave to patrol the town and stop any wrongdoers, leaving Izuku to help the two move in. Izuku thought it was a bit unfair that All Might had passed off his work onto him but decided to tackle the task at hand. He figured he would help Todoroki first since it seemed he had less stuff. With their agreement, he got to work. Bending down and activating 10% of One for All, he easily picked up Todoroki's boxes and headed over to the left staircase. Unbeknownst to him, the two watched in shock as he glowed, shooting off ethereal sparks of green electricity, and effortlessly lifted 2 heavy boxes they had struggled to move. Todoroki, after a moment of surprise, instructed Izuku to follow him to his room. He led the way, and Izuku smoothly carried the boxes up to the 3rd floor where Todoroki's bedroom was. Setting the boxes down easily, Izuku asked if he needed help unpacking. Todoroki declined but thanked him, giving him an evaluating look. Izuku smiled widely, complimenting the traditional Japanese style of the room. Todoroki appreciated the sentiment, glad to find someone who shared his tastes. Izuku offered that if he needed anything he should just call. Izuku decided to assist Yaoyorozu, noting that she seemed to need a bit more time than Todoroki. Shoto found this amusing as Izuku made his way down to the 1st floor of the dormitory. His phone buzzed, indicating a new text message. When he checked it, his eyes widened at the sender All Might. All Might's message explained that he couldn't reveal Izuku's status as a student before the exam results were released. Izuku understood and replied, asking if All Might was originally supposed to help set up the rooms. All Might responded with a playful emoticon of a cute anime girl, which made Izuku chuckle at its silliness. As he rounded a corner, Momo called out to him, bounding over with excitement. She inquired if he had finished with Todoroki's room. Izuku confirmed that he had, which led her to express her eagerness to have her room done next. He agreed and, using his one-for-all ability, picked up one of the large boxes, wondering why she was so enthusiastic about moving in. However, he decided not to question her excitement. Momo led him to the girl's side of the building and asked how long he had been All Might's personal assistant. Izuku nearly stumbled at the question but managed to explain that it had been a couple of years since All Might saved him from a villain, leaving him feeling indebted. Momo was curious about the villain, and Izuku described the sludge-type quirk that could immobilize people. Momo found the story intriguing and wanted to know more about the tasks he performed for All Might. Izuku hesitated, struggling to articulate his experiences, but eventually mentioned that All Might sometimes helped him with workouts. This revelation captured Momo's full attention, and she eagerly pressed him for details about the workouts. As he spoke about his favorite hero, Izuku noticed Momo's excitement mirrored his own. They quickly bonded over their shared admiration for heroes, and time flew by as they unpacked her belongings. Izuku appreciated having someone to discuss hero-related topics with, especially since his mother struggled to keep up with all the names, and his friend Himiko showed little interest in heroes. After an hour, they decided to take a break and sat on the sofa in the common room. Momo apologized for making him help her, but Izuku reassured her that he enjoyed their conversation. Momo shared her frustration about the movers who had left her boxes in the common area instead of taking them to her room, despite the hefty payment her family had provided. Curious, Izuku asked how much they had paid. Momo estimated it to be around 754,000 yen, which shocked Izuku. She sighed, realizing it might have been too little. He insisted that it was far too much, speculating that the movers were eager to spend the money and rushed off. Before they could delve deeper into the conversation, the front door opened, revealing a disheveled man in a black long-sleeve shirt and pants. He looked as if he had just woken up, moving sluggishly with dark bags under his eyes. Izuku whispered to Momo, wondering if it was Eraserhead, a teacher at UA. Momo confirmed his identity, her excitement barely contained. Eraserhead noticed them and called them over. Izuku approached him, asking what he needed. The pro-hero instructed them to call him Aizawa or Sensei and explained that he was checking on the new students to ensure they had help moving in. He had expected All Might to be there, but seeing Izuku made it clear to him what had happened. Izuku was surprised to learn that Aizawa knew who he was. It was a rare occasion when someone broke All Might's record in the entrance exam and achieved the highest score, so it was only natural for the homeroom teacher to remember such a student. Momo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She wished she could hide away in a remote corner of the world for the rest of her life. The realization that the highest-ranking student from the entrance exam was someone she had mistaken for an errand boy was mortifying. Her earlier words echoed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a bright red. If she had known he would be a fellow student, she would have kept her excitement about All Might in check. She had gotten into UA on a recommendation and was expected to be mature and dignified. She was meant to represent the best of what the school had to offer, and the best behaved in a certain way. Those values had been instilled in her by her parents, and she was determined not to let them down. She couldn't allow herself to be seen as a hero-obsessed geek before school had even started. Izuku noticed Momo's distress and asked if she was all right, pointing out her strange noise. Momo quickly assured him that she was fine and made an excuse to leave, claiming she needed to go to the restroom. She rushed out of the room, leaving Izuku slightly confused, as he was sure there was no bathroom in that direction. His attention then shifted to Aizawa, who began to speak. Aizawa made it clear that he would not treat Izuku differently because he was All Might's successor. His voice was firm as he stated that if he found Izuku lacking, he would not hesitate to expel him. Izuku felt a gulp rise in his throat but looked Aizawa in the eye, vowing to not only meet his expectations but to surpass them. Aizawa acknowledged his response, explaining that he had requested to be assigned as Izuku's homeroom teacher to assess whether he was worthy of All Might's power. Both Aizawa and Toshinori had high expectations, and Izuku was determined not to let them down. He felt the weight of the responsibility but transformed that pressure into a fierce determination to prove himself worthy of One for All. He promised himself that he would master the quirk completely, even if it meant relying on his other unnamed ability. Meanwhile, Momo was hiding in the next corridor, her hands covering her mouth. She felt as though she had intruded on something deeply personal. The mention of All Might's successor had piqued her interest, and she had been eavesdropping with a makeshift hearing aid. The implications of their conversation left her bewildered. The idea of being worthy of All Might's power was perplexing. She had never heard of such a quirk being transferred to another person. Surely she must have misheard. In the unlikely event that she had heard correctly, she dismissed the thought as impossible. She decided to keep a close eye on Izuku to gather more information. Approaching him directly was out of the question. She had already embarrassed herself in front of him and lacked the courage to confront him again. Taking a deep breath, Momo composed herself, only to be startled by Shoto's sudden question. She screamed, causing him to jump back in surprise. Izuku appeared beside them, arcs of green electricity crackling around him, and asked if Momo was all right. She quickly looked away, feeling her face heat up in embarrassment as she fumbled to hide her hearing aid. She managed to say she was fine, attributing her surprise to Shoto. He apologized, and Izuku relaxed, shifting the focus back to their tasks. He reminded Momo that they still had things to unpack and suggested they get to work. Momo agreed, though she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Since their encounter with Aizawa, she had become unusually quiet. The enthusiastic girl who had once shared her excitement about heroes was replaced by a more reserved version of herself. Izuku missed the lively Momo and hoped to befriend her, just as he intended to do with Todoroki. Izuku had always been fine with being a loner throughout high school, but now he desired change. He wanted friends he could truly call his own. Himiko had been the catalyst for this shift in his perspective. She had shown him that human interaction could extend beyond the dynamics of bullies and the bullied. She revealed to him that, aside from family, people could be friends and could mean something more. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Izuku stood in a now empty common room with Shoto and Momo. Shoto had come downstairs to bid Izuku farewell and express his gratitude, bowing slightly, a gesture Izuku promptly returned. He reassured Shoto, saying it was no trouble at all. After a moment of hesitation, Momo shyly expressed her excitement about being in the same class this year, thanking Izuku for his help. Shoto raised an eyebrow at Momo's enthusiastic declaration but simply nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the contrast between Momo's cute reaction and Shoto's calm demeanor. He informed them that he was heading home and waved goodbye as he left the building. Once he was gone, Shoto excused himself, leaving Momo alone in the common room, where she promptly collapsed onto her knees, feeling the weight of the day. Meanwhile, at home, Izuku called out for his mother, Inko Midoriya, who entered the living room to find him sitting on the couch, clutching a letter-shaped envelope. When he cryptically announced that it was here, Inko's heart raced as she recognized the seal on the envelope. UA University, the premier institution for aspiring heroes. Inko's expression shifted as she realized the implications. Izuku took a deep breath, relieved to finally share his secret. He explained that he hadn't applied to Aldra High's affiliated college. Instead, he had been training for years to take the entrance exam for UA, specifically for the heroics course. Inko laughed weakly, her mind racing with concern. She remembered how devastated he had been when the doctor informed them of his quirkless status. But Izuku reassured her that he was not quirkless. Inko's fears resurfaced as she questioned what quirks he had developed. The names of his powers flooded her mind, each one a reminder of the dark past they had endured. She worried about the possibility of his memories returning and what that might mean for him. Izuku, unaware of his mother's turmoil, continued to explain that the letter was his notification from UA. He opened it and activated the device inside, which projected a familiar figure into the room. All Might appeared, vibrant and full of energy, dressed in UA colors. Izuku greeted him enthusiastically, but All Might reminded him that it was a pre-recorded message and not to respond. All Might quickly got to the point, revealing that Izuku had passed the written exam with only one mistake, tying for the highest score with Tenya Ida. He coughed slightly, causing both Izuku and Inko to glance at him with concern, but he continued without missing a beat. When it came to the practical exam, All Might displayed a scoreboard that revealed the results. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw his name at the top, with an impressive number of villain and rescue points. The total points were astonishing, and All Might praised him for his selfless actions during the exam, emphasizing that true heroism was recognized and celebrated. Izuku felt a surge of pride as All Might commended his ability to seamlessly blend helping others with taking down villains. It was a moment of validation that ignited a newfound determination within him. That was the true quality they were looking for in a hero, and Izuku had it in abundance. On screen, All Might extended a hand, welcoming him to the Hero Academy. Although Izuku had known about it for a few days, hearing All Might's welcome brought tears to his eyes once more. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, trying to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, Inko watched her son with concern. She refrained from mentioning the events of years past, as the doctors and specialists had warned her that such discussions could trigger painful memories. Still, she needed to ensure his well-being. With a slow and careful tone, she asked Izuku if he was certain this was what he wanted. He met her gaze, and in his vibrant green eyes, she saw fierce determination shining through the thin veil of tears. He affirmed his commitment, expressing that he would not only become a hero but the greatest hero there ever was. Izuku Midoriya stood in a glass room, accompanied by a faceless man in a dark suit. A researcher clad in a lab coat pointed something at him. It was a gun, a rarity in these times since the advent of quirks, but they still existed. Izuku was all too familiar with it, having experienced its sting multiple times before. Fortunately, all his wounds had been swiftly healed by a combination of regenerator and chrono force. He couldn't quite recall the details. The suited man reminded him to visualize opposites. There had been a lengthy explanation about utilizing the quirk he had been given, discussing electromagnetic fields, positive and negative charges, and negating forces. Most of it had slipped from his mind almost immediately. All he knew was that this man had shot him numerous times, and he was feeling hungry. When asked if he was ready, Izuku nodded. The gun fired, but the bullet never struck him. Instead, it hovered in midair, just an inch from his flexed hand. He wasn't sure how he had done it. Perhaps it was the way he had positioned his hands? The bullet vibrated with unspent kinetic energy, and both he and the faceless man marveled at the sight. The researchers in the lab cheered, their excitement appearing to move in slow motion from his perspective. However, the bullet needed to go somewhere. He could feel it straining against its temporary confinement. With a thought, he reversed the charges. Green electricity crackled around him, and the bullet, overwhelmed by the negative charge, shot back toward its origin. The resulting sound was thunderous, like a near-supersonic boom, followed by the shattering of glass. A massive hole opened in the glass wall, and the aftermath left the researcher sprawled on the ground. Izuku felt no remorse. In fact, he found it amusing that the man who had shot him so many times had been reduced to this state. He began to giggle, which unnerved the wide-eyed researchers around him. Some were tempted to charge at him, angered by what had just occurred, but they were silenced by the slow clapping of the man in the suit. The faceless man praised Izuku's creativity, expressing his astonishment that the quirk could be used offensively. He patted Izuku on the head and promised him a feast filled with his favorite foods. That was music to Izuku's ears. This was a memory long forgotten. Getting his teary-eyed mother to let him leave was a task easier said than done. Izuku felt a few tears welling up, but he put on a brave face for her sake, assuring her that he would be all right. After many promises to call and visit home frequently, he left their cozy apartment for UA University, dragging his luggage behind him. The bulk of the moving had already been handled by professionals, so all Izuku needed to bring were his clothes and toiletries. His room was fairly plain, with only his hero memorabilia and desktop computer of any real value. If he needed more clothes, he could easily visit home. The campus was just a short train ride away. As he sat on the train, excitement bubbled within him. He was not just going to college, he was going to UA University. A small part of him still couldn't believe his dream was becoming a reality, and it felt wonderful. When the train stopped, he hopped off and wheeled his suitcase behind him. A short walk brought him to a bustling scene of other students rolling their suitcases or carrying last-minute items for their dorms. Some were accompanied by their parents, which made Izuku smile to himself. Inko had wanted to join him for move-in day, but Izuku had gently dismissed the idea. They both knew it would only lead to tears, and he wasn't confident he could hold back his own. She had been reassured with countless promises to FaceTime and visit whenever he could. Standing at the threshold of UA University's campus, he took a deep breath before stepping through. Although he had been there multiple times before, this time felt different. He was finally a student. He belonged here. As he walked past a crowd of general course students toward his dorm building, he marveled at the tall, magnificent H-shaped structure. A few of his future classmates loitered in the common room, and he waved at them, earning a few friendly greetings in return. He continued up the stairs to his room. On the way, he passed Todoroki, exchanging brief greetings. When he reached the second floor, he unexpectedly came face to face with Katsuki Bakugo, who was wearing one of his classic black tank tops. They stared at each other, momentarily frozen in place. After a beat, Izuku awkwardly mentioned that they would be neighbors. Katsuki scratched at his neck, and they stood there in silence. Finally, Izuku decided to move on, but a hand stopped him. Katsuki swallowed hard, avoiding eye contact, and congratulated Izuku on placing first in the entrance exam. Surprised, Izuku thanked him, unsure of what else to say. But then, Katsuki's demeanor shifted dramatically as he suddenly roared, grabbing the front of Izuku's shirt. Izuku watched as Katsuki declared his intention to surpass him, a competitive fire in his eyes. Katsuki then turned and walked away, leaving Izuku to exhale in relief. Living next to Katsuki promised to be an interesting experience. Although the days of Katsuki's bullying were behind them, he still had a reputation for being difficult to approach. It was surprising, however, to hear Katsuki offer him congratulations. Admitting inferiority was not something Katsuki did easily. Upon entering his room, Izuku was greeted by the somewhat plain interior, dominated by a massive wall of All Might merchandise. He felt no annoyance at the sight. Instead, he began unpacking his belongings, carefully folding his clothes and placing them in the dresser. The task took about half an hour, as he was meticulous about keeping everything organized. Just as he was finishing, a polite knock interrupted him. He opened the door to find a tall, rigid-looking man standing there, someone who seemed vaguely familiar. Izuku recalled seeing him during the entrance exam. The man recognized him as well. He mentioned that Izuku had been murmuring to himself during Present Mic's opening speech. Izuku recalled the moment and felt a bit embarrassed. The man bowed deeply, apologizing for his earlier judgment. Izuku quickly reassured him that it was okay, admitting that he had been the one distracting everyone. The man straightened up and introduced himself as Tenya Ida. Expressing his eagerness for their time together at UA. Izuku smiled, introducing himself in return. Tenya's eyes widened slightly as he realized who Izuku was, the student who had scored an impressive 258 points on the entrance exam, breaking the school record. Tenya cleared his throat and proposed to get together in the common room for all members of Class 1A. He had already informed the others but wanted to make sure Izuku was included. Eagerly, Izuku accepted the invitation, thanking Tenya for reaching out. They made their way down to the common room, where a lively gathering was already underway. Izuku recognized several faces, including a girl with a gravity-related quirk who was animatedly conversing with what appeared to be empty space. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a floating outfit and invisibility quirk. That was impressive, he thought. He spotted Katsuki, who looked annoyed as he dealt with an energetic red-haired boy trying to engage him in conversation. Nearby, in a group of girls, he noticed Momo. When their eyes met, Izuku smiled and waved, but she blushed and quickly looked away, leaving him puzzled by her reaction. Tenya called for everyone's attention, asking them to introduce themselves. He began by introducing himself and explaining his quirk, Engine, which allowed him to move at incredible speeds thanks to engine-like protrusions on his calves. He humorously mentioned that he fueled it with orange juice, prompting polite applause from the others. As the introductions continued, Izuku felt the tension in the room as no one stepped up next. Unable to bear the silence, he suggested they go around in a circle, starting with the person to Tenya's right. Tenya agreed and gestured to a blonde student. The student introduced himself as Yuga Aoyama, explaining that his quirk, Naval Laser, allowed him to fire powerful lasers from his belly, though overuse could lead to a severe bellyache. The introductions continued, and Izuku took the opportunity to think about what he would say when it was his turn. He listened intently to his classmates, wanting to know more about them since they would be spending the year together. Yuga Aoyama seemed flamboyant, while Eijiro Kirishima, who could harden his body, appeared friendly and approachable. Katsuki, with his explosion quirk, seemed genuinely interested in learning about his classmates, though Izuku couldn't tell if it was competitive spirit or something else. Denki Kaminari introduced his quirk, Electrification, which allowed him to generate electricity, though he struggled with control. Izuku felt a strange sense of familiarity with this quirk but couldn't pinpoint why. Lastly, Koji Koda introduced himself, revealing that he could communicate with animals. As the introductions continued, Izuku felt a growing sense of camaraderie among his classmates, excited for the journey ahead. He didn't say anything beyond that, meekly sitting back down after his quick introduction. Rikido Sato, with the quirk known as Sugar Rush, could enhance his strength fivefold when activated, provided he consumed a small amount of sugar. Izuku found himself intrigued, wondering if One for All was similar since it also increased strength, but in his case, it drew from a reservoir of accumulated power. That was the key difference, Izuku mused. Mizo Shoji, whose quirk was Dupli Arms, had the ability to transform the tips of his 6 tentacle-like appendages into various body parts, such as ears, mouths, or noses. The replicated body parts were significantly more effective than the originals, up to 10 times better. Initially, Izuku thought Mizo looked intimidating, but his gentle manner of speaking revealed a kind-hearted nature. There was a softness in his tone that put Izuku at ease. Achiko Uraraka, known for her quirk Zero Gravity, was the girl he had seen at the entrance exam levitating and smashing robots. Her quirk allowed her to negate gravity on anything she touched, but she admitted that overusing it made her feel nauseous. When she caught Izuku's eye, a light blush crept onto her cheeks as she recognized him, explaining the spectacle he had witnessed during the exam. Tsuyu Azui, with her quirk Frog, had an appearance that matched her abilities, featuring dark green hair and a wide mouth that drooped slightly in the center. Izuku found her features endearing, and upon reflection, he realized that all of his female classmates were either cute or beautiful. His thoughts shifted as he remembered Himiko, and a blush crept onto his face as he considered his feelings. He quickly refocused and listened to the other introductions. Toru Hagakure, with the quirk Invisibility, was the invisible girl he had noticed earlier. Her quirk involved manipulating light, and she humorously compared her appearance to a blend of historical figures, leaving Izuku puzzled as he tried to visualize it. Mina Ishido, whose quirk was Acid, could generate acids from her body and control their concentration and viscosity. Izuku was fascinated to learn that she loved to dance, even showcasing some moves right then and there. Her fluid and precise movements made it clear to him that she would excel in hand-to-hand combat. Kyoka Jiro, with her quirk Earphone Jack, demonstrated her ability by extending her earlobes and jamming them into the floor, explaining that this allowed her to hear footsteps from a considerable distance. Next was someone Izuku recognized. Momo Yaoyorozu introduced herself politely, stating that her quirk, Creation, enabled her to produce non-living materials from her exposed skin, provided she knew the molecular structure of the object. She also mentioned that using her quirk too much could lead to anemia. Mina playfully hugged Momo from behind, teasing her about the advantages of her quirk and how it affected her physique. Momo, startled by the sudden embrace, quickly explained the potential downsides of her ability. Minoru Mineta, a short boy with purple spheres on his head, introduced himself enthusiastically, rushing to Momo's side. He complimented her beauty and expressed concern about her health, oblivious to her discomfort. Izuku, noticing her embarrassed expression, decided to intervene. He suggested to Mineta that it might be better to wait until after the introductions to continue his conversation with Momo. Mineta, unfazed, grinned and teased Izuku about jealousy. Katsuki Bakugo, sitting nearby, erupted into laughter at the exchange, but his demeanor quickly shifted as he warned Mineta to be quiet, causing the room to fall silent. Tenya Ida diplomatically suggested they move on, prompting Katsuki to grunt in agreement while Mineta nervously complied. Masahiro Ojiro, with the quirk tail, introduced himself with a light-hearted laugh, stating he simply had a tail and was content with that. He appeared unbothered by the lack of elaboration. Hantashiro, whose quirk was tape, explained that he could swing around using tape like a superhero, though it came with the drawback of drying out his skin. He joked that his biggest monthly expense was lotion. Fumikage Tokoyami introduced his quirk, Dark Shadow, which was a rare sentient ability. He explained that its strength and personality depended on the amount of light present, hinting at its unpredictable nature in darkness. Shoto Todoroki, with the quirk half cold half hot, succinctly described his ability to generate ice from one side of his body and flames from the other. He preferred using his right side but was prepared to use his left if necessary. With Shoto's introduction complete, all eyes turned to Izuku. Swallowing to calm his nerves, he introduced himself. He noticed a few faces light up in recognition, but he pressed on, explaining that his quirk granted him enhanced strength and speed, along with the ability to manifest strands of black whip. Silence enveloped the room as realization dawned on them. Eijiro Kirishima exclaimed in surprise, startling those around him, while Katsuki merely covered his ear. He shouted out Izuku's impressive score from the entrance exam, which was not the reaction Izuku had anticipated. He vaguely recalled seeing Eijiro's name on the top 10 list, which indicated that he was aware of certain information. Not that he wanted to conceal it, but Izuku didn't appreciate the idea of everyone broadcasting that knowledge. He preferred to avoid the extra attention it brought him. He was simply content to surpass All Might's record and hadn't realized it was such a significant matter. However, he wasn't ashamed of it, so he decided to embrace it. He acknowledged his achievement with a hint of resignation in his tone. Eijiro, filled with enthusiasm, jumped from his seat and bounded over to Izuku, expressing his admiration for the accomplishment. He eagerly reached out to shake Izuku's hand, which he did with great excitement. Izuku sensed that Eijiro meant no harm, but he still wished for a little less attention. Most of his classmates were now staring at him with wide eyes, except for a few. He wondered if this was similar to the pressure All Might experienced being constantly observed and placed on a pedestal. Yet, he knew this was nothing compared to the scrutiny All Might faced. If Izuku were to truly succeed him, he would have to endure this kind of attention every day, multiplied many times over. He considered this early attention as good practice for the future, even if he didn't particularly enjoy it. Eijiro then urged him to share more about his quirk, prompting Izuku to remind himself that this was training for his future as a pro hero. He steeled his nerves, repeating to himself that this was all part of his preparation. By the end of the day, Izuku felt completely drained physically, mentally, and emotionally. Eijiro's enthusiastic announcement of his entrance exam score had sparked a flurry of questions from curious classmates. Wanting to be polite and not come off as unfriendly before their first official day together, Izuku did his best to answer each question without revealing too much. He was relieved that his classmates weren't teasing or harassing him. Their curiosity seemed genuine, even if some questions felt a bit intrusive. His attempts to divert attention from his quirk were somewhat clumsy. When pressed for more details, he awkwardly explained that he could just power up and go. Reflecting on it now made him want to cringe. Katsuki wore an expression that was hard to decipher. He seemed furious, eager to ask questions, and relieved all at once, yet he remained silent during the questioning. Fortunately, the ordeal came to an end when Momo Yaoyorozu suggested they wrap up for the day and prepare for their first day of school tomorrow. Izuku wanted to thank her, but she had already slipped away into the girls' section of the dorms before he could catch her. He sighed, realizing that his classmates were a lively and diverse group. He hoped he had made a good impression on them, as they would be spending the entire school year together. As night fell, Izuku took a shower in the hall bathroom, relieved to avoid any encounters on his way to and from. After changing into his sleepwear a simple pair of loose boxers and a white t-shirt, he checked his phone and was surprised to find a text from Himiko. It had been sent recently, likely while he was showering. Himiko's messages were enthusiastic, asking which dorm and room he was in. Amused, Izuku decided to humor her request and replied with his room details, curious about her intentions. Her response came almost instantly, confirming she was on her way. Confused by the acronym he looked it up and learned it meant "on my way," which left him puzzled. Suddenly, he heard a sound from his window. Curious, he approached it and saw Himiko waving at him from the ground, which left him momentarily stunned. His phone rang, displaying an incoming call from Himiko. With trembling fingers, he answered, hearing her cheerful voice asking if he would invite her in or leave her out in the cold. Izuku was taken aback, questioning her presence outside his window. She playfully insisted she was there to see him, and after a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to let her in, feeling a mix of embarrassment and excitement at the thought of having her in his room. He hung up, took a deep breath, and put on a pair of shorts before stepping out of his room. As he quietly descended the stairs, he noticed some noise coming from the kitchen. Peeking around the corner, he spotted Shoto Todoroki enjoying a bowl of cold soba. Shoto noticed him and set down his bowl. Izuku greeted him, curious about what he was doing at that hour. Shoto explained that cold soba was his favorite food and helped him calm down. This revelation struck a chord with Izuku, who was also feeling nervous about the first day of school. Seeing someone as composed as Shoto displaying signs of anxiety was somewhat reassuring. Izuku expressed his wish for a comfort food like that, admitting his own nerves about the upcoming day. Izuku hoped they would both do great. Shoto responded positively, and Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. He offered his help and friendship, encouraging Shoto to reach out if he needed anything. This sincere gesture caught Shoto's full attention, and after a moment of contemplation, he expressed his gratitude. Izuku smiled and wished Shoto a good night. As Shoto returned the sentiment, he realized he had forgotten to ask why Izuku had been downstairs. However, by the time he thought of it, Izuku had already vanished upstairs. Shoto shrugged, thinking that his soba wasn't going to eat itself. Meanwhile, Izuku was quietly dialing Himiko as he hurried back to his room. She answered on the second ring, her excitement evident as she asked where he was. Izuku explained that he had gotten caught up downstairs but had another idea. Once he was safely inside his room and locked the door, he opened the large window, ensuring it was wide enough for a person to fit through. He instructed Himiko to look back at the window, and he saw her grin up at him. After a moment of concentration, he sent down 4 strands of black whip toward her. They reached her easily, even from 25 feet away. He asked if she trusted him, and she immediately affirmed with a thumbs up. With a nod, Izuku curled the strands of black whip around her securely. Once he was confident he had a firm grip, he pulled the strands back, bringing a laughing Himiko up with them. He slowed down as she approached his room, gently bringing her inside before shutting the window and retracting the black whip. And just like that, Himiko was in his room, alone, with no adult supervision. He greeted her shyly and quietly, taking in her appearance. She wore a green hoodie, one of his, and dark sweats, looking just as beautiful as she did during their fancy dinners. Izuku felt his face heat up. Himiko laughed breathlessly, mentioning how lucky she was to have made it through his window on the first try. He welcomed her to his room, gesturing awkwardly around. She giggled, commenting on how it was just as fanboyish as she imagined, eyeing the wall of All Might merchandise with a frown that made Izuku wonder if it was a trick of the light. He explained that it would be his home for the year. As she walked over to his bed, she asked if she could lie down. He quickly assured her that it was fine. She kicked off her shoes, yawned, and stretched, which made Izuku's throat go dry. Himiko grinned at him before lying down, hugging his pillow as if it were a cherished item. Izuku took a moment to appreciate the sight. Himiko curled around his pillow, her hair fanned out like a halo. Her golden eyes looked up at him, warm and inviting, as if she were trying to entice him. Unsure of what to do, he sat down at his desk chair, keeping his eyes on her. She resembled a cozy kitten playing with yarn, making it difficult for him to find the right words to describe her cuteness. Himiko made a happy noise, complimenting his room and noting that it was bigger than hers. Surprised, Izuku asked if the buildings were the same size. She laughed, explaining that her room was noticeably smaller, likely due to the school's focus on future heroes over general courses. Izuku frowned, believing it was unfair. Himiko agreed, stating that the school prioritized heroes too much. She expressed her frustration about how society labeled people as heroes or villains, seeing it as a simplistic view of individuals using their quirks for violence. A somber silence filled the room, and a dark look crossed her face as she admitted feeling like a hypocrite. Izuku firmly disagreed, insisting that she was one of the least violent people he knew. If she were truly violent, she would have attacked him for his blood years ago. Himiko hesitated, wanting to counter but ultimately holding back. She knew Izuku would refute her thoughts, so she kept silent about her past actions. He reassured her that her craving for blood was tied to her quirk and that he would support her as long as she needed. Himiko looked up at him, her previous expression replaced by pure affection. She expressed how much his words meant to her. Izuku, feeling embarrassed, tried to downplay it, but she interrupted, emphasizing that no one else had offered their blood to her willingly. As she approached him, her gaze shifted, filled with raw hunger and need. Izuku felt frozen in his chair as she threw her arms around his neck and sat in his lap, causing him to make a surprised sound. She asked for permission in a low tone, and he nodded, shutting his eyes at their close proximity, waiting for what would come next. It was a regular enough occurrence that he knew what pain to expect, but he could never get used to the sheer closeness and intimacy of the moment. However, the anticipated bite never came, and the pain never surfaced. Instead, he felt a pair of lips gently caressing his own. Izuku's eyes shot open to find Himiko, eyes shut, much closer than he had anticipated. She broke off their innocent kiss and slowly opened her eyes, grinning triumphantly. She playfully remarked that he looked too cute to resist. Izuku felt his face heat up, realizing he was blushing deeply. He struggled to speak, feeling overwhelmed by the significance of what had just happened. All he could manage was to admit that it was his first kiss, his eyes darting away from her. Himiko, sensing his embarrassment, asked if he was sad that she had taken it. Her worry quickly faded when he replied that he was glad it was her. His meek admission made her smile grow even wider, and she thought to herself how adorable he was and how he was all hers. As her thoughts spiraled, she wiped the manic grin off her face, relieved that Izuku wasn't looking at her just yet. She couldn't help it, he was too adorable, and having him close made her feel giddy. Leaning in, she whispered a playful thank you for the meal, enjoying the way he shuddered at her breath against his ear. She then teased that it was time for dessert. Later, as Izuku sat at breakfast, Rikido Sato, the gentle giant, noticed his distracted demeanor. Rikido had taken it upon himself to cook breakfast for everyone, waking up early to prepare a feast of sweets. Izuku sighed, admitting he was having trouble sleeping. Ijiro, the redhead, chimed in, noting that even the toughest among them felt nervous before the first day of class. Izuku wanted to explain that it was more than just nerves. After Himiko had left, he found himself alone and on edge, unable to escape his thoughts. Memories of her kiss replayed in his mind, stirring feelings he had never experienced before. Even though it had been innocent, the thought of it made his heart race and his cheeks flush. He couldn't help but wonder why someone as beautiful as Himiko would be interested in him. He was just Izuku Midoriya, a boy with dreams of becoming the #1 hero, yet he felt a sense of pride and excitement knowing she had chosen him. Suddenly, Kyokajiro interrupted his thoughts, commenting on how lost in thought he seemed. Izuku nervously laughed and explained he hadn't slept well. She mentioned that she was in the same boat. Before he could say more, Tenya Ida's voice boomed throughout the first floor, announcing that class would start soon. Realizing he still had to pack, Kyoka asked him to take her plate into the kitchen before rushing off. After finishing his meal, Izuku took both his and Kyoka's plates to the kitchen, where he found Momo washing dishes. He decided to help her, settling beside her. Momo didn't notice him until he handed her a plate, causing her to yelp in surprise. She apologized, feeling embarrassed for not seeing him. Izuku reassured her that it was fine, but a strained silence fell between them. The only sounds were the clinking of dishes being washed. Izuku struggled to find words, feeling awkward in the moment. He wasn't skilled at talking to girls and didn't want to resort to small talk about the weather. Momo, on the other hand, had many questions about his quirk but lacked the courage to ask. She had seen glimpses of his abilities and was curious about the green tendrils of electricity and the dark ropes he could conjure. However, she reminded herself to take deep breaths and calm her racing thoughts. For a brief moment, Momo's curious side nearly took over, prompting her to ask Izuku a flurry of questions. She couldn't help it. The events of the day had sparked her interest. First, there was the conversation she overheard between Izuku and Aizawa, then the astonishing speed at which Izuku rushed to her side, and finally, the sight of him seemingly summoning 3 strands of black energy. It all made her wonder if he possessed multiple quirks. She chuckled to herself, finding the thought amusing. The idea of inheriting quirks was one thing, but multiple quirks in one person? It was a wild notion. They finished the dishes in a tense silence, with Izuku unsure of what to say and Momo holding back her thoughts. Once she stored away the last plate, Izuku broke the silence by asking if she was packed for class. Momo confirmed that she was and returned the question. Izuku nodded and, noticing the time, suggested they head to class together. A polite smile spread across Momo's face as she agreed, saying she would grab her things. As Izuku ran off, Momo took a moment to gather her thoughts. It was the first time a boy had directly invited her to join him, and she couldn't deny the thrill it brought her. Having attended an all-girls school for both middle and high school, her interactions with boys her age had been minimal. This was a new experience, one she had longed for. She had wanted to attend UA not just for its fame but to enjoy a co-ed environment, to converse with boys her age instead of the older men her parents had introduced her to for arranged marriage interviews. She had firmly declined every one of those meetings, which her parents recognized as a significant act of defiance from their usually obedient daughter. Yet, she felt she had stumbled with Izuku. Her excitement at finally being able to talk to a boy her age had led her to reveal too much of herself, a side her parents would consider inappropriate. Thankfully, he had not exposed her. Her interactions with her classmates had gone well, and she believed she had successfully presented herself as a dependable person. None seemed to know about her geeky interests, so she hoped Midoriya had kept her secret. She felt grateful for that but struggled to find a comfortable way to discuss her interests with him. With a sigh, she reminded herself that things could be worse. After retrieving her bag from her room, Momo met Izuku at the entrance of their dorm, where he was waiting with Tenya Ida and Achiko Uraraka. She greeted them pleasantly, receiving a chorus of hellos in return. Tenya enthusiastically announced that they should head off, mentioning that everyone else had already gone ahead and they were just waiting for her. Momo thanked him for waiting, bowing slightly in acknowledgement of her etiquette training. Izuku cheerfully replied that it was no problem, and the 4 of them lightly jogged to their first class, eager not to be late. As they approached the classroom, they had 3 minutes to spare. Izuku was surprised to find assigned seating, landing next to Katsuki Bakugo and Minoru Mineta. He thought to himself that this year was going to be interesting. As he walked to his seat, he overheard Minoru animatedly claiming he had seen a beautiful blonde girl floating outside the window the previous night. Denki Kaminari, looking confused, asked for clarification. Minoru insisted he was serious, and when he spotted Izuku, he asked if he had seen the girl too. Izuku feigned surprise, his heart sinking as he realized Minoru was likely referring to Himiko. Eijiro Kirishima chimed in, suggesting Minoru might be imagining things, which elicited a laugh from Katsuki. Minoru continued to insist he had seen the perfect woman, but before he could go on, a commanding voice interrupted him. Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, scolded the class for their lack of awareness and wasted time, reminding them that in the real world, precious seconds could mean the difference between life and death. The class fell silent, gulping at Aizawa's chilling words. He then informed them that instead of the usual orientation, they would be changing into gym uniforms and meeting him on the PE grounds. He pulled out a box from his sleeping bag and dropped it on the floor before leaving the room. Mina Ishido, sitting in the front row, opened the box to reveal blue and white track uniforms, exclaiming in surprise at how well they fit and that they even had their names on them. As she distributed the uniforms, a mischievous smile crossed her face, and she suggested that the girls change while sending the boys out. Minoru immediately protested, but the atmosphere in the room was charged with excitement for the day ahead. Achiko suddenly appeared before Minoru, smiling serenely. With an angelic expression, she tapped him with all of her fingers, causing him to float before playfully pushing his weightless body through the open door. They heard a loud yelp, a few exclamations, and a thud. Denki acknowledged the situation and quickly gathered his clothing, saying goodbye to the others as he left the room, followed by a group of equally startled boys. Mina waved after them, bidding them farewell. As Izuku walked toward the general-use PE grounds in his new blue and white personalized track uniform, he gazed at the classrooms used by the general course students, who appeared to be deeply engaged in their lessons. While the general course had a more flexible schedule, with each student selecting their own classes, the heroics course students had a more rigid curriculum. They were required to take English, modern literature, modern hero art history, mathematics, and many other essential courses. The most exciting class, which Izuku anticipated the most, was the Fundamental Hero Studies class, taught by All Might. The heroics class occupied a significant portion of their daily schedule, except on weekends, and it was the cornerstone of the heroics program at UA. It covered everything from regulations to hand-to-hand combat and more. This class was what made UA and its heroics program renowned throughout the nation. Izuku recalled Aizawa's warning. "If I find you lacking, I will not hesitate to expel you." It was a chilling threat, but it motivated him. He needed to prove himself to Aizawa, and the warning fueled his determination. Upon arriving with his classmates, Izuku noticed a variety of standard tools: a softball, a long jump pit, a straight track for sprints, and other everyday equipment. "Welcome to the Quirk assessment test," Aizawa announced with a mock flourish. As confused whispers spread among the first-year students, he continued, explaining that UA allowed its teachers great freedom in their methods. This test was designed to assess their upper limits, forming the basis for their training. Izuku understood well, somewhat. It was just a baseline test, right? Aizawa suddenly addressed him, asking how far he could throw a softball in high school. Izuku, feeling the weight of attention on him, replied that he had thrown it 72 meters. It had been a decent score, especially since he had begun his workout program with All Might before the final test. "That was without your quirk, correct?" Aizawa inquired. Izuku confirmed this, and Aizawa sighed, expressing his frustration with outdated methods. He emphasized that they did not live in a quirkless society, villains possessed quirks and were not afraid to use them. Therefore, they must master their quirks for the greater good. Aizawa insisted that they would learn to embrace their quirks fully, or he would consider it a failure on his part. He held up a softball and instructed Izuku to throw it using his quirk, allowing anything as long as he stayed within the circle. In a quiet voice, he added that he wanted to see if Izuku was worthy. Izuku accepted both the ball and the challenge, determined to prove himself. Nodding, Aizawa stepped back, giving him space, while the rest of the class followed suit. Izuku entered the circle, mentally preparing for what he was about to do. Normally, he would throw at 50%, but after Aizawa's challenge, anything less than 100% would feel inadequate. He recalled a phrase that echoed in his mind: "Visualize opposites." For a moment, panic surged through him, but he took a deep breath, calming himself. He focused on his breathing until his heart rate steadied. He didn't know where the voice had come from, but he felt an instinctive understanding of what to do. Grabbing the softball with his right hand, he drew back his arm. It began to glow as green electricity and fragmented shadows swirled around his palm. He gathered one for all completely and visualized opposites, his hand flexing instinctively. With a determined grunt, he swung his arm forward, releasing the pent-up energy and sending green lightning flying in all directions. The softball shot from his grasp, soaring high into the sky with a resounding boom. One of his classmates involuntarily gasped in surprise. Aizawa stared at the distance reader in his hand, and after a moment, he revealed the final result, 2,368 meters. Even Izuku had not expected such a distance, and the astonished expressions of his classmates confirmed their disbelief. Conversations erupted around him. Ijiro remarked on how incredible that was, while Mina expressed her excitement about being able to use their quirks freely. However, Aizawa quickly dampened the mood by stating that the student who ranked last in these 8 tests would be deemed to have no potential and would be expelled. The room fell silent. Mina protested, arguing that it was their first day, but Aizawa countered that the life of a hero was not fair. Heroes faced villains, natural disasters, and unpredictable challenges. They had to rise to the occasion or face the consequences. He vowed to instill this lesson in them during their time at UA. Your duty is to rise up to the occasion and go, just like our school motto says, above and beyond. He paused, smiling with determination. Plus Ultra. The first test was a simple seated toe touch. Unsurprisingly, the highest scorers for this test were all girls, except for Katsuki, who surprised everyone with his unexpected flexibility, managing to reach beyond his feet. However, he still didn't surpass Mina and Momo, whose impressive flexibility allowed them to nearly touch the ground, resulting in Momo taking first place and Mina a close second. When it was Izuku's turn, he did his best to reach for his toes but could only touch the bottom of his ankle. His training with All Might had focused mainly on strength, so Izuku realized he could benefit from incorporating more stretches into his routine. He couldn't help but wonder what All Might would think about flexibility. The idea of All Might being flexible was hard to imagine. The next test was sit-ups. This was more favorable for Izuku, as he never neglected a day. He felt confident in his speed and precision, which paid off as he secured first place, followed by Katsuki and Todoroki, who tied for second, with Momo taking third. The third test was a grip strength test. Izuku chose to go last, just in case something went wrong with the device. Unfortunately, his fears were realized when he channeled the full strength of his quirks through his hand, crushing the device completely. Aizawa marked it as NA and awarded him first place. Momo took second with a mini hydraulic press she created for the test, and Mizo Shoji placed third with a score of 540 kilograms. Next was a 50-meter sprint. Izuku poured all his power into his legs, launching himself forward with 2 strands of black whip to propel him. However, he was moving too fast to control, resulting in a tumble across the finish line. It hurt, but he was relieved to find he hadn't broken anything. He finished first with a time of 2.3 seconds, followed by Tenya at 3.04 seconds and Momo at 3.9 seconds. Momo had cleverly constructed a bicycle for the test, which Aizawa allowed since it was technically her quirk at work. Izuku admired the versatility of her abilities. The fifth test was a standing long jump. Several students jumped entirely out of the pit, which was only 5 meters wide, earning them automatic NA scores. Katsuki used his explosions to soar well past the pit, while Tsuyu Azui managed to clear it thanks to her quirk, Frog. Shoto used the ice side of his quirk to create a bridge and walked over it, while Izuku pumped 10% of his power into his legs and leaped, clearing the pit. He noted that he could only safely use 100% 2 more times in his legs, arms, and hands. Thankfully, nothing was broken, which indicated that his third quirk was helping him maintain control. He hoped he wouldn't have to push himself to the limit in the remaining tests, as he didn't want his classmates to see him struggle. Fortunately, Izuku's hopes were realized in the next test, repeated side steps. This test favored athleticism rather than specific quirks, but Izuku gained an edge by using strands of black whip to accelerate his movement. His extra effort earned him first place. The second-to-last test was the softball throw, which Izuku had already completed. Surprisingly, he placed second, far outclassed by Achiko, who achieved an astonishing score by making the ball float indefinitely. Katsuki took third place with a throw of 705 meters. Izuku was amazed to see someone score infinity on the test. The final test was a long-distance run of 1 kilometer. Momo immediately took the lead when she returned with a modified electric bike. Realizing they were competing for second and third place, Izuku focused on his speed. In a straight line, Tenya outpaced him, finishing second at 92 seconds, while Izuku came in third at 99 seconds. He was closely followed by Katsuki and Shoto, who placed 4th and 5th, respectively. Momo dominated the race with a time of 75 seconds, cruising comfortably at 48 kilometers per hour. And just like that, the Quirk assessment test concluded. Aizawa called everyone to gather around to see their rankings, stifling a yawn with his hand. As his classmates anxiously gathered to view the results on Aizawa's tablet, Izuku thought he spotted All Might peeking from behind a nearby building. However, when he looked directly at him, All Might vanished around the corner, leaving Izuku to wonder if he had imagined it. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to the tablet, which displayed the top 5 results. 5 Tenya Ida. For Shoto Todoroki. 3 Katsuki Bakugo. 2 Momo Yaoyorozu. 1 Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa reminded them to remember these names, as they were currently the top of the class, and encouraged everyone to aim to surpass them. No one spoke. While Izuku was relieved not to have been expelled, he felt uneasy about being labeled the best in the class on the first day. Yet a small part of him felt a sense of pride. Mina bravely ventured to speak up, suggesting that if anyone should be expelled, it should be her. Aizawa looked at the group through his hair, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Aizawa addressed the class, clarifying that he had no intention of expelling anyone. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, though a few students shot him vengeful glares. He chuckled, acknowledging their expressions. He then warned that those who hadn't made the top 5 were now on thin ice. One mistake could lead to expulsion. He recounted how he had previously expelled an entire class for underperformance, making it clear he wouldn't hesitate to do so again. Izuku felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. UA had granted their teachers significant authority, and he hoped this year wouldn't see a repeat of past events. He found himself getting along with most of his classmates, aside from Minoru Mineta and Katsuki Bakugo. Despite the tension, Izuku considered the first class a success, though he needed to confront the peculiar ability he had displayed during the softball throw. The phrase, "visualize opposites," echoed in his mind, a voice that felt oddly familiar, stirring emotions he couldn't quite place. He had experienced overwhelming fear, but now, reflecting on it, he felt a strange fondness and respect for that voice. He speculated that it might be linked to One for All, similar to Black Whip, perhaps a previous user attempting to communicate with him. Yet, deep down, he knew it was something entirely different. This was a new quirk, distinct from his unnamed third quirk that negated bodily damage. Izuku realized he needed to inform All Might about this development. Later, Izuku sat quietly in a cold room, enjoying a 3-course meal, a rare treat he savored with large, unrestrained bites. In contrast, the other occupant of the room, a girl, looked at him reproachfully. She bore visible injuries and only had a thin slice of bread on her plate, a meager offering meant to motivate her to improve. Izuku's gaze fell on the bread, and he felt a pang of sympathy for the girl. He remembered the days he had gone hungry and understood the struggle. Without hesitation, he took a third of his meal and placed it on her plate. She glared at him, insisting she didn't need his pity. Izuku shrugged, claiming he didn't want it anyway. She accused him of lying, pointing out his reputation for eating a lot, as noted by their classmates. Izuku casually mentioned that one of those classmates, Kazuki, had attacked him, leading to an unusual confrontation. The girl seemed surprised but admitted she was glad Kazuki was no longer around, finding him annoying. A silence fell between them until she hesitantly asked if she could really have the food. Her tone had softened, and Izuku assured her there were no strings attached. He returned to his meal, focused on replenishing his energy after using his quirks. The girl, however, hesitated, poking at the food. Was wary of accepting kindness without a catch, as trades for food were common in their world. Yet there was something different about Izuku. He had offered her food without asking for anything in return, a rarity in her experience. It was the first genuine act of kindness she had received in a long time. As she observed him, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of affection for the boy who had shared his meal so selflessly. Later, after leaving the PE grounds, Mina Ishido gathered her classmates and apologized for her earlier comments to Aizawa. Achiko tilted her head, asking what she was apologizing for. Mina explained that her words had nearly led to someone's expulsion. Momo reassured her that Aizawa would have found a reason to threaten expulsion regardless, emphasizing that Mina had merely played into his strategy to motivate them for the quirk assessment test. Mina looked up at Momo with admiration, her eyes shimmering with gratitude as she expressed her thanks. She hugged Momo tightly, resting her head against her chest, much to the envy of some boys nearby. Momo, taken aback, stammered in surprise, her cheeks flushing a bright red. She gently pushed Mina away, feeling the weight of her classmates' gazes upon them. Embarrassment washed over her, and she quickly hid her face behind her hands, counting silently to regain her composure. Once she felt steadier, she lowered her hands and adopted a more serious demeanor. She urged the class to move along, not wanting to be late for their next lesson. The students murmured in agreement and began to disperse toward their classroom. Momo took a moment to ensure everyone had left before she sank down behind a nearby wall, taking a deep, shaky breath. The encounter had been too close for comfort. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice call her name, causing her to jump in surprise. Izuku had approached her, and she let out a startled squeal. He quickly reassured her, letting her know it was just him. Momo's mortification was evident as she struggled to find her words. Izuku, sensing her discomfort, offered his support, reminding her that she could always talk to him. With a deep sigh, Momo finally spoke, admitting that she often felt nervous in front of crowds and needed a moment to recharge. Izuku could relate, having experienced similar feelings himself. He took the opportunity to express his gratitude for her help the previous night, acknowledging that her suggestion to end their conversation had saved him from an awkward situation. He extended his hand to her, and she hesitated for a moment before accepting it, feeling a warmth in the gesture. As they walked back toward their classroom, Momo tried to shake off her nervousness. She reassured him that he didn't need to thank her. Izuku smiled kindly, and they continued in a somewhat awkward silence until he mustered the courage to ask her about her favorite class. Momo's eyes lit up with excitement as she mentioned her anticipation for Foundational Hero Studies, taught by All Might. She quickly caught herself, pretending to cough to mask her enthusiasm. Izuku shared her excitement, wondering what costume All Might would wear, and they began to discuss their preferences for the various eras of All Might's costumes. Momo was taken aback by Izuku's opinion on the Golden Age costume, feeling compelled to defend it passionately. She explained how the bright gold served as a beacon of hope and recognition, evoking nostalgia and symbolizing the future All Might aimed to create. As she spoke, she became increasingly aware of her own fervor and felt her cheeks heat up with embarrassment. Realizing she had rambled on, Momo quickly apologized, wishing to brush off her outburst. Izuku, however, insisted that her thoughts were valid and encouraged her to share more. Momo hesitated, feeling silly for her earlier enthusiasm, but Izuku's supportive demeanor made her reconsider. In a moment of newfound confidence, he gently turned her to face him, emphasizing that her feelings were important and worth discussing. Momo felt embarrassed in front of Izuku, but he reassured her that she had done nothing wrong. She looked down, contemplating her feelings. She had thought he was just an errand boy, and now she had revealed personal information about herself. Izuku sighed, explaining that the errand boy label was a mistake made by All Might. He understood why it happened and offered to get an apology if she wanted one. Before she could respond, he asked what embarrassing things she was referring to, claiming he didn't remember her saying anything bad. Momo hesitated, feeling uncomfortable with his directness. She finally admitted that she had gushed about All Might, but even she found her reason lacking. Izuku laughed lightly, pointing out that everyone admired All Might, and it was nothing to be ashamed of. Momo puffed out her cheeks, realizing how ridiculous her worries sounded when he put it that way. She attempted to respond but ended up growling at him in frustration. Izuku chuckled at her reaction and let go of her shoulder. He then extended his hand, suggesting they start over and become good friends. Momo hesitated but eventually shook his hand, feeling its warmth. However, she still held on, looking down at her feet as she asked if it was unseemly to like heroes. Izuku was taken aback by her question, insisting that it was completely normal. He joked that if it were unseemly, he must be the biggest degenerate on the planet. Momo didn't sound convinced, and he noticed her mental block regarding her feelings for heroes. He offered to keep her admiration a secret if she felt free to talk to him about it. She considered his proposal, feeling it was too good to be true. When she asked if he really wouldn't tell anyone, Izuku grinned and affirmed his promise, claiming that a true hero never lies. Momo laughed, recognizing his reference to a book from her childhood. Izuku pointed out that she was the one who recognized it, and in a playful moment, she stuck her tongue out at him, only to feel embarrassed and retract it. He laughed good-naturedly at her reaction and reminded her that they would be late for class. He freed his hand from her grip and motioned for her to follow him. As they walked, Momo pondered whether she could trust him. She didn't know him well, but he seemed trustworthy, not the type to lie. Perhaps she could trust him a little and see if he was worthy of her full confidence before sharing her admiration for heroes. The thought of having someone she could be herself around made her giddy, but she felt it was too soon to let her guard down completely. Still, she wondered if it might be worth a try. Toshinori emerged from his hiding spot when Aizawa called him out. He smiled sheepishly, curious how long Aizawa had known he was there. Aizawa rolled his eyes, having noticed Toshinori during the quirk assessment test. He guessed Toshinori wanted to discuss his protege or watch how he performed. Toshinori admitted he wanted Aizawa's opinion on Izuku. Aizawa replied that it was too early to tell but noted that Izuku seemed to be holding back or had limitations with his quirk. He explained that if Izuku had run the kilometer at the same speed as the 50 meters, he would have placed first. The difference in speed was too significant to attribute to a simple sprint versus jogging argument. Aizawa calculated that Izuku could run the kilometer in about 46 seconds at full speed, but his actual time was 99 seconds, indicating he lacked full control over his quirk or couldn't handle its power output. Toshinori was impressed by Aizawa's analysis, but Aizawa insisted it was just part of his job. Aizawa pressed Toshinori for an explanation, and Toshinori revealed that Izuku couldn't fully control one for all yet. He believed Izuku thought he was using 100% of the quirk, but in reality he had only reached 30% of his potential. Aizawa was intrigued by this revelation, and Toshinori prepared to share more. He explained that Izuku had multiple quirks, which left Aizawa in disbelief. Toshinori insisted it was true, and Aizawa realized he needed to know this information, especially since he was Izuku's homeroom teacher. The tendril of darkness that Izuku could summon was known as Black Whip, a quirk belonging to one of the former users of One for All. Aizawa processed this information and asked if it was classified. Toshinori confirmed it was. Aizawa suggested they discuss it in his office, and the walk back was filled with tension. In his deflated state, Toshinori contemplated how much to share with Aizawa. Izuku's information was private, and even he himself was unaware of everything regarding his past. Toshinori had kept details about his history and other quirks hidden from Izuku. They had erased the boy's memory for a reason. The trauma inflicted by All for One was unimaginable, and Toshinori wanted to protect Izuku from that burden. However, Toshinori felt he could trust Shota. He needed someone to help guide Izuku through this new quirk that had suddenly appeared if he was not available. As Aizawa locked the door to his office, Toshinori began to explain that Izuku possessed multiple quirks, many of which were related to One for All, inherited from its previous users. One of these was Black Whip, the dark tendrils he could create. Aizawa listened intently. Toshinori continued, expressing uncertainty about how many One for All related quirks Izuku could manifest, as he himself had never manifested any. He warned Aizawa that there was another category of quirks they needed to be cautious about. Taking a deep breath, he revealed that Izuku had been given a set of compatible quirks. Aizawa asked for clarification, and Toshinori explained that there was an individual capable of taking and giving quirks, the same villain responsible for the creation of One for All, known as All for One. Toshinori's voice grew tense as he recounted how years ago, All for One had abducted young Izuku along with other children for experiments. Toshinori's frustration was palpable as he recounted the story, a painful reminder of his failure to protect innocent lives. They were uncertain of All for One's true intentions, but it seemed he aimed to create the perfect, obedient super soldier. He had given various quirks to the children and trained them in their use. Izuku had been one of the most successful subjects, emerging as the best among them. Aizawa remained silent, his expression unreadable. Toshinori pressed on, explaining that they had discovered materials at the training site indicating the children had been pitted against each other and other humans. The winners were rewarded while the losers faced punishment, and Izuku had consistently emerged victorious due to his unique combination of quirks, fulfilling the villain's vision of a perfect warrior. Aizawa inquired about Izuku's age when he was taken, and Toshinori grimly replied that he was only 8. He explained how All for One had implanted 6 quirks within him, a combination that should have been lethal, yet Izuku not only survived but thrived. Aizawa asked if they knew which quirks had been placed inside him, and Toshinori confirmed they had extensive notes from the experiment site that could provide that information. Aizawa expressed concern that Izuku should learn to harness the power of his quirks, despite the tragic circumstances of their acquisition. He argued that the quirks themselves were not inherently evil and could be used as assets against villains. Toshinori countered that it was too risky, as they did not know how deeply All for One's teachings had affected Izuku. There was a danger that awakening those memories could trigger something dark within him. Aizawa pointed out the potential consequences of having a sleeper agent as a successor, and Toshinori defended his choice, insisting that he had not known the full extent of Izuku's past when he chose him. He believed in Izuku's heart and spirit. Aizawa contemplated the risks, recognizing that if Izuku regained his memories, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Yet he also acknowledged that keeping such power sealed away was a waste. Toshinori explained that Izuku seemed to access his quirks instinctively. For instance, the third quirk he had awakened allowed him to freeze parts of his body, developing without any memories surfacing. He believed they would need to allow Izuku to discover his abilities on his own, as this quirk enabled him to manage one for all, albeit with limitations. Aizawa raised the concern of what would happen when Izuku inevitably questioned the origin of his quirks. Toshinori proposed a simple solution, to tell him it was a quirk gained from one for all. Aizawa noted that this approach seemed uncharacteristic of Toshinori, who typically valued honesty. Toshinori explained that sometimes a lie could protect someone, especially given the uncertainties surrounding Izuku's memories. Aizawa summarized Toshinori's plan, confirming that they would wait to see if Izuku reawakened a quirk and then explain it as related to one for all. Toshinori affirmed this course of action, pleading with Aizawa to support him. Aizawa agreed to go along with the plan but expressed his discomfort with the idea of having a potential sleeper agent in their midst. Toshinori reassured him that the likelihood of that was slim, emphasizing his desire to avoid unnecessary risks. "Thank you for hearing him out, Aizawa." The other man held up a hand, indicating there was no need for thanks. He was simply interested in figuring out how to properly teach the student, and Izuku had given him a lot to think about. The rest of the morning passed quickly after the quirk assessment test. Izuku and his class attended English, modern literature, and mathematics before finally being released for lunch. Most students headed to the cafeteria, but Izuku chose to avoid the lunch rush by bringing his own meal from the dorm. It was nothing special, just 3 sandwiches and a protein shake. While he was capable of making more complicated meals, he preferred something simple when it was just for himself. The sandwiches and protein shake provided enough fuel to last until dinner, where he would indulge more. As he walked out of the classroom, he was approached by the energetic Eijiro Kirishima. He gestured to a small group of kids, including Katsuki Bakugo, Tenya Ida, Denki Kaminari, and Shoto Todoroki, inviting Izuku to join them for lunch. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment and explained that he had promised someone he would eat with them. Denki leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially about whether it was a boy or girl. For a brief moment, Izuku considered telling the truth before finally relenting and saying it was a girl. Denki whistled in response, teasingly mentioning that if it was Yaoyorozu, he would have to high-five Izuku and then jokingly threaten him. Izuku felt his face heat up even more as he clarified that the girl was from outside their class, Class 1C. Denki laughed, calling him lucky and announcing to the group that Izuku had a date. Eijiro and Tenyo wished him luck, while Katsuki found the situation amusing. Shoto seemed unfazed, his expression unchanged. Izuku thanked them, his face still burning, and suggested they eat together the next day instead. Katsuki agreed, teasing Izuku to hurry off to his date. With a hurried goodbye, Izuku left the embarrassing situation and made his way to the entrance of UA University. He let out a relieved sigh and pulled out his phone to text Himiko, asking if she would like to meet up for lunch. Just as he sent the last text, a pair of hands covered his eyes. Surprised, he was about to turn around when he heard a gentle voice say, "Guess who?" Relaxing, he smiled, recognizing the voice as Himiko's. She confirmed her identity with a playful whisper, and as Izuku shivered, she giggled, playfully hanging on to him. She wrapped her arms around his chest from behind, giving him a warm hug and asking how his first day was going. He replied that it was going well, though he felt a bit distracted by her embrace. Himiko insisted on continuing the hug, teasing him about whether he disliked it. Izuku blushed and explained that it wasn't that he disliked it, but they were in public. Eventually, she let go, raising a finger to his lips to remind him they needed to work on his comfort with public displays of affection. Izuku was confused by the term, and Himiko explained it meant showing affection in public. He admitted he preferred private displays of affection, to which she playfully responded that what they did in private would be something entirely different. Izuku's face turned crimson, and they walked off campus, deciding on a fast food restaurant since Himiko hadn't brought her own food. Izuku paid for her grilled cheese sandwich, and they found a secluded corner to sit down. As they ate, Himiko watched him with a bemused expression, taking small bites of her sandwich. She asked how his first day was going, and he eagerly shared that it had been interesting, mentioning the Quirk assessment test and the intimidating nature of their teacher. Himiko picked up on his achievement and praised him for placing first, which made Izuku blush even deeper. He found the praise rewarding, especially coming from her. Himiko continued to smile at him, her own cheeks flushed. Izuku felt a mix of embarrassment and happiness as he gently took her hand and lowered it to the table, expressing that it was a bit embarrassing. She playfully apologized, and he enjoyed the warmth of her small hand in his, holding on to it as he finished his meal with his other hand. Himiko watched him with a wide smile, her blush indicating her delight in the moment. If she was opposed to it, she certainly did not show it, instead curling her fingers around his. They ate like this for a while, until Izuku realized that it was rather difficult to eat in such a manner. Blushing even harder, he remorsefully attempted to let go of her hand, but Himiko just held on with a growing grin, shifting so that their fingers intertwined. She playfully asked where he thought he was going, and he replied that he was going nowhere. Himiko smiled, pleased with his answer. She had finished her grilled cheese and was now focused solely on him. Izuku, feeling embarrassed and a bit happy under her scrutiny, shifted in his seat, acutely aware of the silence that had developed between them. Fortunately, Himiko broke the silence by asking about his afternoon plans. Izuku mentioned that he had foundational hero studies, which occupied his entire afternoon, and he expressed his excitement. In turn, Himiko shared that she had Anatomy 21A and Pre-Med 1, adding that they had some kind of mandatory event later that day. Izuku was genuinely curious about her courses. He noted that general course students had more freedom in choosing their classes compared to the hero course's rigid structure. When he asked if she was interested in medicine, she replied that she was more fascinated by the human body, though she kept her more intense thoughts to herself. Izuku complimented her aspirations, calling her Himiko-sensei, which made her huff in playful annoyance, though she secretly liked the idea of being called Himiko-senpai by him. He reflected on their friendship, recalling how long it had been since they first met and feeling a warmth spread through him at the thought of her being his first true friend. When he mentioned how long it felt since they met, Himiko blinked in surprise and asked why he brought it up. He shrugged it off, feeling nostalgic, and they both reminisced about their past. Himiko quickly answered that it had been 10 years, but Izuku laughed, correcting her that it had only been about 4 years since they met. Their meeting was closely tied to his training and becoming one for all successor, memories he cherished. Himiko's expression shifted, and for a moment, it seemed as if her hopes had been dashed, but the look disappeared just as quickly. She coyly asked why he had asked about their past if he remembered it. Izuku floundered for an answer, feeling awkward and embarrassed. Himiko found his flustered state adorable, thinking he was so cute it should be illegal. She felt a rush of affection for him, wanting to cherish him and the moments they shared. Himiko pinched her leg, bringing herself back to reality. She had a tendency to let her thoughts wander when it came to Izuku, but she considered it a blessing. Their friendship had opened her up to new experiences, starting with something as simple as sharing a meal. She squeezed his hand, encouraging him to relax, noting that he didn't need to be so on edge around her. Izuku looked down, admitting that it was just her that made him feel this way, and he blushed again, realizing how that sounded. Himiko grinned, teasing him about whether she should count that as a confession, which made him stammer in embarrassment. Himiko laughed, enjoying the moment. It was blissful to share a simple meal with Izuku, to tease him and watch his adorable expressions. For once, she could forget about everything else and focus on what truly mattered, being with him. At 2:45 p.m., it was finally time for Foundational Hero Studies, taught by none other than All Might. Izuku sat eagerly in his seat, reflecting on how lunch with Himiko had gone, filled with her teasing. He found himself enjoying her attention more than he expected. Suddenly, a heroic voice shattered his thoughts, announcing that All Might was coming through the door. The anticipation in the classroom was palpable as All Might entered, dressed in his Silver Age costume, radiating charisma. Despite his concern for All Might's health, Izuku felt awe at the sight. All Might quickly introduced himself as their teacher for the class, emphasizing that Foundational Hero Studies would build their foundations as heroes through countless trials and tribulations. For the first trial, All Might paused for dramatic effect before announcing combat training. Izuku could have sworn he heard a subdued cheer from Katsuki somewhere nearby. As the class buzzed with anticipation, All Might continued, stating that there is no rest for heroes, and they must remain vigilant. He revealed boxes with numbers corresponding to their seat numbers. Pressing a button on his remote, slots opened on the wall behind him, each containing packages marked with a number. He explained that a hero's costume is crucial to their identity and effectiveness in battle. Thanks to the Quirk registry and the special forms they completed, their costumes were ready. All Might instructed everyone to change into their new outfits as soon as possible and meet him at ground beta before striding out of the room. A brief silence followed, with some still in awe of the number 1 hero. Minoru broke the silence by suggesting they change together, but Ijiro quickly dismissed the idea, picking Minoru up by the back of his neck. He asked Denki to grab their clothes while he dragged Minoru to the bathroom at the end of the hall. Denki, a bit disappointed, picked up their clothes from the slots and followed Ijiro and Minoru out. Izuku said goodbye to the girls and grabbed his uniform before heading to the nearest empty bathroom stall. He quickly changed into his hero costume, which was primarily dark green with black lines arcing down the sides, designed to minimize drag and allow for agile movements. The costume featured padding for protection and reinforced wrist support to reduce strain from his punches. His fingerless gloves had metal laced over the knuckles, and his combat boots had iron soles for added power in his kicks. The sleek design accentuated his physique, and he decided to add the black breathing mask given to him by Himiko as a good luck charm. Feeling ready, he made his way to ground beta. On the way, he encountered Tenya, who was dressed in a suit of metallic armor that made him look like a modern knight. They chatted as they entered the expansive ground beta, where Izuku decided to jog around to warm up. Tenya offered to help direct their classmates, allowing Izuku to jog alone at a brisk pace. After completing 5 laps, Izuku joined the rest of the class gathered around All Might. Once he confirmed everyone was present, All Might welcomed them to combat training, emphasizing the importance of indoor anti-personnel combat, as most villain captures occur indoors. The students were to be split into teams of 2, designated as either hero or villain. Excited murmurs spread through the crowd as All Might explained that the villains would start inside and defend while the heroes began outside. He clarified that this setup was to simulate a real-life raid. The villains had to protect a remote control that represented an ultra-top-secret nuclear weapon, while the heroes needed to capture it by holding down a button for 3 seconds to disarm the bomb. As All Might demonstrated the remote, it began to ring after 3 seconds, indicating victory for the heroes. He instructed the villains to protect the remote until time ran out or to capture the heroes by applying bright yellow tape onto their chests. He emphasized the importance of caution, as a hero who was touched by a villain would be considered out of the game. Growing frustrated with the ringing, All Might crushed the controller in his hand but continued without acknowledging it. He reminded everyone that the hero's win condition was stricter to reflect real-life scenarios, where capturing villains might not guarantee safety. The students nodded in agreement, ready to take on the challenge. All Might cheerfully announced it was time to decide the teams, pulling sticks with names from a mug. Izuku watched in surprise as All Might called out the names for the villain teams and hero teams. Finally, he reached Izuku's turn, announcing the next villain team. For a moment, Izuku thought he saw droplets of sweat running down the sides of All Might's thick neck. All Might called out Izuku Midoriya's name. Izuku's eyes found Momo's in the crowd, and he smiled at her. Being labeled a villain was a bit disheartening, but having Momo on his team opened up numerous possibilities and strategies thanks to her quirk. He felt fortunate to be paired with her. This could also be an opportunity to clear up any misunderstandings Momo might have had. All Might announced the team pairings, stating that Hero Team J consisted of Tenya Ida and Shoto Todoroki, while Villain Team A would face Hero Team B, and so on. He paused to catch his breath, acknowledging the complexity of the announcements. He then encouraged everyone to get started, reminding them that anything was fair game, but they should avoid causing serious harm. Villain Team A and Hero Team B were instructed to head to their designated areas and prepare for 10 minutes before the training exercise began. The rest were to follow All Might to the camera room to observe. As he turned to leave, All Might recalled something important. He mentioned that, as per UA tradition, classes 1C through 1K would be watching the initial training matches. The support and management courses needed to see heroes in action, while the general courses had their reasons, which All Might humorously questioned. He muttered under his breath about the betting that often occurred during these events, suggesting it might be for entertainment. This made Izuku pause. Himiko would be watching him? That must have been the mandatory event she mentioned during lunch. Her earlier words echoed in his mind. She was happy for him and proud of him. He felt a warm flush of embarrassment, but he couldn't deny the happiness blooming in his chest. If Himiko was going to be watching him, he had to win. Himiko slowly entered the auditorium with her classmates, wondering what was happening. As she looked around, she noticed students from other classes gathered as well. The auditorium had been transformed into a makeshift movie theater, with rows of chairs set up in front of a massive screen. Disinterested, she chose a chair at the far right and sat down. A female classmate from her pre-med course greeted her with a timid, "Hello," before turning back to chat with the boy beside her. Himiko didn't respond. Making friends apart from Izuku wasn't on her mind. Once everyone settled, Present Mike stood in front of the screen to introduce the event. Himiko tuned him out, focusing on her nails, which she needed to trim soon. Izuku didn't seem to care much about appearances, but she disliked when her nails got long. It was a personal preference, and she only needed one sharp nail for emergencies. She wondered if Izuku cared about nails and thought she might ask him next time they met. If possible, she wanted to learn about his tastes to align herself with his preferences. But knowing Izuku, he would likely say she was perfect as she was, whether out of genuine belief or simply because he didn't know what else to say. The thought made her smile. Present Mick's voice broke through her thoughts as he announced they would be watching Class 1A's combat training first. Himiko's attention snapped back. Both Class 1A and combat training were relevant to Izuku. She had never seen his new quirks in action before. As she began to focus, she quickly lost interest when the screen showed a blonde boy with spiky hair and a purple-haired boy facing off against two girls, one a brunette with a round face and the other an energetic-looking pink girl. Bored, she thought about how she was technically ignoring the event, but she couldn't help it. Izuku was the only one who mattered to her. She overheard snippets of conversation around her. Some students were commenting on the blonde boy's apparent confidence or recklessness. Himiko glanced up at the screen, where the blonde boy stood at the entrance, twirling a remote device in his hands. The purple-haired boy was cowering behind him. She recognized the blonde as Katsuki Bakugo, who had scored second place in the heroics course entrance exam. The chatter continued, but Himiko found it unimportant. If Bakugo was bold enough to challenge the two girls directly, he was either foolish or incredibly strong. The sounds of explosions filled the auditorium, and she could only imagine how loud they were on site. Moments later, the explosive noises ceased, and the auditorium erupted with chatter. Students commented on Bakugo's overwhelming strength and the girls' quick thinking to retreat from an unwinnable situation. The consensus was that Bakugo had decisively dominated the encounter, and the girls deserved recognition for their swift withdrawal. Life to fight another day, as they say. Bakugo's quirk was too dangerous to confront in an enclosed space. If the girls had fought him seriously, they likely would have suffered serious injuries. Himiko tuned out the rest of the matches, her mind wandering to Izuku. His smile, his eyes, his voice, and the way he blushed when she looked at him filled her thoughts. She remembered how he smiled at her when he thought she wasn't watching, how he devoured his meals as if every bite could be his last, and how he spoke sometimes nervous and unsure, yet confident and strong at other times. His laughter lit up his eyes, and the way he blushed made his face seem to glow. She recalled how he held her hand, his cheeks flushed, and the vulnerability he showed when he closed his eyes. She blinked, shaking off her thoughts. He was adorable, her Izuku, her sweet, sweet Izuku. She loved him so much. Sometimes she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him completely, but who could blame her? He was just that cute. Himiko drifted in and out of focus until it was finally Izuku's turn. To her amusement, he was a villain, tasked with defending a remote controller, paired with a girl in a revealing outfit. She immediately disapproved but chose to reserve judgment, instead focusing on how the skin-tight costume accentuated his muscles. To her delight, he wore the mask she had given him. The sight stirred her emotions. As she watched the screen, captivated, the heroes entered the building, one stiff-looking boy and another with interesting hair colors. They were greeted by a room filled with an unusual number of potted plants, which they ignored as they moved forward. In the second room, the stiff boy tripped a wire. The two boys were sprayed by a fire hose, but when they recovered, the boy with interesting hair froze the water midair, revealing it to be a simple tripwire trap without an operator. They continued into the third room. The third room was brightly lit, an odd sight, but Himiko was too focused on the unfolding action to care. Izuku and the girl stood in the center, seemingly engaged in conversation. Then, Izuku clapped twice, and the room went dark. Confusion erupted around her as people processed what had just happened. Himiko instinctively knew Izuku had won. Although she wished she could have seen how he achieved his victory, she imagined the two heroes had been dancing in the palm of his hand the entire time. As the emergency lights turned on, her suspicions were confirmed. The two heroes lay sprawled on the ground, marked with bright yellow tape, while Izuku and the girl stood victorious. The girl jumped up and down excitedly, clapping her hands before turning to Izuku. Himiko's heart raced with jealousy. The girl was hugging Izuku, pressing against him in a way that made Himiko's blood boil. She took in the girl's features: black hair, dark eyes, tall and objectively attractive. Every detail was etched into her mind. Surprised murmurs around her broke her from her thoughts. People began speculating about what had just occurred. Himiko took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure. Going berserk in an auditorium full of people would only lead to chaos. She hated sharing, especially when it came to Izuku. While she was fine sharing things with him, sharing him was another matter entirely. A wave of possessiveness washed over her, an overwhelming urge to protect what was hers. That girl was a threat, and Himiko was determined to deal with it. Calmly, she reminded herself of the order of things: gather information, isolate, and then confront. She had a plan. Worst-case scenario, she could ask Izuku for a favor. The auditorium buzzed with chatter, speculating about how Izuku and the girl achieved victory. It was distracting, and Himiko tried to drown out the noise. She never expected to feel jealousy, especially not this intense. She inhaled deeply, focusing on her breathing. She needed to see Izuku tonight. As Izuku walked out of ground beta, he noticed All Might motioning for him to stay behind. With no classes left for the day, Izuku happily obliged, waiting for his classmates to leave before slipping out. This was a perfect opportunity. Izuku had a few things he wanted to ask All Might, particularly about that strange, quirk-like ability he had demonstrated earlier that day when throwing the softball. The words, "visualize opposites," still chilled him to his core. All Might greeted him cheerfully, praising his performance in the combat training. Izuku felt a flush of pride at the compliment, quickly downplaying his contribution by mentioning that Yaoyorozu had done most of the setup. Curious, All Might inquired about the specifics. Izuku explained how the plants in the first room, the water trap in the second, and the extra lights in the third were all part of their strategy. He elaborated that the water trap was meant to dampen Todoroki, preventing him from using his flames. He had guessed that Bakugo's fire quirk activated based on his sweat, so he hoped something similar would apply to Todoroki. Izuku felt more confident as he continued, detailing how they planned to blind their opponents with bright lights before launching a surprise attack. All Might nodded, impressed. He asked about the plants in the first room, and Izuku smiled, revealing that the real controller was hidden at the bottom of one of them, a tactic designed to throw off their opponents. He had anticipated that Ito would play by the rules, making it unlikely for him to check such an unconventional hiding spot. All Might's expression shifted to one of disbelief, realizing the depth of Izuku's strategic thinking. He felt a mix of admiration and concern. Izuku's observational skills were formidable, and he couldn't help but wonder what could have happened if Izuku had taken a different path in life. Izuku then shifted the conversation, mentioning that he might have discovered another quirk. All Might's interest piqued, but Izuku clarified that it didn't feel like an one-for-all quirk. He described how he had used the ability to shoot the softball during the quirk assessment test. All Might, caught off guard, promised to look into it further, though he seemed to avoid giving a direct answer. Izuku decided to trust All Might's reassurance, thanking him before preparing to leave. As he walked away, All Might let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, feeling the weight of their conversation linger. In another setting, Izuku stood in the arena, facing a considerably larger boy around 10 years old. They remained silent, Izuku glaring coldly at his opponent. The other boy was the last obstacle between him and a satisfying meal. Despite having eaten well recently, the thought of going hungry again was unbearable. He was determined to secure his share of food, even if it meant sharing with others later. The faceless man's voice echoed through the room, prompting Izuku to give his opponent a chance to surrender. The man laughed at his comment, but Izuku remained unfazed, confident that the other boy's quirks were ineffective against him. As the larger boy charged at him, Izuku felt a smile creeping onto his face. He didn't relish fighting, but he was ready. Just as the boy got too close, Izuku melted into the floor, reappearing behind him. Knowing the boy was under the effects of blood rush, he took advantage of the moment. With a swift motion, he pointed his palm at the boy, and a powerful blast of pressurized water erupted from his hand, sending the other boy crashing to the ground. Izuku visualized opposites, adding a non-lethal electric current to the water, ensuring the match ended decisively. Non-lethal evidently did not mean non-painful, as demonstrated by the older boy's anguished cries. Izuku, clenching his jaw and channeling a strong sense of determination, asked if he would submit. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension, but it did not yield the desired effect. Just as he prepared to leap at the boy to continue his relentless pursuit for surrender, the faceless man intervened, urging him to stop and look. Rin had simply passed out. Izuku halted his actions and reduced the intensity of his energy. A wide, painful opening marred his palm where the water had burst forth, but he began to heal it using a combination of chrono force and regenerator. Although the pain intensified during the process, he knew it would soon be over. He had grown accustomed to it. Before long, the cut vanished, leaving no trace behind. He turned away from the still twitching body on the floor and asked if he had done well. The warm, gentle voice of the faceless man confirmed that he had. Curiosity sparked in the man's tone as he inquired whether Izuku had ever turned that analytical gaze upon himself, wondering what could have been done to make him better. Izuku pondered thoughtfully, admitting that he rarely considered how he could improve himself, focusing more on enhancing his existing abilities. However, if he had to identify something lacking, it would be a physical enhancement quirk. He reflected on his skills, noting that while he had range, healing, and escape method, and even an area of effect debuff, he felt something was missing in terms of close combat potential. The faceless man agreed, observing that a quirk for close-quarters combat would nicely complement Izuku's arsenal. Izuku grunted in acknowledgement, expressing that he was learning to manipulate shadows. If he mastered that skill, he wouldn't need to engage in close combat at all. The man clapped gleefully, pleased to see Izuku discovering new and inventive ways to utilize his quirks. He lamented that not everyone could be as dedicated as Izuku, hinting at the anticipation of the next batch of subjects. Izuku offered a reassuring pat on the man's back, promising to make up for those who were lost. The faceless man laughed heartily, expressing his surprise at being comforted by a child and his gratitude for having found Izuku. The praise made Izuku feel warm inside. It was a stark contrast to the many weeks he had spent feeling unnoticed and starving during his early days when he couldn't use his quirks. He was determined never to return to that state. Afterward, Izuku had just finished showering and was about to go to bed when he heard a tapping sound. At the same time, his phone buzzed. Tired but intrigued, he picked up his device and perked up upon seeing a message from Himiko. She texted that she was outside and urged him to let her in, sending a gif of a man grasping a fence with the words, "Let me in," flashing beneath it. Curious, Izuku went to the window and spotted Himiko standing below, arms crossed and foot tapping impatiently. He opened the window and noticed a call waiting on his phone. When he answered, Himiko's flat voice came through, insisting that she wanted to see him and to let her in. Izuku, feeling a blush creeping up, complied without hesitation, extending strands of black whip down to her. As she climbed through the window, she glomped him, causing him to let out a surprised sound. Standing awkwardly, he slowly patted her back as she squeezed him tightly, burying her face in his chest. Izuku panicked momentarily, wondering if he smelled bad, but she showed no signs of discomfort. After a moment, she released her grip, but before he could fully recover, she gently pushed him back onto his bed and sat in his lap, her face uncomfortably close to his. Izuku averted his gaze, but Himiko was determined to keep his attention. She turned his chin to face her directly, her yellow, cat-like eyes locking onto his. With a playful tone, she insisted he tell her about his day. Giving in to his blush, Izuku shared that they had a combat training exercise in foundational hero studies and timidly asked if she had watched it. Himiko admitted she hadn't seen much, except for his performance, which had captivated her attention. Watching his face light up brought her joy. Izuku smiled bashfully, asking for her thoughts on his performance. Himiko's mind briefly wandered to darker thoughts about those who had dared to embrace him, but she quickly refocused. She noted that his victory had been so swift that she hadn't even seen how he defeated his opponents. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly, apologizing for not giving Todoroki a chance to react. Izuku excitedly shared details about a classmate named Todoroki and his unique quirk, which combined ice and fire. As he spoke, he shifted to discussing another student, Ida, but Himiko found herself more captivated by his enthusiasm than the specifics of his words. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke about quirks, and the distance between them seemed to fade. He praised Yaoyorozu for her versatile quirk, creation, which allowed her to create any non-organic material from her body. Himiko listened intently, absorbing every detail while Izuku continued to share his admiration for her abilities. When he finished, Himiko remarked that he seemed to like Yaoyorozu a lot. Izuku, inexperienced with girls, didn't quite grasp the implications of her comment. He eagerly confirmed his admiration, only to notice how tightly Himiko held onto his arms in response. He quickly clarified that his feelings for Yaoyorozu were not romantic. Himiko regarded him with an impassive expression, and Izuku, gathering his courage, expressed that while he liked Yaoyorozu, his feelings for Himiko were different. This seemed to ease her demeanor, and she playfully inquired about the nature of his feelings for her. Izuku, flustered, felt as though he was being teased. Himiko's laughter brightened the atmosphere, and she asked how it felt to win. He hesitated, trying to articulate the thrill he felt during the competition. Winning was exhilarating, he admitted, and Himiko suggested that it was about dominating the competition. He agreed, pondering whether this made him strange. Himiko reassured him that it didn't. In fact, she felt it was just like the Izuku she knew. He blushed at her words, feeling uncertain about his own feelings. He had never experienced such a rush before, especially not in the same way he felt when battling the giant robots during the entrance exam. It was a new sensation, one he had never encountered before, and he wondered if it stemmed from years of feeling belittled for being quirkless. A memory flickered at the edge of his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Himiko mused about his admission, teasing him about the idea of being autistic. Izuku quickly dismissed the thought, feeling embarrassed. He looked away, troubled by the implications of her words. Himiko considered their shared experiences and how they shaped Izuku. It wasn't unusual for someone who had fought so hard to develop a desire to let someone else take charge. She contemplated the duality of his character, a desire to dominate yet a yearning to be cared for. With a playful determination, she decided to test her theory. She placed a hand on his chest and leaned forward, gently pushing him back until he lay on the ground with her sitting on his lap. She pinned his wrists above his head, and despite his weak protests, she silenced him with a finger pressed against his lips, instructing him to focus solely on her. Izuku's wide eyes reflected his surprise and attention. Himiko felt a rush of warmth at his gaze, which was fixed on her as if she were the only thing that mattered. She began with a soft kiss on the tip of his nose, watching as he blushed deeply. She followed with kisses on his cheeks and forehead, then rubbed her nose against his, prompting him to close his eyes. In that moment she admired the sight of him, breathless and waiting for her next move. Izuku's trust in her was evident, reinforcing her belief that he sought someone with whom he could relax and surrender control. It was a delicate balance, and she found it intriguing. With a playful smile, she decided to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, enjoying the thrill of the moment and the connection they shared. She didn't think it was possible to blush any deeper, but he somehow managed to do just that. With his eyes tightly shut and his body squirming slightly beneath her, an instinct she had never acknowledged before surged within her, overshadowed by her thoughts about her little theory. She wanted to devour him. The thought echoed in her mind repeatedly, growing stronger with each passing moment. For once, instead of holding herself back, she decided to embrace her instincts. Himiko pressed her lips against his, their teeth clashing awkwardly. She didn't mind, though. She continued to kiss him with fervor. After a few moments, Himiko pulled away, her lips feeling tender and a thin line of saliva connecting them. She breathed out, slightly out of breath, and felt a rush of excitement. Izuku, with his eyes still shut and his face flushed, looked adorably nervous. This sight ignited a possessive instinct within Himiko, amplifying her already strong feelings for him. Izuku was hers. He was hers. Yet, a nagging thought lingered in her mind, distracting her from the moment. She commanded him to hold still, though he was unlikely to move anyway. Himiko lowered her head, finding a spot on Izuku's neck. She kissed it, her lips pressing against his skin as she explored. Her sharp canines grazed him, and she felt a rush of warmth as she tasted the essence of him. No matter how many times she experienced this, she would never tire of it. She pulled back to admire her work, a dark mark now visible on Izuku's neck. A sense of triumph washed over her, knowing he had relaxed enough around her to allow this. She whispered a playful thank you in his ear, letting go of his hands and sitting up on his lap. There was something pressing against her, but she decided to focus on that later. She wanted to ensure that their first time together, whenever it might be, was as special as possible. The thought made her giddy. To be connected with her beloved Izuku, how sweet it would be. As the morning sun rose, Izuku woke up early and washed up in the bathroom, surprised to find that Himiko's mark had vanished overnight. Where a dark bruise had been, there was now unblemished skin. Memories of their previous night flooded back, and he felt his face heat up. Had he really just kissed a girl? It felt surreal, especially for someone like him. He wondered why Himiko had chosen him. They had only kissed a day or two ago, and now they were already moving forward. It felt fast, but he found himself not minding at all. In fact, he found it exciting. Being held down like that was comforting. He had never thought he would enjoy such a situation, but with Himiko, it felt different. He trusted her and felt safe. As he extended his neck, his fingers brushed over the spot he remembered her kissing. He figured he must have healed quickly, as he had always noticed his body recovering faster than others. He decided not to dwell on it and opted for a morning run before breakfast. After throwing on some sweats and a random t-shirt, Izuku stepped outside his dorm. He donned the workout mask Himiko had given him for his birthday and secured his phone to his arm. After some thought, he decided to jog normally, knowing that using his quirk in public this early might disturb others. With music playing, he began jogging at a brisk pace. Even without using his quirk, his physical abilities allowed him to move quickly. The purpose of the jog was to wake himself up, maintain his fitness, and build stamina, especially important for someone who faced challenges regularly. As he made laps around UA University, he noticed a crowd gathering at the front gate. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were news reporters, their cameras and notepads revealing their identities. Among them stood a hooded figure, notable for not holding anything like the reporters. By the time Izuku noticed, he was already moving away from the crowd, but the figure lingered in his mind, raising a sense of concern. Each time he passed by UA's entrance, the number of reporters seemed to increase, all eager to get a glimpse of the students. They were being held back by a physical barrier set up by the school and two large security guards, but the situation was becoming increasingly tense. As he finished his laps, removed his mask, and began to cool down, a sudden commotion erupted from the entrance. The barrier had somehow vanished, and a swarm of reporters rushed toward every student in sight. Unfortunately, this meant that Izuku was also in their sights. Before he could react, he found himself surrounded by a group of reporters, pinned between a wall and a mass of bodies. One reporter asked about his school year and class, while another inquired if he was part of the heroics course. Questions came flying at him from all directions, and Izuku felt overwhelmed and out of his element. He stammered, trying to find an escape. As the barrage of questions continued, he felt as if he were sinking into quicksand with no way out. Just when he considered using one for all to leap away, a familiar voice broke through the chaos. "Cut that out. Can't you see that you're bothering him? If you have questions, ask them in an orderly fashion. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, his classmate." Her authoritative tone and presence seemed to calm the reporters, who quieted down at her arrival. Momo stepped beside him, her gaze fixed on the reporters. "But," she continued, "we have class soon, so I'll only answer the first 3 questions." She raised her hand, displaying 3 fingers. Izuku recognized that she was bending the truth for his sake, but he appreciated her support. One reporter asked for her phone number, to which Momo quickly replied, "Denied." "Only have 2 questions left." As the reporters turned their attention to the man who had tried to flirt with Momo, Izuku noticed her left hand, which wasn't raised, was balled into a fist and trembling slightly. He recalled a previous conversation they had shared about her nervousness in front of crowds. It dawned on him that she was confronting her own fears to help him. Feeling inspired by her bravery, he shifted slightly, trapping her hand between the wall and his own, and gently grasped her trembling hand. The reporters remained oblivious to this small act of support. Nervously, he glanced at Momo's face, unsure if he had crossed a line. She maintained a determined expression, but a faint blush colored her cheeks, which he attributed to their earlier workout rather than anything else. The reporters finally settled on a question. They had heard rumors that a student had broken All Might's record on the entrance exam. Izuku felt a cold sweat break out. Everyone knew he had scored 258 points, surpassing All Might's previous score. Momo feigned deep thought before responding. "I heard a rumor that someone in Class 1B scored first on the entrance exam. You might want to start with them." When asked if she was in Class 1B, she replied, "No, we're in Class 1A, so we wouldn't know anything about it." Her commanding tone made it clear that she was not making a request. After some fuss, the reporters dispersed, seeking someone from Class 1B. Once they were out of sight, both Momo and Izuku let out a long sigh of relief. Momo giggled, expressing her relief. Izuku echoed her sentiment, grateful for her intervention. She then declared, "A friend was in need of saving. And you know what they say." Her free hand clenched into a fist against her heart as she continued, "When a friend is in need." Izuku finished for her, "You should never fail to save them. Now look at who's quoting lines from Learning with All Might." Momo looked away, a hint of embarrassment on her face. While Izuku pondered her reaction, Momo's thoughts raced. He was still holding her hand. What should she do? Sensing her discomfort, Izuku glanced down at their hands. "Sorry about this," he said, releasing her hand. "I just wanted to help in any way I could. I freeze up in the weirdest situations, so you really helped me out there." Momo quietly replied that she didn't mind it and was glad to help. An awkward silence settled between them until Izuku suggested they head back. Momo nodded, and they began walking toward the dorms. The silence felt uncomfortable, prompting Momo to break it. "I like your shirt," she complimented, causing Izuku to realize he was wearing one of his many All Might shirts. This particular moment featured him in his Golden Age costume. Naturally, he focused on her attire, a dark gray tank top with a high cut, dark running shorts, and a pure black baseball cap. It seemed she had been out jogging as well. He could guess why she liked it. He chuckled lightly, insisting that Silver Age All Might was the best version. She playfully challenged him, suggesting he should be ready to defend his opinion. Thus began a lengthy but enjoyable debate over which costume was superior. Later that day in class, Aizawa-sensei spoke curtly, announcing that they would select a class president. The majority of the class erupted in disbelief, questioning the sudden decision. Aizawa informed them they had 40 minutes to reach a conclusion and added that they should also select a vice president and secretary. As the class buzzed with excitement, Izuku quietly remarked that it seemed like a typical school activity. Only Kyokujiro, sitting several seats away, caught his comment and laughed, agreeing that everyone was making a big deal out of nothing. Tenya, overhearing their exchange, stood up to assert the importance of the matter. He proposed a discussion to gather everyone's thoughts before settling on a vote. Some students, like Katsuki, expressed frustration, suggesting they should just vote and move on. Tenya insisted on a proper discourse, emphasizing the need for candidates to present themselves. Mina chimed in, questioning whether the strongest should hold the class officer positions. Katsuki reacted defensively, claiming he had no interest in being class president, but then suggested Izuku for the role. Izuku was taken aback, having intended to sit out the discussion and support whoever the class chose. Tenya pointed out Izuku's achievements, noting he had scored first in both the entrance exam and the Quirk assessment test. He asked if Izuku had any objections to being nominated. Izuku hesitated, weighing his social skills against the responsibilities of leadership. However, he realized this could serve as valuable training for his future as a hero. He decided to accept the nomination, provided the class wanted him. Tenya organized a vote, assuring everyone it would be anonymous. As the votes were collected, Izuku left his blank, feeling uncomfortable about voting for himself. Tenya later announced that only 2 votes were against Izuku, declaring it a resounding success. Izuku thanked everyone, though he wondered if someone like Tenya would have been a better choice. Tenya moved on to the vice president position, suggesting a female candidate since they had a male president. There were no objections. Toru Hagakure, their invisible classmate, nominated Momo Yaoyorozu, praising her dependable nature and strong performance in the Quirk assessment test. The class quickly rallied behind Momo's nomination. Tenya asked Momo if she was willing to accept the nomination. She hesitated briefly but ultimately expressed her honor at being considered for the position. After another round of voting, Tenya announced a unanimous decision in favor of Momo, who smiled gratefully at her classmates. With the vice president settled, Tenya shifted focus to the secretary position. Izuku unexpectedly spoke up, suggesting they choose someone more outspoken, as he was still working on his own communication skills. Tenya felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he considered the nomination for class secretary. It was clear that being a class representative meant a great deal to him. Momo shared her thoughts, agreeing that Tenya would be a reliable choice, which eased the burden on Izuku and herself, who were not as assertive in such roles. Ijiro expressed his approval, while Denki joked about the challenges of being a class representative, showing his relief that others were willing to take on the responsibility. When Achiko noticed Tenya's silence, she checked in on him, prompting him to express his gratitude for the nomination. He promised to do his best, but first, they needed to vote. Katsuki, impatient with the process, suggested they skip the formalities and raise their hands if they were in favor of Tenya. A significant majority agreed, and Katsuki quickly tallied the votes, declaring Tenya the class secretary. Tenya, visibly moved, thanked his classmates, who encouraged him to embrace the role. As the week progressed, Momo prepared for their upcoming class trip to the Unexpected Simulation Joint, a facility designed to train hero students in disaster prevention and rescue. It was located a distance away from the main campus, necessitating a bus ride. By Sunday, Izuku had taken the initiative to create a group chat for their class, successfully gathering everyone's contact information, which made Momo smile at his flustered demeanor. The group chat buzzed with activity as classmates introduced themselves, though some antics ensued, particularly with Ijiro's phone being taken by Mineta. Momo joined in, sharing her name, and soon found herself in the common area where many classmates were relaxing before dinner. The atmosphere was lively, with some playing pool and others engaged in video games. Denki's excitement over a game echoed through the room, while Katsuki urged him to quiet down, frustrated with their current performance. Fumikage calmly explained the situation, and Momo took the opportunity to inquire about the game they were playing. Fumikage revealed it was League of Heroes, a game she was familiar with, though she kept her main character preference to herself. The mix of personalities in the game intrigued her, especially since Izuku was among them. Suddenly, Mina appeared, playfully embracing Momo and inviting her to join the girls for a movie while the boys prepared dinner for their trip. Momo sensed Mina's determination and agreed, eager for some food and camaraderie. As they entered the next room, Mina secured the area, and Momo felt a sense of excitement for the evening ahead, even as alarms of caution rang in her mind. Her outfit was surprisingly revealing: a small, low-cut tank top and extremely short shorts, but it could hardly be considered revealing if one couldn't even see the person in the outfit. With the blinds down and the door locked, it truly seemed like Momo had waltzed right into a secret meeting. Momo felt uncertain as she entered the room. Mina, crossing her arms, welcomed her to the first bi-monthly Boys of Class 1A ranking tier list determination party. Momo's jaw dropped in disbelief. Mina explained the concept of tier lists and pulled out a large sheet of paper, a stick of glue, and individual cutouts of the boys' ID pictures. Momo was curious about how Mina had acquired that material but chose not to ask. Mina began writing the tiers on the paper: S, A, B, C, and trash. Without hesitation, she glued Minoru Mineta's ID picture into the trash tier, ignoring any objections. Momo hesitated but found herself swept up in the excitement and agreed with the others. The looks Minoru sometimes gave her made her uncomfortable, and she preferred not to dwell on them. Mina held up an image of Katsuki Bakugo and asked for thoughts. Kyoka questioned whether they were basing their rankings on looks or personality. Toru chimed in, suggesting both. Kyoka expressed her opinion that while Katsuki's looks were decent, his personality was lacking, leading to a low B or high C ranking. A few girls nodded in agreement, and Momo remained silent, unsure of her own feelings about Katsuki. As the rankings continued, Momo paid half attention, not offering her opinions on the boys being judged. She simply didn't feel comfortable with the idea of objectifying them, especially when her classmates seemed to enjoy it. She wondered if she would be brave enough to speak up if Izuku were there with her. The rankings went on: Denki Kaminari, B tier; Ijiro Kirishima, A tier; Tenya Ida, A tier; Shoto Todoroki, S tier. None of these mattered to her until Mina announced Izuku Midoriya's name, instantly capturing Momo's attention. Toru commented on Izuku's strength and looks but noted his shyness was not appealing. Achiko, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up, defending Izuku's kindness. Tsuyu added that he was attractive, which flustered Ochiko. Tsuyu clarified that while Todoroki was the prettiest, Izuku had power and a good personality, making him appealing despite his shyness. Mina expressed doubt about Izuku's height, prompting Momo to interject for the first time, stating she didn't mind. Instantly regretting her words, she noticed the surprised expressions on her classmates' faces, except for Tsuyu, who gave her a thumbs up. Momo tried to clarify her statement, emphasizing it was about personal preferences. Mina teased her, suggesting there was more to her feelings about Izuku's height. Momo took a deep breath and insisted her preferences were unrelated to Izuku. Mina, looking for a reaction, asked what tier they should place Izuku in. Momo felt a surge of anger at the suggestion of placing him in B tier. Tsuyu confidently declared him an S, while Ochiko murmured the same. Toru and Kyoka agreed with an A ranking. Mina, unimpressed, suggested Izuku might belong in low B, even lower than Bakugo. Unable to hold back, Momo exclaimed that Izuku should be top tier, even higher than Todoroki. Realizing she had been baited by Mina, she blinked in surprise. Mina chuckled, observing that Momo only spoke up when Izuku was involved. Momo felt her face heat up, realizing she had gotten herself into a tricky situation. She tried to remain calm and suppress her emotions, insisting it was nothing. Mina pressed for more, but eventually relented, agreeing that Izuku was indeed an easy S. As the girls continued to chatter happily, Momo felt a wave of relief wash over her. She recognized the need to avoid such situations in the future. Life would be easier if she could hold back her impulsive outbursts. Showing weakness was not the Yaoyorozu way. Being mature and dignified was the Yaoyorozu way, a principle instilled in Momo since childhood. Yet, there were times when she struggled to maintain that composure. Perhaps it was simply against her nature. Regardless, Momo was determined to suppress that vulnerability, striving to ensure that only the cool, collected version of herself remained. She worked hard to uphold that image in front of her classmates. But Izuku, he was aware of the side of her that she kept hidden from everyone else. What was more, he seemed to be keeping his promise not to reveal it. For that, she felt an immense gratitude toward him. This gratitude was the reason she ranked him as S tier in her mind, not because of his cute freckled face or the warmth of his hand when it enveloped hers. No, it had nothing to do with that at all. Izuku had been occupying a lot of Momo's thoughts lately, and she couldn't quite understand why. It was the mystery of his quirk and its connection to all mights. The conversation she had accidentally overheard between him and Aizawa on the day of her move was the sole reason for her interest in Izuku. His quirk was simply too fascinating, and that was all there was to it. It had nothing to do with how comforting it felt to hold his hand. Nothing at all. Rage consumed Katsuki as he struggled to focus on anything other than the frustrating game he had just played. He barely noticed the kitchen doors sliding open as Izuku stepped out to announce that dinner was almost ready. The sight that met Izuku was a slightly bruised Minoru happily chatting with his male classmates. Despite taking a beating, Minoru seemed unfazed, and Eijiro appeared to have calmed down from his earlier anger, which was a notable improvement. Minoru suggested making a tier list ranking the girls in their class now that the girls were absent. Katsuki, still irritated from his gaming session, snapped back, refusing to participate. Izuku chimed in, expressing his discomfort with the idea of objectifying their classmates. Minoru dismissed their concerns, calling them cowards. Katsuki threatened to retaliate against Minoru for his comments, clearly annoyed with the situation. Eijiro sighed in relief, grateful for the impending dinner, while Fumikage suggested they might want to play the game again in the future. Katsuki considered it for a moment, but ultimately decided against it for the night, feeling the urge to unleash his frustration on someone after the game. Denki attempted to defend himself, but Katsuki insisted that they simply needed to stop making mistakes. Before the conversation could escalate further, Tenya intervened, reminding everyone that dinner was nearly ready and they needed to eat before their trip to USJ the next day. Katsuki, irritated, packed away his laptop and headed toward the dining hall, unconcerned about whether anyone followed him. He preferred to be among the first to arrive. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by a lavish spread of soba and an array of sweets, courtesy of Rikido, who was finishing a cake. Katsuki took a seat at the head of the table, absent-mindedly checking his phone as he waited for the food to be served. As his classmates trickled in, his thoughts drifted to a persistent issue: Izuku Midoriya and the quirk he had somehow acquired. Izuku had been quirkless from birth, a fact that had been confirmed time and again. The other students did not know Izuku as Katsuki did. They had once been the best of friends until Katsuki's quirk developed and Izuku's did not. In his desire to elevate himself, Katsuki had bullied Izuku, a regrettable chapter in his past that he could not escape. Yet, Katsuki vividly recalled the day Izuku had been taken, a summer day when they were 8. He had been ganging up on Izuku with 2 other boys when a man approached them, questioning their actions. Katsuki had arrogantly responded, believing himself to be superior due to his powerful quirk. He had viewed Izuku as a quirkless nobody, deserving of his treatment. Those were the beliefs he had held at the time, convinced that quirks defined a person's worth. Looking back, he recognized how flawed that mentality was, but he could not deny that it had been his truth. The man had agreed with Katsuki's perspective, reinforcing the idea that the strong should rule the world. Even now, Katsuki could remember the despair etched on Izuku's face, a haunting reminder of the consequences of his past actions. He had once reveled in the sight, but now it only brought him regret. Regret for being such a fool back then. Something the man had said piqued his interest. He had mentioned a boy being quirkless, and that fact lingered in his mind. Then came the fear. The man declared he would be taking the boy with him. In that moment, Katsuki felt a raw terror unlike anything he had ever experienced. The man, who should have been recognized as a villain, incapacitated Katsuki and the 2 others without lifting a finger. The sheer aura of the man made Katsuki feel a sense of dread that was overwhelming. As Katsuki glanced up, he realized with a shock that the man had no discernible face. That should have been a warning sign. The man spoke about a quirk called King's Will, noting that it didn't seem to affect Izuku. He knelt closer to Izuku's motionless form, observing the numerous bruises and cuts. He concluded that Izuku had already faced true fear, rendering the false alternative ineffective. The man's expression twisted into something unsettling as he remarked that Izuku, who had been reduced to nothing, would be beautiful to rebuild. In an instant, he grabbed Izuku, and they vanished. Afterward, chaos ensued. Katsuki and the other 2 were paralyzed with shock, unable to move until someone found them and took them to the hospital. The others quickly recounted the tale of a villain abducting Izuku, but no trace of the man could be found. The only evidence of their story was Izuku's absence from home that day and the next. Initially, Katsuki and the others were suspected of wrongdoing. However, after their accounts were verified by a lie detector quirk, the authorities were informed, and they were released. 3 months passed. Then, unexpectedly, Izuku returned to class, seemingly without any sign of what had transpired. Since he was not particularly popular and rumors circulated about his illness, most accepted it without question. However, something felt off. The Izuku who returned was not the same. Katsuki struggled to find the courage to ask what had happened, and their distance grew. The days of bullying Izuku were behind him. The thought of approaching him brought back the fear he had felt that day, not because he feared Izuku, but because he feared the unknown of what had occurred. Katsuki suspected that Izuku had lost his memories of the past 3 months. What had happened to him? What could have caused such a change that he needed to forget the entire incident? And the worst part? Katsuki knew it was his fault. If he hadn't bullied Izuku, if he hadn't dragged him into that situation with those 2 others, none of this would have happened. Izuku wouldn't have had those 3 months taken from him. But, if Katsuki was honest, it wasn't just that troubled him. It was the realization that he had been powerless. That moment had shown him that true monsters existed in the world. It was a wake-up call for Katsuki, a sobering realization. From that moment on, he vowed to himself that he would become strong, the strongest. Strong enough to look down on anyone who dared to oppose him. Strong enough to prevent anyone from being taken from him again. Strong enough to protect those he cared about. He knew it was a selfish reason. He wasn't doing it for justice or any noble cause, he was doing it to avoid feeling powerless again. Since he had set his goal of becoming the strongest, his self-assessment always returned to Izuku. It was a strange psychological motivation, but it was what it was. If he could protect Izuku, provide him with safety, then perhaps Katsuki would be worth something. This goal served as a metaphorical anchor. As he trained, honed his quirk, and engaged in close-quarters combat lessons, his thoughts were consumed with the desire to have been strong enough to protect Izuku that day. They naturally drifted apart as they entered different classes in high school. While Katsuki stopped bullying Izuku, he still felt too uncomfortable to approach him as if nothing had happened. Izuku didn't reach out either. The incident that brought them back together was when Izuku announced his plans to take the UA entrance exam. It was the first time Katsuki had spoken to Izuku in years, aside from that brief encounter with the sludge villain. He couldn't believe it. Quirkless Izuku was still determined to get into UA, just as they had dreamed about when they were best friends. Initially, Katsuki felt irritation. He believed that powerless individuals should allow themselves to be protected. But then, Izuku surprised him by outperforming even Katsuki on the entrance exam. This revelation forced Katsuki to re-evaluate everything he thought he knew about life when he saw Izuku's name above his in the rankings. He was still in the midst of processing this, particularly regarding his relationship with Izuku. He took steps to slowly rebuild their connection. It was unfamiliar territory for him, and he struggled, but he made an effort by inviting Izuku to join him in activities, like playing League of Heroes or encouraging Ijiro to invite him for lunch. Izuku seemed open to these attempts at reconciliation, but Katsuki understood they had much to sort through before they could truly be friends again. Yet, it didn't seem like a bad idea to work toward that. He knew his past actions didn't deserve forgiveness, but a fool could dream, couldn't he? Finally, it was Monday, and Class 1A was making their way into the USJ. As Izuku stepped off the shuttle and entered the building, he felt a vague sense that something was amiss, but he had no concrete evidence to support it. He couldn't express his discomfort about something that wasn't real. As he entered the massive complex, it resembled more of an amusement park than a training facility. Various zones caught his attention: a shipwreck zone, a forest fire zone, and even an urban earthquake zone. Those were the only ones Izuku could see, but he suspected there were more. The nagging feeling from earlier lingered, as if he were being watched. Following Aizawa, the class gathered at the staging grounds. Their accompanying professor, the Space Hero 13, was an expert in rescue operations, making his presence at the USJ, a facility designed to train young heroes in such efforts, quite fitting. While listening to 13 discuss the importance of saving people from both natural and man-made disasters, Izuku scanned his surroundings. He thought he noticed movement behind the dense foliage of the forest zone, and it seemed he wasn't the only one. Katsuki interrupted 13's speech, raising his voice as he pointed. He questioned why there were other figures lurking nearby if they were supposed to be the only ones present. Everyone turned to look in the direction he indicated. Shadows shifted behind the brush, revealing several imposing figures. Among them was a creature resembling a man, cloaked in a dark, fog-like substance and dressed in a bartender's suit. Long, yellow slits of light marked where its eyes would be if it had a face. Even its hands appeared to be made of that same dark, misty material. The creature spoke in a deep, male voice, expressing a peculiar interest in them. Aizawa quickly realized they were in an ambush. He warned the students to stay together and remain defensive until reinforcements arrived. Pulling out his cell phone, he frowned upon discovering a jammer had been set up, indicating a well-planned attack. The fog-like villain chuckled, and more villains emerged from the shadows. A massive figure, towering over the rest with a completely black body and an exposed head, seemed to focus intently on Izuku. An unsettling sense of familiarity washed over him. One of the villains excitedly mentioned a bonus for capturing someone with long black hair, which prompted Izuku and the class to instinctively shield Momo, sensing she was the target. Aizawa declared that they would not allow anyone to harm his students, taking a battle-ready stance. The fog-like villain casually remarked on Aizawa's protective nature, causing him to freeze momentarily. Before Aizawa could activate his quirk, black portals opened beneath Izuku and the others, whisking them away to an unknown location. Upon landing, Izuku quickly assessed his surroundings. He found himself on what appeared to be a ship, and he was not alone. He took a fighting stance, focusing on the figure at the front of the ship. This figure was a young man with numerous disembodied hands attached to him, one large gray hand obscuring his face except for two eyes that seemed to smile. The man introduced himself as Tamura Shigaraki, expressing a calm demeanor. He claimed to know a lot about Izuku, who felt a surge of panic at the mention of his name. Tamura questioned when Izuku would wake up from his dream of being a hero, leaving Izuku confused and demanding answers. Tamura dismissed his questions, stating he couldn't spoil the surprises ahead but hinted he would provide clues. Suddenly, he lunged at Izuku, who instinctively prepared for an attack and launched a powerful punch aimed at Tamura's head. However, Tamura caught Izuku's fist effortlessly, as if it were child's play. With a chilling calmness, Tamura lowered his pinky to fully touch Izuku's fist, and Izuku was instantly engulfed in a wave of agony. The pain was unbearable, as if his arm were being crushed to bits. He watched in horror as his arm began to disintegrate, unable to suppress a primal scream of pain. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the pain ceased. The pain of having his arm disintegrated had stopped, but the lingering ache of losing a hand remained. The sight of his bloody stump made Izuku feel nauseous. He wanted to throw up. The phantom tingling of his right hand was still there, but it was just gone, reduced to dust and ash, falling to the ground. It was a devastating realization. Yet he couldn't allow himself to be distracted. He had to push through the pain. This villain, Tamura, was perhaps the most terrifying he had ever faced. But Tamura remained still, his eyes narrowing from behind the fingers of the hand pressed against his face. Tamura's voice was simple and commanding as he instructed Izuku to bring his hand back. Confused, Izuku attempted to kick Tamura, but the villain evaded him with unnatural speed. Then he spoke again, urging Izuku to visualize reconstructing, not healing. Izuku froze, unable to move. A wave of raw terror washed over him, echoing the words in his mind. He had felt this kind of fear before, and it was overwhelming. The instructions continued to flood his thoughts, each one more disorienting than the last. A splitting headache surged through Izuku, causing him to flinch. It felt as if his mind was unraveling, memories colliding in chaos. He recalled a cold, dark room and a warm, comforting hand, along with the words, "You are my greatest creation." Everything was happening too fast. Izuku felt himself breaking down, spiraling into confusion and despair. He was losing control, and he didn't even understand why. Tamura observed Izuku's state with a calm demeanor. He noted that Izuku had stopped moving and thinking, suggesting he might have overstimulated him. He approached Izuku, who was hyperventilating, his breaths short and rapid, eyes wide and dazed. Tamura then delivered a powerful punch to Izuku's cheek, sending him crashing to the floor. The impact jolted Izuku back to reality, and despite the pain coursing through him, he sprang up into a battle-ready stance. Tamura questioned whether Izuku intended to fight him without his right arm, pointing out the obvious. Izuku, gritting his teeth against the pain, declared that it didn't matter. Tamura was a villain. Tamura interrupted, his annoyance evident. He claimed he was trying to help Izuku, not fight him, urging him once more to visualize reconstructing, not healing. The words caused Izuku to freeze again. Tamura continued, explaining that he might seem like a bad guy but was genuinely trying to assist. He insisted that they were the same, despite Izuku's protests that he was a hero and Tamura was a villain. Tamura dismissed Izuku's distinction as mere semantics, arguing that everyone used their quirks for violence. He shared his belief that if society was built on violence, they should follow it to its logical conclusion. He envisioned a world ruled by the strong, where the labels of hero and villain would be meaningless, and he wanted Izuku by his side. Izuku, struggling to stay conscious and feeling the effects of blood loss, vehemently refused to join Tamura. The villain's frustration grew, and he spat out that if Izuku couldn't even figure out how to use his quirks, he wasn't worth his time. He repeated the command to visualize reconstructing, not healing, before calling for Kurogiri to take him away. A black portal opened behind Tamura, and he stepped through, leaving Izuku alone. The distant sounds of his classmates reached his ears, reminding him that while he had been occupied with Tamura, they were in real danger. Izuku realized that if Tamura had truly wanted him dead, he would have been. The villain had been in control the entire time, sparing him for reasons unknown. Determined, Izuku vowed that Tamura would come to regret that decision. But first, he had to help his classmates get to safety. Izuku looked around for something to stop the blood flow from his arm, but the pain was making him lightheaded. Combined with the splitting headache he still had, it was hard to think straight. It felt like something was struggling to break free, bubbling under the surface of his mind. In his delirium, he considered following Tamura's advice. The words conjured feelings of terror, but he repeated them in his mind over and over. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. Visualize reconstructing, not healing. He realized he could do that. Never had he thought something with such clarity before. It frightened him. Reconstructing was just as easy as reversing what had been done to him, not healing it. As he focused on his hand and thoughts of reconstructing, he did it. His hand slowly reassembled back into existence. It wasn't like it was growing out of the stump, it was more like it was being rebuilt. It was unsettling yet fascinating. Izuku let out a sharp cry of pain. It hurt immensely, like the feeling of his hand being disintegrated multiplied tenfold. But the pain was purely psychological, and Izuku could handle that. Gritting his teeth, he watched as his hand was reconstructed over the span of several minutes. A bit dumbfounded, he stared at his newly reformed hand. He flexed his fingers. They felt just as good as new, albeit a bit tingly. Next, he focused on the spot on his face where Tamura had punched him, reconstructing what was likely a broken cheekbone. After a minute of intense pain, the throbbing on his cheek faded away. He had so many questions. What was this power? How had he done it? How did he instinctively know what to do? And perhaps the most pressing one, how did Tamura Shigaraki know about it before he did? But those questions could wait. His classmates were in danger while he had been distracted by Tamura. His head still throbbed, and something felt like it was threatening to break through, but Izuku ignored it. He had already failed. In the face of a villain much stronger than he anticipated, he had frozen up. If it weren't for Shigaraki's whims, he might have been dead. Slapping his cheeks lightly, Izuku decided not to think at all. There were too many questions, too many. Thus, all that mattered was that his classmates were in danger. He had to save them. Izuku wasn't sure what was more effective, breaking his arms by going all out and then reconstructing them, or fighting at half strength. He chose to fight at half strength, unsure of how much he could reconstruct, and knowing it took longer to fix his arms after destroying them. It seemed more effective for continuous fighting. With a battle plan in mind, he let his instincts take over, allowing his active mind to take a back seat. There would be time to think later. He couldn't afford to freeze up again. He leapt off the ship, using Black Whip to head toward the source of the screams. To the right, something was burning. Familiar explosions echoed in the air, and Izuku recognized that to be Katsuki's location. Everything was on fire, and it seemed like he was in his element. Ignoring that, Izuku swung toward a densely packed forest. He spotted a few of his classmates Denki Kaminari, Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, and a couple of others. Mina appeared to be bleeding from a cut on her abdomen, while Kyoka and Tsuyu were giving her medical treatment. Denki and Eijiro were fending off their attackers. Perhaps it was frustration at being bested so easily, perhaps it was the situation, perhaps it was anger at seeing his classmates hurt, or perhaps something deeper, but Izuku wasn't about to hold back. Something long suppressed ignited within him. With a furious roar, he locked onto the nearest villain, a hulking figure with a shark head, using Black Whip to deliver a crushing blow with half his power. The force accidentally surged into full strength. He felt his arms strain as he pummeled the villain with a straight right hook that sent him flying off the ground, crashing into a nearby tree. The tree groaned under the sudden force and soon fell, taking a couple of others with it. His classmates stared at him, wide-eyed. A villain with two antennae spoke up, But before he could finish, Izuku dashed to him and launched him into the sky with a powerful uppercut. He didn't know how much of one for all he had put into the blow, but the villain flew up 20 or 30 feet before landing with a painful thud. The remaining villains began to flee. It was a natural response. In the face of an overwhelming foe, the only course of action was to escape. A spark of something ignited within him, and if he took the time to observe himself, he would find a fierce grin on his face. Izuku wouldn't let them escape. He caught up to them in an instant, efficiently dispatching the 4 remaining villains with a series of blisteringly fast punches and kicks. He targeted their jaws, and the sounds of impact echoed through the forest. He managed to keep his blows under control this time, not exceeding half strength, but the slip into full power was troubling, another thought not worth dwelling on right now. The pain in his arms and legs became numb. These villains weren't worth anything, just as he felt he wasn't worth anything for letting Shigaraki get away. Izuku took a deep breath. He pushed those thoughts aside. He needed to get his classmates to safety first. He looked at the group of students, who flinched as his gaze passed over them. Because for them, what they saw was a man glowing with a vibrant green light, arcs of ethereal electricity dancing around him, his expression strikingly fierce. If Mina were to describe it, the usually shy Izuku that she had come to know had transformed into something primal. For a brief moment, Mina felt a mix of relief and fear, worried that instead of coming to save them, Izuku had come to hunt them. Her concerns faded as Izuku leapt deeper into the forest without uttering a word. Mina let out a sigh of relief she hadn't realized she was holding. Tamura Shigaraki observed the chaos unfold from the basement of the bar that Kurogiri managed. Multiple screens displayed Izuku's swift movements through the USJ, a blur of green energy accompanied by crackling electricity. He typically incapacitated villains with just 1 or 2 strikes, but that was irrelevant to Tamura. They were merely meant to be distractions. Most notably, Izuku had regained his right hand. Tamura muttered to himself, acknowledging the success of his plans. He pondered the quirk Izuku had used during their last encounter, noting that it wasn't listed in his file. It intrigued him, and he considered asking Kurogiri to investigate further into the successful prototype known as Izuku Midoriya. In a distant memory, Izuku Midoriya sat at a dinner table with a girl, sharing a meal in silence until she broke the quiet. She asked why he had let her go without a fight, even offering her the option to surrender. Izuku explained that while winning was important, getting someone to surrender was a true display of power. The girl found his perspective unsettling, questioning his sanity. Izuku shrugged off her concerns, revealing that he simply preferred to be the victor. The girl remained quiet, her once proud blonde hair now a tangled mess, marred by the battles she had faced. As she touched her damaged hair, Izuku suggested she style it differently for the arena, offering to help her. Surprised by his kindness, she hesitated but eventually accepted his offer. Izuku moved behind her, gathering rubber bands from their meal packaging and working gently to create a bun. His touch was surprisingly soft, contrasting with his fierce reputation. Once finished, he returned to his seat and complimented her new look, unaware of the impact his words had on her. After a moment, she asked why he had helped her. He countered with a question about her trust in him. She hesitated, lying about her uncertainty, but deep down, she craved connection and kindness in their harsh environment. As she struggled with her feelings, she voiced her confusion about his kindness despite his reputation for brutality. Izuku explained that he never held back in fights, emphasizing the life-or-death nature of their situation. He shared that he had once starved when he couldn't use his quirks, but now he had enough food to share, a reward for her surrender. He admitted that somewhere along the way he had come to enjoy the act of sharing. He returned to his meal, ravenously eating, while the girl gazed at her reflection in the glossy steel table. The twin buns atop her head made her smile. She decided she liked that hairstyle. Achiko Uraraka was not having a good time, and neither were the others with her. The bright lights and daytime weakened Fumicage's dark shadow, while Rikido struggled with dwindling energy from his sugar supply. Meanwhile, Mashireo's tail was injured by the villain's weapons, bleeding in several places, while Tenya was panting heavily from overexerting his quirk. They needed a plan, and Achiko was aware of this. Their fight had been aimless, with neither side gaining the upper hand. They had managed to shake off the villains, and while the group hid behind an outcropping of rocks in the beach zone, Achiko focused on improving their situation. In the distance, blasts and explosions echoed from the city section, and a bright light shone somewhere far to their left. Achiko quietly addressed Tenya, asking him to use his speed to run around the USJ and inform everyone to fight their way toward the blasts in the city section. When she noticed Tenya about to protest, she urged him to listen. She instructed him to run to the school afterward to report what was happening and request backup. Tenya hesitated, unwilling to leave his friends behind, but Mashareo, despite his battered appearance, reassured him that they would be fine. Fumikage added that fighting as a group would help prevent unnecessary injuries, emphasizing that only Tenya could facilitate this plan. Tenya remained silent, grappling with the decision. Just then, a crocodile-like villain appeared, flanked by 9 others, all armed with sharp weapons. The villain taunted the students, mocking their predicament. The group prepared for battle, knowing they were outnumbered and trapped between the villains and the rocks. Achiko quickly revised their strategy, and her classmates nodded in agreement. Rikido warned that he was about to use his last sugar packet, gulping it down and charging forward, energized. The others followed suit, prompting laughter from the villains. The clash was swift and intense. Achiko skillfully dodged the strikes of her 2 attackers, using her quirk to make them weightless before kicking them high into the air. They landed on the sandy beach, which lessened the impact. She seized the moment to assess her classmates' battles, deciding where to lend her support. Tenya was running circles around his 3 opponents, but he struggled to land any solid hits. Fumikage was holding his ground, protected by his sentient quirk. Rikido was engaged in a fierce brawl, taking hits but remaining resilient. However, Mashareo was having the toughest time. His injured tail hindered his quirk's effectiveness. Achiko rushed to his side, avoiding an avian villain's claws and granting Mashareo weightlessness. As he lost balance, she kicked him toward another villain wielding a katana, causing a collision. Just as she turned to check on Mashareo, he shoved her aside with his tail, crying out in pain. Achiko's heart sank as she saw a blade piercing Mashareo's tail, a strike intended for her. The villain yanked it out, and Mashareo collapsed from pain and fatigue. As the villain moved to finish him off, Tenya, fueled by determination, tackled him to the ground. Fumicage's dark shadow quickly intervened, grabbing the villain and throwing him away. Achiko and Rikido moved to protect Fumikage, panting heavily as the villains continued their relentless assault. Though the attacks were fierce, they were not lethal, as the villains seemed to enjoy toying with their prey. Achiko dodged a blow, but the crocodile villain's claws caught her, leaving a painful gash across her chest. Despite the injury, she pressed on, using her quirk to kick the villain away for some breathing room. The students were clearly worse off. They were outnumbered and had sustained serious injuries. Mashareo was incapacitated, Fumicage's quirk was waning, and Rikido's sugar rush was nearing its end. Tenya had an injury on his arm from his tussle with the villain who had attacked Mashareo, and Achiko was nursing her wound. Yet they were determined to fight. As they began to accept the reality of their situation, the crocodile villain laughed heartily, reveling in their despair. He taunted them, expressing his excitement at witnessing their resolve to fight to the end. Just as he moved to reinitiate the fight, a strand of darkness latched onto the back of his head. Confused, he grabbed it and brought it closer to his face, but he never had the chance to finish his sentence. A streak of green light shot toward him, delivering a powerful blow that sent him reeling. After a sharp crack echoed through the air, the crocodile villain was sent crashing into the sand beneath him. As the remaining villains struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events, Achiko's attention was drawn to the source of the green light, Izuku Midoriya. Green arcs of electricity danced around him, and just as she was about to celebrate his arrival, the expression on his face silenced her. That look on his face, it was one of intense focus and determination. In the blink of an eye, Izuku moved like a blur, darting around 3 of the stunned villains and sending them flying. One collided with the rocks behind them, falling limply, while another soared high into the air before crashing down onto the beach, unmoving. The last was hurled into the water, landing 30 feet away. The remaining 6 villains, still in shock, finally began to react. They frantically attempted to attack Izuku, but their efforts were futile. He moved faster than she had ever seen, as if his entire being had been supercharged. The avian villain from earlier tried to swipe at him, but Izuku easily dodged to the left, using the villain's momentum against him. With a fierce tug, he sent the villain tumbling to the ground, seizing his wings. Hachiko fought to suppress her nausea. With a swift motion, he broke the wings. The sound was jarring, a harsh crunch that echoed in the air. As the villain cried out in pain, Hachiko noticed Izuku's hands turning purple, fingers contorted unnaturally. He delivered a decisive kick to the villain's head, silencing him. One of the 5 remaining villains exclaimed in disbelief, but his words were cut short by a spinning back heel kick to the jaw, dislocating it and sending teeth flying. As he collapsed, the others began to flee in terror. Izuku was relentless. He swiftly appeared before one of them, delivering a powerful kick to the villain's chest, sending him crashing back, gasping for breath. Then, with lightning speed, he confronted 2 villains trying to escape together. A rapid roundhouse kick sent one crashing into the other, both sprawling onto the sand. Without hesitation, Izuku struck them with 2 fierce kicks to their heads, showing no mercy. Turning to the last remaining villain, who charged at him with a scream, Izuku was ready. He struck both of the villain's ears with open palms, leaving him dazed. In that moment of confusion, Izuku spun and delivered a powerful heel kick to the man's head, sending him crashing to the ground, motionless. Izuku then turned towards his classmates. Judging that they were not threats, he prepared to move on, but as he did, his right leg buckled beneath him. Hachiko noticed that his ankle appeared severely injured, bending at an unnatural angle. As he sat in the sand, she approached him. The villains around them seemed incapacitated. She called out to him, and he stared blankly into space. When she called his name again, his eyes briefly regained focus before fading. He grasped his head in distress, mumbling about losing control. Despite his strange behavior, Hachiko pressed on. They needed to get his ankle treated. Tenya, nursing his own injury, quickly joined them, while Mashareo was supported by Fumikage and Rikido, all casting uneasy glances at the fallen villains. As she prepared a makeshift splint for Izuku's ankle with remnants of her torn shirt and some wood, Tenya halted her with an outstretched hand, pointing at Izuku's ankle. To their astonishment, it was realigning itself, accompanied by a series of crunches and cracks. The process was swift, and Hachiko realized that Izuku must have done something similar to his fingers during the fight. Though his physical injuries were healing, Izuku still seemed mentally strained, mumbling to himself. It was unsettling to witness, as if a switch had flipped in his mind, silencing the part of him that panicked. He took a few deep breaths, but his eyes remained unfocused. They didn't have time to wait. Hachiko urged him, explaining their plan. She needed to ensure he understood. They would have Tenya run to the school for backup, suspecting a jammer was in use. Meanwhile, they would regroup with the rest of the class. Izuku nodded slowly, acknowledging her words. Hachiko continued, asking if he had seen anyone on his way. He nodded, indicating the forest area. She racked her brain for further instructions, knowing this was not her strong suit but feeling the urgency of the situation. Tenya was ready to act, and she instructed Izuku to inform anyone he encountered to head toward the city area, where she believed Bakugo was, following the sounds of explosions. They would fight their way back to the entrance as a group. No objections were raised. With a sense of determination, they prepared to move forward. Hachiko looked at the 2 boys and urged them to stay safe, promising that they would see them soon. With a stiff nod, Ida took off toward the entrance. After a moment, Izuku staggered to his feet, his expression blank, and leapt off in the direction he had come from, propelled by strands of pure darkness. Hachiko let out a breath and declared that it was time to move on. Momo found herself in a hastily constructed ice castle, courtesy of Shoto Todoroki, feeling the chill as she stood with Toru and Bakugo. They had been teleported into the city section of the USJ and were immediately surrounded by villains. Thanks to Shoto's quick thinking, An ice fortress had been built beneath them, much to Katsuki's frustration. The hot-tempered boy seemed eager to fight, but Momo convinced him to stay put. They had a strategic advantage with the fortress, allowing them to keep the villains at bay with long-range projectiles. Momo suggested that Katsuki make his blasts as loud as possible to attract the attention of their separated classmates. Momo fashioned marksman rifles for herself and Toru, and together they picked off villains from a distance using sleeping darts while Katsuki and Shoto dealt with any that got too close. Their operation was effective, but soon the villains figured out their range and positioned themselves just out of reach, watching them intently. Katsuki expressed his frustration, firing a blast into the air that made Momo's ears ring, hoping it would reach their classmates. He insisted on going out to fight, but Momo reminded him that they needed to stall until reinforcements arrived. Just then, a green blur launched a hefty villain high into the air, and he landed with a sickening thud near their ice walls. Momo finished her thought about reinforcements, only to see Katsuki declare that he was heading out to fight. Shoto silently joined him. Momo glanced helplessly at Toru, who sighed and decided to join the boys, asking for more darts. As Momo created darts from her body, she noticed Toru's invisibility and felt embarrassed for a moment. Toru playfully encouraged her not to blush as she took the darts and picked up one of the rifles, disappearing into the battlefield. After a moment of gathering her thoughts, Momo fashioned a staff from her quirk and slid down the ice fort's walls to observe the battle. From a distance, she watched as Izuku, a green and black blur, overwhelmed a villain with a powerful punch, sending him crashing into a building. Relief washed over Momo until she noticed Izuku's expression. His eyes were blank and unfocused. As she approached, she saw many villains lying motionless on the ground, and a troubling thought crossed her mind about their fate. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she called out to Izuku, but was startled when Katsuki marched up to him and punched him squarely in the face. Momo reacted immediately, questioning Katsuki's actions. He insisted he was trying to snap Izuku out of his daze, but Momo caught his fist just as he was about to strike again. Katsuki shook her off and landed another blow on Izuku, who seemed unaware of what was happening. Katsuki urged him to focus on the present moment. Momo held her breath in anticipation. Silence hung in the air until Izuku's eyes finally sharpened, and he looked at Katsuki. Izuku muttered something barely audible, and Katsuki grinned, encouraging him to survive and seek revenge on their enemy. Izuku swallowed hard, acknowledging that his fighting style was uncharacteristic. Katsuki noticed Izuku's wrist was injured, and Momo rushed to his side, creating a medical kit from her quirk. Izuku expressed gratitude but insisted he didn't need help. Momo questioned his confidence, but he pointed to his wrist, which began to realign itself before their eyes, the discoloration fading away. He took a deep breath and acknowledged Katsuki's reminder to focus on the present, correcting himself to address him properly. To Momo's relief, more classmates appeared on the city streets, some looking worse for wear. She quickly began creating medical supplies to assist the injured. From their conversations, Momo gathered that their class had been split into 4 groups during the teleportation, and she was part of the first group with Katsuki, Shoto, and Toru. The second group, consisting of Mina, Kyoka, Tsuyu, Denki, and Ijiro, found themselves teleported into a forest area where a group of villains had cornered them. Meanwhile, the third group Achiko, Tenya, Fumikage, Mashireo, and Rikido appeared in a seaside zone, also being toyed with by villains. Both groups identified the same person as their savior, Izuku Midoriya. The fourth group Yuga, Koji, Mizo, Hanta, and Minoru was trapped in a landslide zone. Yuga fired lasers into the sky periodically to signal their classmates, similar to how Katsuki used his explosions. Eventually, Achiko's group met up with them, and both groups decided to head toward Katsuki's explosions. Achiko explained that she had sent Tenya to UA's campus to inform the teachers of the situation. Now, with the entire class gathered except for Tenya, they could formulate a strategy. Izuku immediately apologized to the group, lowering his head. He admitted that he hadn't been himself. Mina admonished him not to apologize, emphasizing that he had saved them and that they could only imagine what might have happened otherwise. Voices of agreement echoed around them. Izuku encouraged everyone to focus on the present. He suggested that they travel together to the entrance as a group, asserting that staying on the move would prevent the villains from coordinating an attack while allowing them to pick off any threats. He turned to Achiko, confirming that she had sent Ida for reinforcements. She nodded in response. With a plan forming, Izuku declared that the main entrance would be their final destination, as that was likely where the reinforcements would arrive. Once there, they could consider their options for escape. He then turned to Shoto, asking about his confidence in his ice abilities. Shoto assured him that he would manage whatever was needed. Izuku proposed creating a platform to walk on, suggesting it be 6 feet wide and elevated off the ground. Shoto agreed to the plan. Izuku then pointed to a floating marksman rifle, asking Momo if she had created it. She confirmed that she had made one for Hagakure and estimated she could create enough rifles for everyone, though the rifles would take more time than the sleeper darts. Izuku requested that she start making more rifles, suggesting about 10 would suffice. He outlined a strategy: keep the injured near Todoroki, who would focus on making the ice bridge, while Bakugo and he would monitor the ground for any stragglers. The students voiced their approval of the plan, recognizing it as their best option. Momo observed that Izuku seemed like a completely different person since Katsuki had helped him regain his composure. He now resembled the Izuku she knew, rather than the chaotic force he had been earlier. She noticed the relief on her classmates' faces, indicating they too recognized the change in him. However, she couldn't shake the concern about what had been troubling him. Suddenly, Izuku asked if anyone knew the whereabouts of Aizawa-sensei or 13. The group fell into an uneasy silence, and Katsuki muttered that they might be in serious trouble. Achiko suggested they keep an eye out for signs of battle as they traveled, and murmurs of agreement followed. Yet, many of them shared Momo's unspoken worry about their teacher's fate. In a bar somewhere, Kurojairi and Tamura watched a series of monitors tracking Izuku's progress. Tamura expressed his belief that the students were engaging in a typical teamwork scenario, though he acknowledged its effectiveness. They observed as an ice bridge was formed, allowing the students to move forward and neutralize any villains they encountered with tranquilizer darts. Those who managed to evade the darts faced swift defeat at the hands of Izuku or the furious blonde. Tamura speculated on whose idea the strategy was, and Kurojairi acknowledged it was likely Izuku's. They continued to watch as the group of students moved toward the main entrance. Tamura noted that at least Izuku was heading in the direction he wanted, sparing their ally the need to find him. He glanced at a screen showing the Nomo fighting against the 2 teachers who had accompanied Izuku. One teacher had been quickly subdued, but the other continued to fight valiantly despite his injuries. Kurojairi questioned whether they should use one of the finished Nomu to test Izuku, suggesting he could retrieve it. Tamura dismissed the idea, citing orders from above. He explained that he believed the higher-ups wanted to recreate a situation similar to the arena, where Izuku would face a fellow monster, to see if it would trigger any latent quirks or memories. Tamura speculated that they were also interested in whether Izuku retained the analytical mind for quirks that had fascinated them in the past. Kurojairi pointed out that there was no guarantee Izuku would engage in a fight, to which Tamura admitted it was a gamble. However, he was intrigued by the possibility of Izuku seeking out the Nomo for a one-on-one confrontation. Then that was proof that the memory wipe wasn't as complete as they thought, or he was getting his memories back, either subconsciously or consciously. It didn't really matter. Kurojairi sighed, acknowledging the situation. They were essentially sacrificing the Nomu. Tamura laughed, stating that it was meant to be a foot soldier anyway, which was why it hadn't been named like them. The wisp of a man turned to stare at the screen, noting that the Nomu had been found. Now they would wait. As Izuku arrived at the main entrance, he spotted a massive, hulking villain fighting Aizawa. His teacher was desperately trying to protect what appeared to be a downed 13, but his strikes had little effect on the villain. A crowd of villains cheered, completely oblivious to the student's arrival, content to watch the larger villain toy with Aizawa. Izuku's breathing quickened as he analyzed Aizawa's state. Aside from panting heavily, his arm was clearly broken. Putting all his strength into his legs, Izuku barreled through 2 unsuspecting villains and crashed into the side of Aizawa's opponent. Surprisingly, it seemed to have zero effect. The villain looked down at Izuku and smiled, causing Izuku to hop backward to escape its range. His classmates soon arrived on the scene, descending from the ice bridge to cover Aizawa and 13, squaring off against the remaining villains. Izuku stared down the hulking beast before him, its muscular frame and exposed brain giving the impression of something inhuman, something created like a modern-day Frankenstein. Its dark eyes were fixed on Izuku, completely focused the moment he came into view. And just like the first time he laid eyes on it, it felt familiar to him, as if he were. Katsuki snarled, ready for battle, as Shoto lined up next to him. The two took a battle-ready stance, but Izuku remained relaxed. He could sense what the beast wanted. It wanted a one-on-one with him. Katsuki, confused and frustrated, insisted they should take it down together. Izuku interrupted, stating that their efforts would be wasted. He urged Katsuki and Shoto to help their classmates while he faced the villain alone. Katsuki was incredulous, arguing that the creature had nearly taken out both of their teachers. Izuku insisted that their attacks would only hinder him more than help. Shoto looked at Izuku pointedly, confirming his understanding and agreeing to trust his judgment. Katsuki, still reluctant, expressed his frustration, but Shoto restrained him, reminding them that this wasn't the time for personal issues. Izuku reassured Katsuki that he would be protected as long as they kept the other villains at bay. Bakugo wrestled with his emotions but ultimately relented, warning Izuku that a true hero never lies and that if he lost, he would come to finish the job. Izuku nodded, promising he would not lose. He watched as Shoto and Katsuki raced off to join their classmates, who were doing well in protecting their wounded teachers. With their support, victory seemed assured, but it also meant his time for a one-on-one was limited. Izuku briefly pondered why he had orchestrated events this way. He was sure Shoto's ice could have distracted the villain, and Katsuki's explosions could have blinded it. So why had he convinced them to back off? He didn't know the answer, but he felt a strong urge to face the beast alone, as if it was the right thing to do. The thought lingered in his mind since his encounter with Tamura Shigaraki. He wanted to utterly. The beast pounded the ground with its lanky arms, creating cracks in the cement, growing impatient. Izuku walked toward the overly muscular villain, its eyes locked on him. To the creature, nothing else mattered. Its focus was solely on Izuku. He asked if it could speak as he approached. The creature shook its head, opening its mouth to reveal the inside, which lacked a tongue, leaving only a stump. Izuku realized it could understand him, and he asked if it would surrender. The villain tilted its monstrous head, seemingly confused by the question. Izuku, unsure of where the question had come from, apologized for asking something so strange. Finally, he got into his battle-ready stance, and the villain reacted in kind, raising its arms. Izuku knew this wasn't a foe to take lightly. It had nearly taken out both Aizawa and 13. The circumstances were dire, but he was determined to face this challenge head-on. It was nothing like the villains Izuku had faced before. It was possibly comparable to Tamura, but something instinctively told him that it wasn't on that level just yet. He had no solid backing for this claim, and it could simply be his stubborn refusal to view the one who had bested him as weak. Nevertheless, while this villain was certainly formidable, Izuku felt that Tamura was leagues above it in terms of power. That was just what his instincts conveyed. Still, this was not going to be an easy fight. Izuku signaled to start the brawl, and the villain rushed forward, attempting to catch him off guard. Izuku skillfully dodged its right hook and countered with a powerful strike to its sternum. With all his quirks active, the blow had no physical impact on him. The pain was purely mental, but even he was starting to feel numb to it. While the strike would have sent any lesser villain flying, this one remained firmly planted on the ground. It appeared to possess a degree of shock resistance, prompting Izuku to consider whether it was shock resistance or shock nullification. He needed to be strategic with his attacks. He danced around the creature's punches and strikes. Each time its blows connected with the ground, they left small craters, forcing Izuku to keep moving to maintain solid footing. He tried smaller punches, but they seemed to have no effect on the villain at all. Their battle continued like this for a considerable time, neither gaining the upper hand. Izuku noted that while the creature exhibited super strength, evidenced by the craters it left, it lacked super speed. Its attacks were quick but manageable. Additionally, it demonstrated a high degree of shock resistance or outright shock nullification. Overpowering it was not an option at his current strength. As Izuku pondered his next move, the villain suddenly halted its assault. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku moved in, but the villain opened its mouth and unleashed a superheated cloud of steam that enveloped them both, obscuring his vision. Though he couldn't see, he sensed the villain approaching. The rumbling around him made it impossible to pinpoint its location. As he focused, a sharp, urgent pain shot through his head, screaming at him to dodge. Izuku kicked off the ground with all his strength and dove to the left just as a massive hand swung down, shattering the ground where he had just stood. His legs strained under the pressure, but they held. He wasn't given a moment's respite. The same pain flared in his head again, compelling him to leap once more. This maneuver brought him out of the smoke, but before he could reassess, the villain was upon him. Beneath its dark, leathery skin, red, vein-like lines bulged and twisted, indicating a surge in speed and ferocity. Perhaps it had a quirk that allowed it to power up in steam. Izuku had no time to contemplate further. The creature's attacks were now lightning fast, becoming increasingly difficult to evade. One strike clipped his shoulder, sending him sprawling backward. Before he could register the pain, he pushed off the ground with all his might, tumbling to the side just as the villain leapt, shattering the ground where he had been lying moments before. He realized he could not afford to take a direct hit. The damage he sustained was due to his negligence. Had he maintained his body in a frozen state during the battle, he doubted he would have taken much damage. It seemed that his passive state, which allowed him to use his quirks without injury, was insufficient. The villain lunged at him again, forcing Izuku to push against the ground with all his strength just to survive. As he rolled away, a sharp pain shot through his hand, which finally gave out under the stress. His right hand was now out of commission, and judging by the flare of pain in his left shoulder, that side of his body was compromised as well. But pain meant little to him. Izuku focused on visualizing reconstruction rather than healing, determined to get back on his feet as quickly as possible. While this new quirk had its advantages, he was uncertain of any drawbacks, but he couldn't afford to worry about that now. The villain leapt at him again, but this time it was slower. The red lines beneath its skin were fading, likely indicating that its empowered state was diminishing. Izuku seized the opportunity to kick up to his feet and sidestep the strike aimed at his head. Now, he had a clearer understanding of the villain's quirks: shock resistance or nullification, super strength, the steam it emitted, and enhanced speed gained from the steam. With this knowledge, he could formulate a plan. The only dangerous state for the villain was when it was empowered by steam. If Izuku could nullify that, he could effectively neutralize most of its power. As the villain prepared to release more steam, Izuku shot 2 strands of black whip at it, wrapping around its mouth. Infuriated, the creature clawed at the strands with its massive hands, swinging Izuku around in a wide arc. He quickly released the strands but crashed into the ground, landing painfully on his previously injured side. Clearly, he needed to utilize more strands of black whip. And they had to be strong too. Izuku recalled the time he first used black whip, when the strands were powerful enough to tear into the ground. That had been before he learned to control it, resulting in him losing consciousness. In the vision he experienced during that moment, a figure informed him that Black Whip's power had been amplified by One for All. This revelation meant he could potentially enhance his other quirks with One for All. He was uncertain if doing so would lead to the same outcome as before, where he had to push himself to his limits and endure extreme physical strain. The situation had not yet reached a point of desperation where he needed to use 100% of his power, risking injury while utilizing his reconstruction quirk enhanced by One for All. But the option was available. No, Black Whip was his best choice. He had successfully used it before, even if it had knocked him out at the time. His mastery over the quirk had improved since he first activated it years ago. He was confident he could control several One for All enhanced Black Whips without too much difficulty. He just needed the strands to be unbreakable. With determination surging through him, he launched 4 strands of Black Whip, now enhanced by One for All. These thicker strands raced toward the villain, wrapping around its arms and mouth. This time, Izuku managed to restrain the villain's arms, forcing them behind its bulky body after a brief struggle. It seemed that, in a direct contest of power, Izuku had the upper hand. This allowed him to lift the villain off the ground and suspend it in midair. As he observed the villain flailing its legs helplessly, Izuku felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was the adrenaline coursing through him, but for a moment, everything else faded away. Since Katsuki had snapped him out of his autopilot mode, he realized that even in this life-and-death situation, he found a strange joy in the moment. The feeling of triumph from completely dominating his opponent, a sensation that Tamura had stolen from him, surged back. A small smile formed on his face as he locked eyes with the villain. The villain struggled against its restraints, attempting to unleash smoke, but Izuku's black whip remained firm. As he contemplated his next move, he felt his grip on the one-for-all enhanced black whip waver momentarily. The villain nearly broke free, but Izuku quickly regained control, restricting its movements once more. He needed to finish this. There was really only one way to neutralize a threat like this. Knocking it out was not an option due to the quirks it possessed, but asphyxiating it? He realized he didn't have to do it himself. If his black whip was strong enough, he could. A fifth strand of black whip, enhanced by one for all, coiled around the villain's neck. With it suspended in the air, the villain could only futilely wriggle its legs as Izuku tightened the strand around its thick neck. Veins bulged as he concentrated, feeling lightheaded. He was on the verge of tipping over, but he had to see this through. Not because this villain posed a danger to his classmates, but because it felt right. Izuku acknowledged that his motivation might be even shallower than that, but he didn't care about reasons. All he cared about was defeating it completely. As the black whip tightened around the villain's throat, it thrashed wildly, almost breaking free. But as time passed, its struggles gradually subsided. Eventually, it went limp. Yet, Izuku did not stop there. He maintained his grip for another 120 seconds before releasing it, allowing it to drop to the ground with a dull thud. As the one-for-all enhanced black whips retracted into his body, the lightheadedness faded, and Izuku felt more grounded in reality. With clarity restored, he approached the unmoving villain. As it lay on the ground before him, he savored his victory for a brief moment. The overwhelming sensation of having defeated a formidable opponent washed over him. Although the victory wasn't as complete as he would have liked, he had taken a few hits. It was enough for now. A fleeting memory surfaced, but just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. That was a frustrating experience. Yet, Izuku was left with a strong feeling, a warning of sorts. It compelled him to lift his foot and, as Momo swung her staff, striking a villain with the tail end, she noticed Katsuki and Shoto joining their defense of Aizawa and 13. But if they were here, then that meant Izuku was. Shoto caught her arm as she attempted to rush off to help Izuku. He told her not to, asserting that she would only hinder him. Momo felt a wave of despair rise within her. She expressed her concerns, emphasizing the danger they faced. Shoto acknowledged her worries but insisted that Midoriya had said he would handle it, and he chose to trust him. They needed to focus on the villains in front of them, as that was what Midoriya relied on them to do. Momo protested, stressing that they were leaving him to fight alone and questioning the risks involved. Shoto interrupted, revealing his own frustration at the situation. It was the first time she heard him speak with anything other than his usual calm demeanor. He admitted that he hated leaving people behind, but for Midoriya, he would make an exception. Momo questioned why he felt that way, arguing that Izuku was just like the rest of them. Shoto vehemently disagreed, asserting that Izuku was strong and that they were not even in the same league. He could tell just by looking at him. Stunned, Momo could only remain silent as Shoto continued. He observed the way their opponent fought, noting that it was clear he was different from them. Newcomers didn't fight like that, even those with formal training didn't exhibit such skill. Only someone with actual combat experience could fight in that manner. Shoto blinked, visibly deflating in front of Momo. His expression shifted back to its usual passive demeanor. After a brief pause, he released her and apologized, explaining that he hadn't lost his composure like that in a long time. It was a difficult situation, and he had a lot on his mind. He reassured her that they would help their ally after dealing with the villains. After a moment of contemplation, Momo nodded, insisting they needed to act quickly. Shoto confirmed that they would. With his reassurance, they rushed off to join the fight. The battle against the villains was nearly won even before Momo and Shoto arrived. Shoto's ice powers expedited the process of detaining the villains, and Momo only needed to knock out one more opponent, a testament to her class's effectiveness. She tried to ignore the earth-shaking impacts around her, focusing on subduing the remaining villains as swiftly as possible. As the fighting came to a close, Momo began issuing orders. One group was to remain and ensure the villains stayed detained, another was to administer first aid to the classmates who needed it most, and a final group was to assist Izuku in confronting the monstrous villain. Katsuki eagerly volunteered for the latter, and soon Momo, Katsuki, Shoto, and Achiko raced off to aid Izuku. They passed several craters in the ground, and after navigating through a small thicket of trees, Momo finally spotted Izuku. He was fiercely stomping on the downed villain. As her words caught in her throat, she heard Katsuki call out to Izuku. The boy's foot paused midair as he turned to face them, momentarily sending a chill through Momo. However, that feeling quickly faded as Izuku broke into an adorable, shy smile that felt out of place given the circumstances. He acknowledged his actions with a simple statement. Katsuki, approaching him, expressed disbelief and lightly hit Izuku on the shoulder, advising him not to repeat such behavior. Panting slightly, Izuku asked for clarification, to which Katsuki gestured around them in frustration. After what felt like an eternity, Izuku and the other students were finally rescued from the USJ. Tenya arrived with a significant number of reinforcements, led by All Might, who calmed down upon seeing that the remaining villains were either unconscious or detained. As the pro-heroes surveyed the scene, their primary focus was ensuring the students returned safely to UA and that Aizawa and 13 received medical attention. Some students, along with the two teachers, were immediately transported in ambulances. The bus ride back was somber and silent. No one spoke, still processing the events that had unfolded. Upon their arrival, the students were informed that class was canceled the next day and were encouraged to rest. Therapy sessions were offered for those who wished to discuss their experiences, but Izuku declined. The UA faculty planned to interview them later that day and the following day about the incident. The girls would be questioned first due to time constraints, with the boys scheduled for the next afternoon. This gave Izuku some time to reflect, which he appreciated. He had questions of his own. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, Izuku was suddenly overwhelmed by drowsiness. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he resolved to jot down his thoughts to avoid forgetting them upon waking. He retrieved his notebook and pen and began writing. He noted the quirks he might possess, one for all, Black Whip, and a quirk that allowed him to freeze parts of his body, which could help him handle a higher percentage of one for all. He also mentioned a quirk that enabled him to reconstruct his body after injury, visualizing reconstruction rather than healing. He contemplated another quirk that had an unknown effect, recalling its use during a softball throw. He wanted to ask All Might Toshinori about the last 3 quirks. Although his instincts suggested they were not related to one for all, he needed more information, hoping Toshinori could provide clarity. He recalled that his mentor had some insight during their last discussion, and Izuku placed his hopes on him. As he settled into bed, Izuku tried to push aside thoughts of how Tamura Shigaraki seemed to know about his quirks. The UA teachers gathered around a round table, their expressions grim. Nizu, the principal, initiated the meeting with a serious tone, addressing the events at the USJ. The name loomed over them like a dark cloud, particularly affecting Aizawa and Toshinori, who looked particularly troubled. Nizu stated that the meeting would not focus on the possibility of a mole within UA, but he assured them that if such a person existed, they would be found. Aizawa interjected, asserting that there was indeed a mole at UA, as the villains had come with a specific purpose on a day only known to the staff and students. Nizu agreed but emphasized that they needed to focus on a more pressing issue. He acknowledged that the students were fortunate to have escaped with their lives, despite injuries. The villains, however, had left a significant impact. An uneasy silence filled the room as they recalled the aftermath of the USJ. Apparently, before their arrival, their student had engaged in a fierce battle with a powerful villain. The creature that had incapacitated Aizawa and 13 was ultimately defeated by Izuku Midoriya. The accounts from the female students they had questioned varied in tone but shared a common theme. Some expressed admiration for Izuku, noting how he continued to fight even after visibly injuring his arms. Others conveyed a mix of relief and horror, shocked by how Izuku had taken down several villains, yet grateful for his presence. Nizu summarized the situation, stating that 15 individuals were declared dead on the spot, with causes of death ranging from blunt trauma to blood loss, and some suffering critical organ failure due to external damage. 35 others were sent to intensive care, with uncertain survival rates. He noted that 16 injuries were fire-related, attributed to Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, while the rest mirrored the conditions of the deceased: shattered bones, severe concussions, and potential permanent disfigurements. The atmosphere in the room was heavy with silence. Nizu turned to Toshinori, deciding to address the matter directly. He asked if Toshinori had taught Midoriya to fight in such a manner. Toshinori replied quietly that he had not, having only instructed him in non-lethal incapacitation techniques. Nizu pressed further, questioning whether Midoriya lacked control over his power. Toshinori took a moment before admitting that while Midoriya usually shouldn't be able to unleash more than 3 blows with full power without injury, it appeared he had done so anyway. Realization washed over Toshinori as he acknowledged that Midoriya had indeed broken his arms but had somehow healed them. Aizawa interjected, referencing a file Toshinori had sent him, suggesting that the ability was likely Chrono Force or Regenerator. Toshinori clarified that it was probably Chrono Force, as Regenerator was more passive. Nemuri, known as Midnight, interrupted, asking if there was something the rest of them were unaware of. Aizawa shrugged and looked at Toshinori, indicating that it was his turn to explain. Toshinori sighed and shared a condensed version of Izuku's past. He revealed that Izuku had been taken by a villain named All for One at a young age and subjected to experiments aimed at creating a super soldier, which included being forcibly injected with various quirks. He explained that Izuku had been rescued but had his memories wiped. Sekijiro-kun, known as Vlad King, expressed his concern, questioning why Toshinori would choose a boy like Izuku as his successor. He described the raw instinct and brutality he had observed in Izuku's fighting style, which did not conform to any known martial arts. Toshinori lowered his head, preparing to share the more detailed explanation he had given Aizawa about Izuku's traumatic past. Sekijiro requested, with respect, that Toshinori take back one for all from Izuku. Toshinori was taken aback, asking what Sekijiro was thinking. Sekijiro insisted that they needed to consider the implications of giving such power to someone with a troubled history. He raised concerns about what might happen if Izuku regained his memories and the potential consequences of his actions. Toshinori firmly assured them that even if Izuku regained his memories, he would not turn to evil. He had seen the boy's genuine desire to do good, and he was resolute in his decision to make Izuku the next symbol of peace. Sekijiro pointed out that the symbol of peace does not kill, prompting Nemuri to ask if Midoriya was even aware that he had caused the deaths of 15 villains. The look on Toshinori's face confirmed the grim reality. Nemuri faltered, questioning whether they would tell him. Toshinori was prepared for this moment, stating that he would convey the truth to Izuku, emphasizing the importance of understanding and taking responsibility for his actions. Nemuri felt a pang of sympathy for Izuku, recalling her limited interactions with him and how he seemed like a bright, albeit shy, boy. She dreaded the impact this knowledge would have on his demeanor. While death was sometimes unavoidable in their line of work, heroes typically aimed to capture villains alive, both for moral reasons and public perception. Sekijiro expressed his fear of what could happen if one of their students were harmed by Midoriya, even unintentionally, during class sparring sessions, especially with an interclass war approaching. Aizawa, who had remained silent until then, defended Izuku, asserting that he posed no threat to the safety of his classmates. Tashinori appreciated Aizawa's support, though Sekijiro remained grim, voicing his concerns about the potential consequences of Midoriya's power and the injuries he could inflict if he lost control. Sparring sessions at UA were a regular occurrence, and there was concern about what might happen if someone couldn't hold back. Nizu finally interjected, stating that arguing wouldn't lead to any resolution. He would deliver his judgment to prevent further debate and asked if anyone had an issue with that. No one did. They all recognized that Nizu's judgments were typically sound. Nizu took a deep breath and began by affirming that Tashinori was right to inform Izuku about the death he had caused. He emphasized that while it wasn't technically illegal, it was deeply frowned upon. Being the symbol of peace involved more than just defeating villains, and Tashinori, with his strength, should understand this better than anyone. Tashinori nodded in agreement. Nizu continued, stating that he didn't believe Tashinori should take back his quirk, nor did he think it was possible. He also felt that removing Tashinori from the hero course at UA would be a significant waste of potential. They faced a crossroads. One option was to inform Midoriya of his forgotten past, which carried risks. They had no idea how Midoriya might react if he learned about it. Nizu proposed that they wait patiently for now, instilling in Midoriya the belief that UA was a safe place. Even if he did regain his memories, he would be torn between whatever had been instilled in him and his love for UA. In that moment of hesitation, they would be ready to intervene, even if it meant taking drastic measures. His heavy words elicited shocked expressions, but he pressed on, stating that they could not allow Midoriya to fall into the hands of villains. Under no circumstances could that happen, he reiterated. He asked if everyone understood. Tashinori interjected, suggesting that killing Midoriya wasn't necessary. Nizu countered that they couldn't afford to make that decision lightly. If the power of One for All fell into villainous hands, the consequences would be dire, affecting society as a whole. However, he expressed his willingness to trust Tashinori and, by extension, believe in Midoriya's desire to do good. That was why he was willing to take this risk. The participants of the meeting remained silent, and Nizu noted the lack of complaints. He then instructed Tashinori to prepare for a difficult conversation with Izuku in the near future. Tashinori nodded solemnly, stood up, and left the room, shutting the door behind him. Izuku was startled awake by a knock at the door. He glanced at the clock and realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. He had gone to bed early the previous night, meaning he had slept for nearly 19 hours. He quickly threw on some pants and a jacket before rushing to the door, surprised to find Tashinori standing there. Tashinori noted Izuku's disheveled appearance and asked if he could come in. Izuku, slightly embarrassed, agreed. Tashinori guessed that Izuku had just woken up, recalling similar experiences when he had overexerted himself while training with One for All. Before discussing the events at USJ, Izuku excitedly mentioned that he believed he had discovered more quirks he possessed. As he reached for his notebook, he missed the way Tashinori's expression shifted. Izuku handed over the notebook, hoping Tashinori could help him identify the quirks. After reviewing the notes, Tashinori pulled out his phone and accessed a document. He confirmed that Izuku already knew about One for All and Black Whip, but the third and fourth quirks mentioned freezing and reconstructing were actually the same quirk called Chronoforce. Izuku repeated the name, intrigued. Tashinori speculated that it might belong to either the first or second user of One for All but couldn't be certain. Izuku nodded, suppressing his instinct to correct Tashinori. Tashinori explained that Chronoforce allowed the user to rewind, pause, or fast-forward anything that happened to their body. Izuku realized that when he used 50% of One for All, he was effectively pausing his body to prevent injury, and reconstructing his limbs was akin to rewinding damage. Tashinori then introduced another quirk called Electromagneta, which allowed control over magnetic fields and currents. He admitted that he didn't know much about it since it hadn't appeared frequently in One for All users. However, he explained that it involved manipulating electrons, enabling the creation of electromagnetic barriers for protection. Izuku nodded slowly, contemplating the potential of manipulating electrons offensively as well. He expressed his desire to explore the extent of this ability, but Tashinori gently interrupted him, trying to steer the conversation away from Quirks. Yet, Izuku was already lost in his thoughts, excited about the possibilities ahead. He kept mumbling, generating multiple hypotheses about the limits and extents of his quirk, Electromagneta. It became evident to Toshinori, with just a single glance, that the boy was happy. He was having fun, and Toshinori found himself grappling with a difficult decision. Could he really dampen the boy's joy by revealing that he had caused the deaths of 15 people? They were villains, yes, but was he truly prepared to tell the boy that he had taken lives? Could he really do that? Wipe the small smile off Izuku's face? Was he, the symbol of peace, strong enough to potentially shatter the dreams of a hopeful boy? Toshinori took another long look at Izuku. This was a conversation he needed to have, yet he couldn't bring himself to start it. He wanted to protect that smile on Izuku's face for just one more day. With a heavy heart, Toshinori resolved to postpone the conversation. Izuku Midoriya stood, glaring down at his opponent. The other boy was a mess, trembling at times due to the electric shocks still coursing through him. Izuku had defeated him after a long and challenging fight. He had recently awakened his quirks, and this was likely one of his first victories in the arena. Previously, he had been bested by Kazuki, but today was different. Today, he had turned the tables, surprising Kazuki with his mastery of Shadow Sneak, Hydro Cannon, and Electromagneta. The combination of these three quirks allowed him to immobilize Kazuki from a distance, and once that was accomplished, Izuku had gone in to deliver a decisive blow. However, Kazuki proved to be more resilient than Izuku had anticipated, leading to an intense brawl that Izuku barely managed to win. What mattered was that Izuku had emerged victorious. The feeling of looking down at his opponent after a hard-fought battle was indescribable, but Izuku knew he could easily become addicted to it. After enduring too many losses in the arena, he was finally starting to taste victory. He relished the feeling that accompanied it, and then it struck him, how could he have forgotten? With victory came the promise of food. His empty stomach grumbled in anticipation. The thought of all the food he was about to receive as a winner made him salivate. He had been a loser for far too long, forced to watch the winner enjoy a feast right before his eyes, a feast he could not partake in. All he had to sustain him were the subpar supplements they injected him with, but now he was going to enjoy a feast right in front of Kazuki, the loser. Unable to contain his excitement, Izuku did a happy little dance. Suddenly, a hard object struck his right side, sending him tumbling. Momentarily stunned, he looked at his attacker, a trembling Kazuki, with static shocks still coursing through him. His right hand had transformed into an iron ball, indicating that his quirk, iron hardening, was still active. "If you think you're going to eat today instead of me," Kazuki began, staggering toward Izuku, but he never finished the sentence. Izuku's palms split open, and Hydro Cannon activated with newfound intensity. Two powerful beams of water crashed into Kazuki, sending him sprawling to the ground. Izuku rose, continuing to unleash a torrent of water on him. He activated Electromagneta for good measure, sending electric shocks through the water, watching as Kazuki writhed. After a few moments, Izuku's water diminished, leaving a thoroughly soaked boy on the ground. Without waiting to assess Kazuki's condition, Izuku approached and lifted his foot. He delivered a series of calculated strikes, each one punctuating his determination. Breathing heavily, Izuku stared down at the unmoving body before him, adding one final kick for good measure. The faceless man observed Izuku with a genial expression. He asked what they had learned that day. Izuku looked up, mouth full of fried chicken. Since Kazuki was still unconscious, he had the opportunity to dine with his sensei instead, who seemed interested in Izuku's progress with his quirks. Izuku succinctly summarized his findings about the dual usage of Electromagneta and Hydro Cannon, earning an amused chuckle from the older man. Although the man had not been referring to that, he acknowledged Izuku's ingenuity and expressed interest in his development. Izuku, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked what the man had meant. The sensei leaned back, propping his foot up on his knee. He spoke about the importance of vigilance in the arena. Just because someone was down didn't mean they were out. People had a tendency to rise at the most unexpected moments. Therefore, when they had the chance to knock someone down, they should ensure they could never get back up. The words resonated deeply within Izuku. Even after sleeping for 19 hours yesterday and another 17 today, Izuku still felt exhausted. After a troubled-looking Tashinori had left him, he went to the common area to prepare some food. Feeling particularly hungry, Izuku devoured 8 large sandwiches. Shortly after, Aizawa arrived to question the boys about the USJ. His arm appeared to be in better condition, though still bandaged. He reassured Izuku that it was mainly a reminder to avoid overexerting himself. Their conversation was brief. Izuku recounted everything he remembered about the USJ, which, to be honest, was not much. Most of his memories were hazy until Katsuki had literally punched him back to his senses. The only thing he could recall with clarity was the notion of visualizing reconstruction rather than healing, followed by a mental breakdown. He chose to keep his encounter with Tamura Shigaraki to himself, wanting to discuss it with Tashinori first, if possible. He had hesitated the last time he spoke with his mentor, but he promised himself that he would bring it up next time. A strange comment from Aizawa lingered in his mind before he left. Aizawa had asked if he was okay, expressing concern that he shouldn't dwell on what had happened, suggesting that sometimes difficult actions were necessary. Confused, Izuku had tilted his head, wondering what Aizawa meant. He had thought about the villain attack and reassured himself that he was fine. However, the look of realization in Aizawa's eyes made him uneasy. Aizawa quickly dismissed the topic and left to interview the next student about the USJ. Izuku admired Aizawa's dedication. Despite needing rest, he was fulfilling his duties as their homeroom teacher. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Izuku felt exhausted and went to bed early, only to wake up in the afternoon. Fortunately, it was the weekend, and there were no classes to worry about, or he would have missed most of them. After yawning, he went to brush his teeth and was about to head downstairs for food when he noticed his phone, filled with missed messages from Himiko. Himiko had sent several texts expressing her concern, asking if he was okay and if she could come see him. The messages had been sent late the previous night, around 9, after he had already fallen asleep. As he read through them, he felt a pang of guilt for worrying her. He quickly replied, explaining that he had been asleep for 17 hours. Just as he was about to type another message, his phone rang. It was Himiko, and he answered quickly, feeling a bit nervous. However, there was silence on the other end. He called out her name, but there was no response. Panic set in, and he shouted for her. Suddenly, he heard her voice instructing him to let her in before the line went dead. A rock hit his window, and he already knew what he would see when he looked outside. Himiko stood below, her face partly hidden by her hair. Her messy buns were even more disheveled than usual, but she was dressed nicely in tight jeans and a black cardigan over a white t-shirt. Knowing how to comfort her, Izuku opened the window and attempted to use his quirk to extend a few strands of black whip down to her. However, the quirk seemed to misbehave, causing him some discomfort as it thrashed around in his room. It felt like a strained muscle, but he pushed through the mental pain and managed to send 3 steady strands down to her. Once she was securely holding onto them, he retracted them, guiding her safely into his room. As soon as she was inside, Himiko enveloped him in a bear hug, causing them to tumble onto his bed. Izuku was surprised by her strength, feeling as if he might be crushed, but he didn't complain. He gently returned her embrace. Himiko nestled her face against his chest, inhaling his scent. He felt more at ease this time, having freshened up after brushing his teeth. As she shifted her weight, Izuku became acutely aware of their closeness. He quickly placed a hand on her shoulder and carefully detached himself, asking if everything was okay. Himiko's expression shifted, and she asked if he had been hurt during the villain attack. Her concern struck him, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him when he realized she was worried about the incident. He reassured her that he was fine and had just been sleeping a lot to recover. Himiko looked down at him, still concerned, and he promised that he hadn't meant to ignore her. She seemed to relax a bit, but he could sense the lingering worry in her eyes. Gathering his courage, Izuku turned away, murmuring that he would never ignore his girl. He felt a rush of anxiety as he realized he had never formally asked her to be his girlfriend, but he had assumed they were already on that path. Panic surged through him as he feared he might have messed things up. Suddenly he blurted out an apology for making assumptions. Before he could say more, Himiko's hands gripped his face, silencing him. When he opened his eyes, he found her flushed face inches from his. She told him that what he had said was one of the best things she had ever heard and urged him not to take it back. Izuku could only nod, feeling a mix of relief and joy as he looked into her hazy eyes, her breaths coming in deep and labored. Himiko appeared to be struggling to contain her excitement, ultimately opting for a gentle kiss on his cheek and a playful nibble on his earlobe before pulling away, releasing his face from her grip. She gazed up at the ceiling, trying to mask the deep blush on her cheeks, and asked what had prompted his sudden declaration. Izuku felt his own cheeks heat up. He admitted that he should have asked her to be his girlfriend long ago and apologized for his abruptness. A sharp look from Himiko made him reconsider his words, and he clarified that he should have approached the question more thoughtfully. He wanted to do it right this time. As he focused on her, he became acutely aware of her position, but he pushed that thought aside. It took all his courage to express his feelings. He told her that he liked her a lot, maybe even loved her, and while he wasn't entirely sure of the difference, he was confident that spending more time together would help him understand it better. He asked her again if she would be his girlfriend. Though the setting was not particularly romantic, Izuku felt that the moment was significant enough to overshadow the surroundings. To his surprise, Himiko didn't respond right away. Instead, she bit her lip and asked, "Why me?" This unexpected question caught him off guard, but he realized that discovering these little things about each other was part of what made their relationship exciting. He smiled fondly at her and explained that it could only be her. From the moment they met on the beach years ago, she had been one of his few friends, always there for him when others were not. She had been supportive and honest with him, and he reiterated his question about why it could be anyone else. For the first time, Himiko seemed at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing in surprise. Izuku found it adorable and, feeling a surge of courage, leaned in to kiss her. He understood why she enjoyed teasing him so much. After they parted, Himiko playfully remarked that frontal attacks like that weren't fair, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as she whispered that she didn't mind him being the aggressor sometimes, but now it was her turn. With a playful determination, she began to tease him, leaving soft kisses along his neck. The gentle nibbles were playful rather than painful, but when she reached a sensitive spot, he felt a rush of sensations. He allowed her to indulge in her playful antics, and when she pulled back, the innocent Himiko was replaced by a more daring version of herself, her eyes glinting with mischief as she liked her lips. Their lips met again, and Izuku found himself completely captivated by her. She took charge, exploring every corner of his mouth with her tongue. He didn't mind surrendering control to her. He trusted her completely. Eventually, she pulled back and told him it was okay to touch her. The words echoed in his mind, and he felt a rush of panic. He stammered that he couldn't, but she assured him that she was giving him permission. Himiko giggled at his flustered state and took his hand, guiding it to her chest. The sensation was overwhelming, and Izuku's mind raced with excitement. He felt exhilarated and a bit overwhelmed by the moment. She encouraged him, suggesting that if he touched her the right way, it could feel really good. With her hands still guiding his, she shifted his touch, leading him to explore her curves. Izuku was lost in the moment, trying to focus on anything other than the overwhelming sensations. As he closed his eyes, he tried to calm himself, but the awareness of her presence only intensified his feelings. Himiko's playful laughter broke the tension, and he opened his eyes to see her delight, feeling a mix of joy and nervousness in the air. Though it was cute in its own way, Izuku felt a rush of embarrassment as he tried to compose himself, glancing to the side. He wondered about her answer. Himiko, however, was quick to grab his face, compelling him to meet her gaze. She teased him, questioning if he truly didn't know her answer after everything that had happened. Izuku stammered about the importance of verbal consent, but Himiko playfully interrupted him. She leaned in and kissed him gently, a sweet and innocent gesture that made her joy evident. Her flushed cheeks radiated happiness, and Izuku felt a wave of relief and joy wash over him, prompting him to chuckle softly. Himiko, noticing his laughter, asked what was amusing him. He replied that it was rare to see her embarrassed, which only deepened her blush. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she declared that she would have to make him forget about this moment. The next few hours were filled with tender moments as Izuku found himself lost in kisses from his new girlfriend. Momo knocked on the door, shivering slightly from the cold air blasting through the hallway. She was puzzled by the low temperature on a cool Sunday evening, but since Mina controlled the thermostat on that floor, she assumed it was just Mina's preference. Mina's voice called out from the other side, informing Momo that the door was unlocked and that she could come in. Momo entered and locked the door behind her, greeted by the sight of her female classmates gathered in a room dominated by shades of pink. The decor, from the curtains to the furniture, was a fitting reflection of Mina's personality. She settled in between Achiko and Tsuyu at a surprisingly purple mini table. Mina offered her a bottle of water, which Momo declined. With everyone present, Mina suggested they begin their gathering. She expressed her desire for the girls to talk about the recent events, if they felt comfortable doing so. An uneasy silence filled the room. Mina, sensing the hesitation, shared her feelings of wanting to support them, emphasizing the importance of their small group of girls in the heroics course. Momo decided to step in, suggesting they could think of this as a form of group therapy or simply a girls' hangout. The other girls nodded in agreement, and Mina shyly requested they call her by her first name instead of her last. The others quickly followed suit, and Momo offered that they could call her Momo or Yamamo if they preferred. Laughter filled the circle, breaking the tension and creating a comfortable atmosphere. Suddenly, Kyoka spoke up, sharing her feelings of uselessness during the USJ incident. Mina quickly interjected, reminding Kyoka of her bravery and the crucial role she played in saving her. To emphasize her point, she revealed a scar on her stomach, a reminder of the danger they had faced. Mina urged Kyoka never to doubt her worth. Kyoka lowered her gaze, feeling the weight of Mina's words. Momo gently reminded them that heroics wasn't solely about strength and that there were moments when different abilities were more valuable. She illustrated her point with an example of a mudslide, highlighting how Kyoka's quirk could be vital in such a scenario. Kyoka listened, considering Momo's perspective. Achiko chimed in, agreeing that their quirks would have varying usefulness in different situations. Mina added that comparing oneself to someone like Midoriya was unfair, as he was in a league of his own. Tsuyu sighed dreamily, expressing her preference for the shy Izuku but acknowledging the appeal of his more commanding persona. Mina, however, pointed out that there was something unsettling about his intensity during the incident, suggesting he seemed a bit unhinged at times. Momo reflected on the day, recalling Katsuki's confrontation with Izuku and Shoto's insights about Izuku's combat experience. Achiko shared her relief that Izuku was a hero and not a villain, a thought that sent a chill through the group. Momo agreed, stating that Izuku was the last person she could imagine as a villain. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but Momo remained lost in her thoughts, contemplating the complexities of their experiences. A conversation from some time ago had etched itself into Momo's mind, refusing to fade. She recalled Izuku's determination to prove his worthiness for the power he possessed. Those words had been spoken to Aizawa after he had suggested that Izuku was All Might's successor. Momo had initially dismissed it as a misunderstanding or a wild theory, but the events at the USJ had been quite revealing. She had seen enough footage of All Might's incredible strength and speed to recognize that Izuku's quirk, aside from the dark strands he could project, bore similarities. However, All Might did not suffer injuries like Izuku did during battles. Momo remembered the unsettling moment when Izuku had healed his shattered wrist. All Might's quirk seemed devoid of such negative consequences or the healing aspect. It was possible that Izuku's quirk was simply different. If Momo had to speculate on the nature of Izuku's quirk, she would say it was far more complex than it appeared. Suddenly, Momo felt two fingers dig into her sides, prompting a startled shriek as she turned to see her assailant, Tsuyu, who was innocently whistling. Mina chimed in, urging her not to be upset and asking what was on her mind. Momo found herself blurting out that she had been thinking about Midoriya. Realizing her slip, She quickly tried to clarify that her thoughts were solely about his quirk. She noted how he had broken his bones during a fight yet seemed to heal almost instantly afterward. Coupled with his super strength and the dark substance he emitted from his hands, her curiosity was piqued. Achiko pointed out that Izuku had not disclosed the name of his quirk during introductions, only mentioning that it granted him enhanced strength and speed, along with that mysterious black substance. It seemed to be a highly versatile quirk. Tsuyu suggested they simply ask him about it, but Kyoka immediately declared she was not interested in doing so. Momo, trying to maintain her composure, missed the chorus of refusals that followed, only realizing too late that she had been volunteered to approach Izuku. Startled by their eager expressions, Momo protested, but Toru encouraged her by reminding her that as class representatives, they were in the best position to inquire about his quirk. Mina cheered enthusiastically, completely interrupting Momo's attempt to decline. Resigned to her fate, Momo gave up on convincing them otherwise. For the first time since Izuku had been elected as class representative, UA University's student council convened for a meeting. Although it was labeled a collective meeting, it primarily consisted of first-year representatives and the strongest third-year students. The fourth years were often referred to as UA's ghost year, as they were off-campus, engaged in internships and training with hero agencies. Izuku was not concerned with the politics surrounding this arrangement. As he sat in the meeting room, Izuku glanced around. Momo was seated to his right, and Tenya was on his left. Opposite him sat a ginger-haired girl, flanked by a smug blonde and a chubby man with ice-blue hair. An awkward silence filled the air, primarily due to the blonde's cold demeanor. When he had arrived, Izuku had greeted him with a smile, only to be met with a dismissive remark. The silence lingered until a new voice broke through. Izuku recognized it as Nijire Hato, the only female member of UA's Big Three. Following her were Mirio Togata and Tamaki Amajiki, the other members of the trio. They took their seats around the table, and Mirio introduced himself and his companions, lightening the atmosphere. Tenya stood with perfect posture, introducing himself as the secretary of Class 1A. The blonde guy, Nito Monoma, responded derisively, questioning Tenya's formal manner. Just then, the girl beside Nito intervened, apologizing for his rudeness and explaining that he had a complex regarding their class. Tenya reported Nito's earlier comment about not speaking to them, which prompted the girl to express her frustration at his attempts to sabotage their relationship with Class 1A. Nito protested, insisting he was merely trying to prove that their class was not inferior. Nito received another powerful blow to the head, prompting him to express his frustration. Itsuka Kendo introduced herself, apologizing on Nito's behalf for his behavior. The blue-haired boy beside her, Nairenjiki Shoda, greeted everyone and acknowledged Tenya, indicating they were already acquainted. Izuku noticed Momo glancing at him, and he nodded for her to go next. Momo introduced herself calmly, and as she looked at Izuku, he began to speak. However, Nijire suddenly exclaimed his name with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she leaned over the table to get a better look at him. Izuku confirmed his identity, feeling a mix of surprise and unease. Nijire eagerly requested to chat after the meeting, expressing her curiosity about the rumors surrounding him. Izuku agreed, though he felt the weight of Nito's intense gaze. Mirio then took charge of the meeting, noting they had completed the first agenda item of introductions and moving on to the next topic. He turned to Tamaki, who appeared reluctant to speak. Mirio encouraged him gently, reminding him that improvement required effort. Tamaki finally mentioned the next agenda item, the UA Sports Festival, which piqued Izuku's interest. He recalled how the festival was a significant event for aspiring heroes, showcasing their quirks rather than traditional sports. It was scheduled to take place in about 2 weeks, and Izuku remembered watching it with his mother, dreaming of one day participating. The festival typically consisted of 3 events, with the first 2 designed to narrow down participants for the final one-on-one tournament. The thought of such a challenge excited Izuku, who enjoyed the thrill of direct competition. However, he was momentarily taken aback by a sudden thought of domination over his opponents, which he quickly dismissed. As Izuku contemplated, Mirio and Nijire explained the format for this year's festival. The first event would be an obstacle race, followed by a cavalry battle, and concluding with the tournament. Tenya asked if the first-year representatives needed to assist in any way, to which Mirio replied that they simply needed to inform their classmates about the event. Nito abruptly stood up, announcing his intention to leave without waiting for confirmation. Mirio commented on Nito's behavior, unfazed by his departure. Itsuka quickly followed, stating she would go after Nito. Nairenjiki then approached Tenya, suggesting they grab a snack together, and after receiving Izuku's approval, they left the room. Izuku remained with Momo, Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki, who had mysteriously vanished. Mirio addressed Izuku, expressing anticipation for the first year's performances, particularly Izuku's, before he exited as well. Nijire, full of energy, hopped over to Tenya's empty seat and asked Izuku if she could call him by his first name. Momo stayed seated, and Izuku felt grateful for her presence, hoping she could sense his appreciation. Nijire, now comfortably settled, inquired about Izuku's recent accomplishments, specifically regarding a villain he had faced. Izuku recalled the encounter, acknowledging that while it hadn't been a flawless victory, it was still a win. He explained how the villain's quirk made it faster in the steam it produced, and he had managed to restrain it using his powers. As he demonstrated with a strand of black whip, Nijire listened intently, encouraging him to continue. He hesitated when discussing the more intense aspects of the fight, ultimately stating that he had subdued the villain. Nijire reacted with surprise, but Izuku felt the need to defend his actions, knowing that the aftermath had been far more severe than he wished to admit. Izuku could still picture the moment when he had taken down the villain, ensuring he would not rise again. A sense of determination compelled him to make sure the threat was neutralized. Nijire's chair slammed against the ground as she leaned forward, her eyes fixed on Izuku's face with intensity. He quickly averted his gaze, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. Whatever she was after, she seemed to find it, as her posture relaxed and she sank back into her chair. A fleeting frown crossed her face before she returned to her usual bubbly demeanor. She mentioned hearing about his record in the entrance exams, her voice rising with curiosity. Izuku confirmed it, and she followed up with questions about his performance in the quirk assessment test. When she suggested he was the strongest among the first years, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Nijire, seemingly bored, stood up and declared that they would see how things played out in the upcoming sports festival. Her excitement was palpable, and she leaned in close, her tone suddenly serious. She remarked on how he was not good at hiding things, leaving Izuku feeling unsettled. After a playful farewell, she left him feeling shaken. Despite her ditzy appearance, Izuku recognized that Nijire was perceptive, and he decided it might be best to keep his distance from her in the future. He turned to Momo, who was still deep in thought beside him. He called out to her, suggesting they should leave. Momo nodded absent-mindedly, her expression indicating she was wrestling with something in her mind. Instead of asking her question, she simply agreed to go with him. Izuku noticed a hint of disappointment in her demeanor, but he chose not to pry. Momo mentioned she would send details about the sports festival in their group chat and asked if he could help fill in any gaps if she forgot something. He nodded in response, grateful for her support. He expressed his appreciation for her always being there for him, to which she humbly replied that he had helped her too. Later, Izuku sent a message to their group chat, informing everyone about their participation in UA's sports festival in 2 weeks and attaching additional information. The responses varied, with Katsuki expressing his enthusiasm for the tournament, while Tenya admonished him for using foul language. Mina commented on the cute graphics, and Momo offered her assistance for any questions. As the conversation continued, Minoru jokingly asked Momo out, only to backtrack and claim it was Kirishima. The light-hearted banter filled the chat, with Katsuki insisting he would face Izuku in the tournament and Ijiro urging him to save his energy for the event. The next day, Izuku found himself outside Katsuki's door, ready to express his gratitude. Katsuki, just waking up, was taken aback by his presence. After a moment of awkward silence, Izuku managed to thank Katsuki for helping him regain his composure during a previous incident. Katsuki dismissed the gratitude, insisting it was a natural response to help a teammate. Despite Katsuki's tough exterior, Izuku sensed a deeper understanding between them. Katsuki challenged him to bring everything he had to their upcoming match in the tournament, emphasizing the importance of being able to protect oneself. Izuku felt a surge of determination at the prospect of facing Katsuki head-on, ready to prove himself. With a grin, he accepted the challenge, knowing that this was just the beginning of their rivalry and growth as heroes. Katsuki warned Izuku not to lose before the sports festival, and Izuku reciprocated the sentiment. About a week before the event, Izuku received a text from Toshinori. All Might asked if he could come to the faculty offices, and Izuku quickly confirmed before making his way there. As he rounded the corner, he waved to Midnight and Aizawa, who exchanged a complicated look before returning his wave. Upon arriving outside Toshinori's office, he noticed Mirio walking out. Mirio greeted him with enthusiasm, despite the evident fatigue in his eyes. He explained that he was finalizing details for the second-year sports festival, expressing his frustration over the different events for each year that complicated planning. Izuku felt sympathy for him and noted that the second-year festival would occur after the first years. Mirio mentioned that the third-year festival would follow the next day, allowing him a brief respite, while the fourth years had no break at all. Izuku commented on the workload, and Mirio reminded him that in 2 years, he would be in the same position as the strongest students would earn student council roles. Mirio laughed, encouraging Izuku to look forward to it before departing, leaving Izuku to fulfill his original purpose of speaking with Toshinori. Inside the office, Izuku found Toshinori seemingly deep in thought, taking deep breaths and counting to himself. When Izuku called out to him, Toshinori straightened up, surprised but glad to see him. He instructed Izuku to shut the door and take a seat, which Izuku did, finding the chair surprisingly comfortable. Toshinori inhaled deeply, indicating that there was something important to discuss. Izuku nodded, contemplating whether to mention Tamura Shigaraki. He decided to share his experience, revealing that during their encounter with the fog villain, he had been separated and met Shigaraki, who seemed to know him and demonstrated incredible strength. Izuku recalled how Shigaraki had caught his powerful blow with one hand and had caused his arm to disintegrate. He shared that Shigaraki had advised him to visualize reconstructing rather than healing, and after some hesitation, Izuku had successfully reconstructed his arm. The weight of Izuku's revelation hung in the air, and Toshinori listened intently, his expression grave. Izuku then asked how Shigaraki could have known about his abilities. Toshinori explained the complicated history of One for All, revealing that it had originated from a villain who had once ruled Japan from the shadows. This villain had a quirkless brother whom he had gifted with the ability to stockpile power, which could be passed down. Izuku processed this information, realizing that Shigaraki must be connected to the same villain organization. Although the explanation made sense, Izuku felt an instinctive unease, as if something was off. He asked about the villain's name, and for a moment, he thought he saw fear in Toshinori's eyes. Toshinori replied that the name had been lost to history but urged Izuku to be on high alert if he encountered Shigaraki or anyone from that organization, emphasizing the importance of not falling into their grasp. Izuku assured Toshinori that he would remain vigilant and then inquired about the reason for Toshinori's call. The atmosphere shifted as Toshinori revealed that there had been casualties at the USJ. Izuku was taken aback, believing that everyone had made it to UA safely. Toshinori clarified that he was referring to the villains, stating that 15 had been declared dead on the spot, while 35 were in critical condition. The implication was that Izuku's actions had led to these outcomes. Izuku struggled to process this shocking revelation. Toshinori expressed his reluctance to share this information but emphasized the need for Izuku to understand the gravity of his actions. He reassured Izuku that he would not be punished, given the life-or-death nature of the situation, but reminded him that being a hero involved more than just defeating villains. It was about trying to bring them back alive. Izuku remained silent, a tear escaping from his eye as he grappled with his emotions. Toshinori, filled with remorse for having to deliver such news, urged Izuku to say something. Finally, Izuku looked up and began to express his feelings, admitting that he felt horrified and disgusted by what he had done. He struggled to articulate the weight of his actions, grappling with the reality of having ended lives. People who would never walk the face of this earth again, people who would never take another breath, people who were just gone. Toshinori was about to interrupt, to tell Izuku that it wasn't technically his fault and that he was still good, but the boy spoke again. But the other half of me feels glad. A shocked silence enveloped the room. They were villains, were they not? Regardless of how they got there, regardless of whether they were tricked or forced into doing what they were doing, none of that changes the fact that, in that moment, they were acting as villains. They were trying to hurt us. Who knows what they would have done to us if we had been captured? They didn't try surrendering. And so, a bit of me just can't help but think. Izuku looked Toshinori in the eye. At that moment, Toshinori could tell which side of Izuku, the sad side versus the glad side, had won out. So what if he killed them? Izuku Midoriya gazed at the man beside him. Sensei, what's your goal? The faceless man seemed to focus on him. Even without visible features, Izuku could feel the man's gaze upon him. It was a hard concept to explain something about a rare perception quirk that was better than seeing, and Izuku still didn't know the full picture. What do you mean, Izuku? Izuku thought for a moment. A meal with Sensei was rare, and he wanted to make the most of it. I guess just, I don't know, why are you doing all of this? Izuku gestured at everything around him. His sensei hummed, stroking his chin. It has been a while since I've divulged my plans to anyone. You can trust in me. Izuku reassured him, thumping his chest with a small fist. I promise I won't tell anyone. The faceless man laughed heartily. Well, let's just start with how I view this world. Izuku leaned in, enraptured by what he said. The world ought to be ruled by the strong, his sensei said, lifting 2 fingers. There are 2 different ways to interpret this statement, Izuku. One way is this. If the world is ruled by the strong, then it is in a constant state of competition. People fighting to assert their dominance, fighting to indicate their superiority, fighting to show that they are strong. This is a world of constant struggle. Those on top dictate how those underneath them live. He put down a finger. This is not how I want the world to end up. Then how do you want the world to end up, Sensei? His sensei's mouth morphed into a broad smile. Absolute control. The 2 words reverberated in the room, echoing off of its blank walls. The world ought to be ruled by the strong, he quoted himself. I believe in this wholeheartedly. But I also believe that I am the only one who should be strong. I, alone, stand at the top of the mountain, and everyone is equal beneath me. Do you understand? Izuku nodded slowly. Yes, but how would this eliminate the competition for your spot on top of the mountain? What's the difference between the first and second methods of viewing the world? Valid questions, the faceless man acknowledged. There won't be any competition for the top spot since, well, would you fight someone you have no hope of beating? I don't know, Izuku admitted honestly. It depends on the circumstances. I suppose that is true, his sensei conceded. The process of getting to that point has been a long and arduous one. But with your generation serving as the prototypes, soon I will have a legion of the strongest fighters the world has ever seen, all moving according to my will. That gets us closer to my goal of being, for lack of a better word, untouchable. And once that happens, he sighed grandly. Silly words like hero or villain won't hold any meaning since everyone will be equally beneath me. There will be no need for conflict anymore once I have absolute authority. A world ruled by me, the only strong one. That is the goal I have spent so long reaching towards. For a brief moment, the man before Izuku looked tired. Izuku, will you help me? His sensei suddenly asked. Will you help me on my quest? Of course. Izuku responded instantly, shooting to his feet. I don't know how much I can help, but I'll do my best. What do you expect from me? Only that you continue to try and master the quirks that I have given you. Okay, that's a promise, then. Izuku giggled happily. I'll try my best to exceed your expectations. Thank you, Izuku. Truly. A thick silence enveloped the room. Toshinori stared, slack-jawed, at his protege. I know that it's a terrible thing to say, Izuku continued, and a part of me is terrified that I can even say such a thing. But there's a part of me that wholeheartedly believes in the words that I just uttered. He clawed at his face, hand obscuring one eye. I don't know why there are two sides of me here, or why they're so split on the issue. I don't know, Toshinori. Please help me. Tell me what's right or wrong. Toshinori's face morphed into one of steely resolve. Young man, there is no right or wrong answer here. All I can tell you is that we, as heroes, have to take the moral high ground. We have to try to take villains back alive. He took one look at Izuku's distraught face and quickly amended, but there are times when it's simply not possible to take them alive. Toshinori nearly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Izuku's face visibly brighten up. What Izuku said was, for lack of a better term, pretty unsettling. Toshinori could see the influence of All for One's twisted training as clear as day here, and he wanted to steer clear of the topic as quickly as possible. But he had a duty to ensure Izuku understood the message. Izuku, I want to be honest with you, Toshinori quietly said. My time as the #1 hero is running out. Even now, I can barely keep up this buff form. He flexed his muscles just for appearances, and I don't know how long I'll even last in a proper fight. I can maybe last for 30 minutes max, but after that, I become my true form, a quirkless nobody. Izuku opened his mouth to object, but Toshinori cut him off with a sharp look. For as long as I can keep this facade up, I will, but soon enough, the world will know that the symbol of peace is no more. Toshinori sighed, and with a pop, he returned to his normal, unmuscular form. Izuku had never seen Toshinori All Might look so frail before. But they need not worry, Toshinori smiled. Izuku felt a rush of emotions as he listened to Toshinori. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he wiped them away with the back of his hand. Toshinori continued, emphasizing the importance of the role Izuku was destined to take on. He declared with pride, embodying his heroic form, that he was the symbol of peace. However, the moment was cut short as he reverted back to his normal state, coughing slightly. He reminded Izuku that the symbol of peace does not take lives. Rather, it is about saving everyone without casualties. This ideal, while difficult to achieve, is what they must strive for. Izuku nodded, understanding the weight of Toshinori's words. Toshinori explained that with their immense power, it was easy to cause destruction. The true challenge lay in controlling their abilities to prevent unnecessary harm. Izuku absorbed this lesson, knowing that being a hero meant navigating such complexities. Toshinori then shifted the conversation to the upcoming sports festival. He wanted to see if Izuku could control One for All, emphasizing the importance of safety during the event. The thought of accidentally harming a classmate sent a chill through Izuku, but he was grateful to be allowed to participate. He pushed aside his worries, focusing instead on the task ahead. Toshinori expressed his expectations, urging Izuku to aim for first place if he could manage his power. Izuku promised to do his best, feeling a sense of determination swell within him. Toshinori reminded him that the power of One for All was meant to save, not destroy. After their conversation, Izuku left, knowing he needed to seek closure elsewhere. Meanwhile, Himiko was at her desk, casually working on her homework when a text message from Izuku caught her attention. He needed to talk, and she quickly agreed to meet him. After throwing on a skirt and jacket, she hurried to his dorm, using her powers to glide through the air and land gracefully inside. As she entered, she rushed to greet him, but his expression stopped her in her tracks. Concern filled her as she asked what was wrong. Izuku stood frozen, and as she approached, he stiffened. Taking his hand, she urged him to share his feelings. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku revealed that he had met with All Might. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, and Himiko listened intently, her fingers gently stroking his hand. He confessed that he felt responsible for the loss of life during the USJ incident, torn between horror and a darker part of himself that felt the victims deserved their fate. Feeling overwhelmed, Izuku sank onto his bed, and Himiko joined him, their hands still intertwined. He expressed his confusion, yearning for clarity on right and wrong. Izuku looked at her with broken eyes, pleading for guidance. Himiko recognized the significance of this moment. She understood the trust he placed in her, knowing that she could either uplift him or shatter his spirit. Instead of breaking him, She felt a surge of happiness that he sought her counsel during such a pivotal time in his life. The weight of his trust was profound, and she vowed to support him through this turmoil. It was overwhelming for her heart. The trust Izuku placed in her was utterly delightful. In her silence, Izuku closed his eyes tightly and expressed his concern about her feelings toward him. Himiko gently kissed him on each eye and reassured him that nothing would change how she felt about him. No matter what he did, her love for him would remain unwavering. She continued, emphasizing that even if he committed terrible acts, her feelings would not waver. Izuku hesitated, trying to voice his discomfort with her perspective, but Himiko silenced him, insisting that his actions were justified. She believed that those who attacked him first had forfeited their right to live, and that sparing them would be an act of mercy. Izuku remained quiet, contemplating her words. Himiko sighed, reflecting on the cycle of violence in the world. She expressed a desire for a world free from violence, but acknowledged that those who stood in his way needed to be dealt with decisively. Her words lingered in the air, and Izuku looked at her in surprise. For a moment, she worried she had gone too far, but his small smile eased her concerns. He cautiously asked if those who attacked him had received their due punishment. Himiko affirmed that not only did they get what they deserved, but he had also shown mercy to those he spared. Izuku seemed to find comfort in her words, visibly relaxing. He then wanted to share something important with her, asking her to promise not to tell anyone. Himiko eagerly agreed, her smile brightening. When he revealed that he had inherited All Might's quirk, One for All, and was meant to become the next symbol of peace, it shook her to her core. The world around her faded as she processed the revelation. Izuku continued speaking, but she was lost in thought. All for One had been searching for Izuku and the quirk he had lost long ago. Himiko realized that Izuku had just become incredibly valuable, and she felt uncertain about how to handle this information. Should she tell him? He had asked her to keep it a secret. Izuku's concerned voice brought her back to reality. She quickly covered her shock, claiming she had been too astounded to catch everything he said. He acknowledged that it was a lot to take in and shared his newfound clarity about his path. He expressed his determination to become strong enough to win without taking lives, as All Might had advised him. Himiko listened intently, her curiosity piqued. However, he added that if those he cared about were threatened, he would not hesitate to take action. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes. Himiko grinned and pressed a small kiss to the corner of his mouth, causing him to smile shyly. He expressed his gratitude for her support, admitting that her presence in his life meant everything to him. Her heart raced at his sincere words, and she felt warmth spread through her. Trying to mask her embarrassment, she playfully suggested that he owed her a favor. Izuku responded that he owed her much more, deepening her blush. She teased him about his straightforwardness, then playfully warned him that he would have to make up for it. Before he could respond, she kissed him again, silencing him completely. Meanwhile, Toshinori observed Izuku during Class 1A's quirk training, lost in thought. He was interrupted by Principal Nizu, who reminded him to pay attention to the other students. Toshinori sighed, realizing he had been distracted. He explained that he had been contemplating Izuku's quirks, but a sharp look from Nizu made him reconsider discussing it in public. Toshinori decided to seek Izuku out directly. As he approached, he noticed Izuku climbing a tall wall as part of his training, and the boy greeted him with a wide smile. He leapt off the wall, almost floating down, landing with cat-like grace. Toshinori greeted Izuku and asked if he was alone. The boy nodded, explaining that Yaoyorozu had gone off with Bakugo and Uraraka to test something, leaving him there for now. Toshinori leaned down to the shorter boy and whispered that he wanted to discuss their quirks, specifically One for All and Chrono Force. Izuku was curious about what he meant. Toshinori explained that Izuku had been using both quirks together since the beginning. To control One for All, he had been using Chrono Force in tandem with it. Izuku confirmed this, mentioning that he had been freezing the parts of his body that he used One for All at full power, as it was the only way to manage its full strength without harming himself. Toshinori hummed thoughtfully and asked Izuku to run a test. He warned that it might involve breaking his arm, but Izuku quickly dismissed the concern, grinning as he mentioned he could reconstruct it with Chrono Force. Toshinori encouraged him, but then realized the implications of what Izuku had said and suggested they avoid breaking limbs when possible, as Chrono Force might not always be reliable. Izuku nodded, though Toshinori doubted he fully understood. He asked if the climbing wall was empty, and as soon as he spoke, Izuku blurred, quickly running a lap around the structure. He confirmed that it was clear and Toshinori outlined his plan. He wanted Izuku to punch the wall at full power with Chrono Force activated, and they would see what happened next. Izuku blinked, surprised at the request. Toshinori confirmed that Izuku had checked for anyone nearby, and when Izuku affirmed that no one was around, Toshinori urged him to proceed. Izuku shrugged, realizing he was right, and focused on the wall before him. It was a solid concrete structure about 50 feet tall. Gathering all of One for All into his right arm and stabilizing it with Chrono Force, he shot forth and landed a powerful punch into the wall. A massive crack echoed through the training grounds, and a large crater formed where his fist had struck. Toshinori whistled, impressed, and asked how Izuku felt. Izuku admitted it hurt whenever he used it, but he could handle it. Toshinori suggested they empty the training grounds for safety and jogged off to inform everyone. After a while, Izuku saw Toshinori returning, now in his skinnier form after having taken care of the evacuation. Toshinori explained that they had 5 minutes before anyone returned and instructed Izuku to punch the wall with all his power but without using Chrono Force. He warned that Izuku would likely break his arm if he went full power without it, giving him a chance to back out. Izuku, determined, insisted he would do it, questioning whether the results would be the same. Toshinori encouraged him to give it a shot. Izuku moved to a different section of the wall that wasn't already damaged and prepared himself. Channeling all of One for All into his right arm without Chrono Force, he propelled his fist forward, smashing into the rock wall. The first sensation was the wind as a shockwave erupted from the impact, causing the concrete to splinter. The wall disintegrated before his fist, sending chunks flying as the force of the blow traveled through the structure. However, he quickly felt a sharp pain in his hand, realizing his wrist was injured. Cursing softly, he visualized reconstructing his broken hand. As he felt the bones mending and muscles reforming, the pain intensified, almost overwhelming him. After a few agonizing moments, it was over, and he let out a slow sigh of relief. He noticed Toshinori watching him with concern and shakily gave him a thumbs up. Toshinori asked if he was sure he was all right. Izuku confirmed he was fine, explaining that reconstructing body parts made him relive the pain, but he was okay now. Toshinori seemed to want to say more but shook his head instead. He pointed out the destruction Izuku had caused, and Izuku finally looked at the climbing wall. While he had been focused on healing, he hadn't realized the extent of the damage. The once tall structure was now a pile of rubble, debris scattered everywhere. Toshinori observed that there was a trade-off. By using Chrono Force, Izuku protected himself but limited One for All's potential output. He theorized that One for All strengthened the muscles with stockpiled power, while Chrono Force froze them to prevent injury. Izuku nodded, understanding that Chrono Force limited One for All's power output. He looked up at Toshinori, then back at the wreckage, and finally returned his gaze to his teacher. He asked if this was how Toshinori always felt able to unleash such power at will, as many times as necessary. Toshinori remained silent for a moment, gazing at the ruined wall with Izuku. He reiterated that the world was fragile, and Izuku nodded, realizing the true might of One for All was still growing. It would be far beyond this even just a year from now. Izuku wanted Toshinori to understand the differences in his power output so he could determine which would be best to use in the sports festival. Against his classmates, using his full power would be excessive. Even a limited version might be too much. The two stood in silence for a moment. Izuku, eyes blazing with determination, vowed to master this power. Toshinori had no doubt about that. Katsuki was frustrated, cursing at the crowd gathered outside their classroom. It was the Wednesday before the sports festival, and he was eager to get in some extra workouts with his quirk. However, the crowd was blocking his way. "They're just scouting the competition," Ijiro commented blandly, suggesting they ignore them. I can understand why they want to scout us, Achiko said. Most of them are general core students, right? I heard that if they perform well in the sports festival, they could join the heroics course. Is that true, Ida? Mina asked, overhearing the conversation. Tenya nodded, noting that it had happened before, but added that it didn't seem like only general core students were present. His gaze fell on Nito Monoma, a blonde man known for his rivalry with Class 1A. They don't seem that tough to me, Nito declared loudly, earning disgruntled glares from Class 1A. Katsuki bristled at the perceived insult, ready to retaliate. Nito, unfazed, asked where the so-called monster, Izuku Midoriya, was. At the mention of Izuku, the atmosphere shifted. Whispers erupted about his recent feat of destroying the climbing wall, with varying accounts of how it happened. Some were intimidated by the thought of facing him. Nito's comments stirred a mix of outrage and reluctant agreement among Class 1A. Before Katsuki could respond, Momo Yaoyorozu stepped forward, her presence commanding attention. She addressed Nito with a cold tone, stating that she would not tolerate such disrespect towards her classmate and suggested he either stop speaking or leave. A stunned silence followed her words, even catching Nito off guard. Momo added that both options would be preferable, her smile not reaching her eyes. Nito attempted to regain his composure, questioning her authority and what would happen if he chose not to comply. Momo reassured him with a mirthless smile, indicating that while she wouldn't act, Katsuki might. They turned to see Katsuki, barely restrained by Denki and Ijiro, small blasts erupting from his palms as he struggled against their hold. Before Nito could respond, Izuku appeared, parting the crowd. The onlookers made way for him, and Nito felt an instinctive urge to back down in Izuku's presence. Izuku noticed the tension and asked why everyone was silent. Katsuki's sudden outburst startled him as he explained that Nito had called Izuku a monster, and he had been ready to confront him. Izuku turned to Nito, who remained silent. He asked if Nito had indeed said that, to which Nito quickly claimed it was meant as a compliment, referring to Izuku's strength. Izuku, dismissing the comment despite Katsuki's protests, asked Nito and his group to leave if they were disturbing his classmates. Nito took the opportunity to exit, leaving Katsuki to grind his teeth in frustration. As the crowd dispersed, Tenya approached Izuku, inquiring about his whereabouts. Izuku sighed, explaining he had been talking with Aizawa, who informed him he would need to give a speech to open the sports festival. Katsuki, finally free from his friend's hold, grumbled about Izuku's lack of enthusiasm and expressed his desire to have confronted Nito himself. Izuku reminded him of their promise, which caused some classmates to giggle at the nickname he used for Katsuki. Katsuki's face turned red, and Izuku offered an apologetic glance, prompting more laughter from their peers. Ijiro, curious, asked about the promise, and Katsuki reluctantly explained it was about a fight, which Ijiro found impressively manly. Later, Izuku was focused on his breakfast and the speech he had been preparing for the sports festival. He hadn't expected anyone else to be up early, but Todoroki joined him, greeting him. Todoroki noticed the paper in Izuku's hand and asked about it. Izuku explained it was the speech he had to give, expressing his desire to make an impact despite the discomfort it caused him. Todoroki nodded, contemplating quietly. Then, he raised his gaze and looked right into Izuku's eyes. Shoto Todoroki had something important to share. Izuku encouraged him to go ahead, assuring him that he was listening. Shoto began to explain that when they faced each other in the tournament, he would use everything he had, including the fire that erupted from his left hand, a power he had inherited from his father. It was the first time Izuku had heard Shoto speak with such intensity, and it surprised him to hear the usually mild-mannered boy express such frustration. Shoto continued, revealing that his father would be watching, and using fire would likely please him. He had promised himself not to hesitate to use it if necessary, and against Izuku he felt it was essential. Izuku blinked, unsure how to respond. This was the second time someone had declared a serious challenge regarding the sports festival. He offered a hesitant thanks, to which Shoto replied that there was no need for gratitude. He simply wanted to express his feelings and give a warning. Shoto understood the struggle of holding back out of fear of hurting someone, but he would not hold back against Izuku. It was the bare minimum he needed to do to avoid being overwhelmed. Shoto looked genuinely apologetic as he asked Izuku not to hate him if he ended up hurting him. Izuku reassured him that he wouldn't, encouraging Shoto to go all out, promising he could handle it. Shoto chuckled, a rare sound, but he still seemed uncertain. With a quick bow and a wave, he left the dining room. As Shoto departed, Izuku felt a twinge of guilt. He had encouraged both Katsuki and Shoto to give their all, but he was now conflicted. He recalled telling Katsuki that if he wanted a fight without holding back, that was what he would get. However, after a recent training session with Toshinori, where he had shattered a concrete wall, he realized that using one for all at full strength could endanger his friends. He remembered the sensation of the solid rock disintegrating beneath his fists. What if that had been a person's face? The consequences would have been catastrophic. He had been limiting himself by using Chrono Force alongside one for all, unsure if even his limited power was safe. Despite his earlier words to Katsuki, Izuku knew what he had to do. He whispered an apology to his friends, deciding that for their safety, he would have to hold back. In a bar somewhere, Tamura sat with a bag of popcorn, gesturing to Kurogiri and the dark-haired man beside him. He eagerly announced that the event was about to start. The dark-haired man sighed, questioning why they were watching. Tamura explained that they were there to see their senpai's performance in the sports festival, prompting a groan from the man who found it odd to refer to someone younger as senpai. Kurogiri pointed out that technically he was. Tamura shushed them as the event was about to begin, curious about who would give the opening speech. The dark-haired man stood up, expressing his lack of interest in the performance. However, when Tamura mentioned that Endeavor's youngest son would be participating, the man sat back down, intrigued. Before Izuku knew it, all the first-year classes were gathered inside a stadium on UA's campus. The stadium was packed, every seat filled with spectators. The excitement of the audience was matched only by Present Mic's booming voice as he introduced the sports festival and the participating classes. In addition to hero courses 1A and 1B, students from general courses 1C, 1D, and 1E, support courses 1F, 1G, 1H, and even business courses 1I, 1J, and 1K were present. When Present Mic announced the general courses, Izuku's attention sharpened. If Class 1C was there, then Himiko would be too. As Present Mic introduced the referee, Midnight, Izuku searched the crowd for Himiko. He soon spotted her, standing a bit away from her class, already looking at him. He waved, earning a smile in return. Himiko blew him a kiss, causing Izuku to blush, still feeling shy about public displays of affection. He pointed to his wrist, showcasing the bracelet they had gotten together for one of her birthdays. To his delight, she mirrored the gesture, pointing to her own wrist where the matching bracelet adorned it. Midnight commanded silence, and the crowd quickly hushed. Izuku noticed some of his classmates, like Denki and Minoru, staring at Midnight with flushed faces, which he could understand given her revealing hero costume. Midnight announced that representing the students was Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. The moment had arrived. Izuku had rehearsed his speech countless times, but nerves still gripped him. He reminded himself that this was training. All Might had faced live press conferences in front of the world. If he was to become the next symbol of peace, he needed to step up. Looking up, he saw his classmates nodding and smiling at him. Momo offered him a supportive smile and a pat on the back, encouraging him. With gratitude, he advanced onto the stage. As he walked up, he caught a glimpse of Himiko, who initially wore a fierce expression, but it softened into a genuine smile when she noticed him. She gave him a thumbs up, mouthing something encouraging from a distance. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath as Izuku took the stage. Aside from a few whispers, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation as he grasped the microphone. To the left of him, Midnight gave him a thumbs up, but there was something guarded in her gaze. Ignoring that hint, Izuku began his speech in earnest. He expressed his gratitude to Midnight-sensei for the introduction and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, chosen to represent the first-year students. It was a great honor to hold this position. He paused to scan the crowd, his gaze landing on Himiko, who was beaming at him. his heart warmed at the sight. When he was asked to open the sports festival with a speech, he initially felt lost. After much contemplation, he still struggled to find the right words, so he resorted to searching for a template online. To his relief, this earned laughter from the audience. If that joke had fallen flat, he might have considered making a hasty exit. He explained that a typical sports festival speech consists of two parts, a pledge and a request. While the request usually encourages students to give their all, he knew that would happen regardless. Instead, he had a different request for everyone watching. Taking a deep breath, he urged the audience to pay attention to all participants, not just those competing for first place. He emphasized that even if someone lacked a flashy quirk or had what some might consider a plain ability, their efforts deserved recognition. It was the only reward they sought for their hard work. His words stunned many, particularly the students in the general courses, who clearly did not expect such sentiments from Izuku Midoriya. He continued, sharing that the second part of his speech, the pledge, was easier to write. He wanted to share his personal pledge, especially after two friends had made a declaration of war against him recently. This was the perfect moment to respond with his own declaration of war, a personal pledge for the sake of his mentor, who believed in him. Izuku fixed his gaze on Katsuki and Shoto, speaking with a confidence that was rarely seen from him. He declared that he would win the obstacle course race, the cavalry battle, and the tournament, vowing to place first in the sports festival without fail. A stunned silence followed his declaration. As the opening ceremony concluded and the classes began to move toward the starting point of the obstacle course, Izuku took a moment to step aside. He lagged behind as most were avoiding him, and when he thought no one was watching, he slipped into a nearby supply closet. Once the door clicked shut, he sank to his knees, taking a few shaky breaths. His inner voice chastised him, suggesting that everyone must hate him now. The only person who spoke to him after his speech was Katsuki, who, true to form, remarked that he would have done the same if asked to give a speech. The rest of his classmates avoided his gaze, looking at the ground, leaving him uncertain of their reactions. He had spoken genuinely, wanting to make a statement at the sports festival to show that he was present. 2 knocks on the supply closet door jolted him from his thoughts. Without waiting for a response, Momo Yayorozu entered. She took one look at him and sighed, gently encouraging him to join her as the event was about to start. Izuku expressed his fears about having messed up his speech, feeling he should not have said something so bold. Momo reassured him, stating that she thought his speech was perfectly fine. He had asked people to pay attention to those they might overlook and shared his personal pledge, which she believed was commendable. Under her kind gaze, Izuku felt himself wilt. He worried he came across as arrogant, but Momo pointed out that his certainty was what unnerved others. She liked it as it heightened the competitive spirit. Feeling mortified, Izuku buried his face in his hands. Momo took his hands, gently prying them away from his face to make him look at her. She reminded him that the words had already been spoken and that he could not change that now. He had a choice, to remain a no-show or to prove that his words were justified. Izuku blinked rapidly, stealing his resolve. Momo was right, moping would not alter the situation. The words had already been spoken, and there was nothing he could do to take them back. The only option that remained was to prove his words true or risk becoming a laughingstock. He had driven himself into a corner for that specific reason. Izuku suddenly declared that the higher the expectations, the better he performed. It had been that way during the entrance exam. Tashinori had expected him to place first, and he had done just that. He aimed to set the bar high again today. Momo noted that everyone's expectations of him were sky-high after his speech and questioned whether he would prove his words true. Izuku squeezed Momo's hands, and she turned beet red, realizing she was still holding them. Izuku seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. He expressed his gratitude, admitting that the booing had affected him. It felt as if 2 sides of him were warring for control, and the meeker side had won at that moment. Momo reassured him that more people had been applauding than booing, and they needed to move on. The first event was an obstacle course race around the stadium, designed to be challenging yet solvable. The faculty had invested countless hours into creating an intricate course filled with robots, canyons, and non-lethal minefields. They hoped for a thrilling competition, but Izuku had other plans. As soon as the race began, Izuku surged off the starting line, creating a shockwave that caused some nearby participants to stumble. He sped through the first layer of obstacles, the giant robots from the entrance exam, without slowing down. Their movements were too slow to catch him, and the camera struggled to keep up. When he reached the canyons, he leapt over them or shot strands of a black substance to propel himself across. The canyons posed no challenge for him, and the UA faculty who had meticulously crafted them might have shed a tear at how easily he cleared that obstacle. As for the minefields, instead of carefully navigating around the mines, Izuku sprinted through them. By the time the mines detonated, he was already ahead, and the explosions only served to propel him forward. In the end, Izuku claimed first place in the obstacle course race, and it wasn't even close. Katsuki and Shoto, who had used their unique abilities to finish, arrived several minutes after him. The UA Sports Festival was broadcasted worldwide. Initially, there were doubts about Izuku's abilities, even laughter at his declaration. But after witnessing his performance in the first event, everyone knew they were witnessing the start of something truly special. The next event was the cavalry battle, which required teamwork. Izuku had anticipated making enemies in his class but had narrowed down a group he could rely on: Tenya, Himiko, and Momo. He spotted Tenya and Momo but couldn't find Himiko among the advancing participants. Midnight announced the next event, a cavalry battle with the top 42, explaining the rules. Participants could form teams of 2 to 4 people, and the point values would vary based on their performance in the first event. Izuku searched for Himiko's name but found it missing, indicating her elimination from the festival, which disrupted his plans. To his name, there was a blank spot where the point value should have been. Midnight revealed that each student had been assigned a different point value based on their performance. The blank spot next to Izuku's name suddenly changed to a number, and he was shocked to see it read 10 million points. The gap between first and second place was staggering. Midnight declared that Izuku, who had placed first in the obstacle course race, was worth 10 million points. The other participants stared at him, calculating their chances. If they could take down Izuku's team, they would automatically rise to the top. However, all Izuku needed to do to maintain his lead was hold onto those 10 million points. Midnight relished the tension, emphasizing that those at the top would face more challenges. She reiterated that this was what plus ultra meant, and Izuku's worth was a testament to his performance. There was no need for further repetition, the stakes were clear. Izuku felt the weight of all the stares bearing down on him, but a small part of him welcomed the challenge. He pushed aside the conflicting feelings within him and focused on Midnight's next words. Midnight began explaining the rules of the cavalry battle. The time limit was set at 15 minutes, and each team would be worth the total points of its members. The riders would wear headbands displaying their points, and only the highest-ranked member of a group could be the rider. Izuku glanced at Katsuki, who was eyeing him intently, and realized that teaming up with him was not an option. Midnight continued, outlining that teams would attempt to grab each other's headbands while protecting their own points. Stolen headbands had to be worn from the neck up, and any cheating would result in automatic disqualification. She emphasized the importance of fair play, warning that any deliberate attempts to make opponents fall would lead to immediate removal from the game. As Midnight concluded, she signaled the start of the team-building phase. Izuku quickly approached Tenya, who stood a few feet away. He asked if Tenya wanted to team up, but Tenya, with a pained expression, declined. He explained that he wanted to succeed based on his own merits, viewing Izuku as both a friend and a rival. Izuku felt a pang of disappointment but understood Tenya's perspective. With Tenya walking away, Izuku turned to Momo, who was talking to Shoto and Denki. She noticed him and greeted him warmly. Izuku seized the opportunity to ask her to team up for the cavalry battle, hoping she wasn't already committed to someone else. Shoto assured him that Momo was just about to decline their offer, and as they left, Momo smiled, expressing her gladness at being asked. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. He thanked Momo for her support, acknowledging how dependable she had always been. Momo blushed at his words and looked away, playfully referencing a saying about the foundation of a great hero. They shared a light moment before Izuku reminded her that they needed to find more team members. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them, causing both to jump. A girl stood very close to Izuku, and he instinctively stepped back, only to find she mirrored his movement. She introduced herself as Mei Hatsum and proposed teaming up with him. Momo gently pushed Mei back, giving Izuku a moment to breathe. Once he had some space, Izuku took a better look at Mei. She was petite, with messy pink hair and a pair of goggles perched on her head. Her unique irises caught his attention, reminiscent of someone he knew. Mei insisted that Izuku team up with her, expressing confidence in her gadgets rather than her quirk. She introduced herself as a member of the support course and claimed to be the best at what she did. Izuku, appreciating her enthusiasm, agreed to team up, relieved that they would have a third member. Momo, though slightly taken aback, nodded in agreement, and they welcomed Mei to their team. Mei expressed her excitement about showcasing her inventions during the sports festival, hinting at her determination to impress everyone with her creations. Then, rumors began to circulate about a boy who had broken the record for the most points on the entrance exam, a boy who had saved an entire class at the USJ. Not only was he the student council representative from his class, but he was also set to deliver the opening speech at the sports festival. Curious to see if he was truly remarkable, one girl decided to observe him closely. She watched him train and witnessed his impressive feats, confirming that he was indeed special and that all eyes would be on him at the sports festival. To showcase her own creations, she thought teaming up with him would be the best approach. It felt like fate that they had crossed paths. Momo coughed, and Izuku stared at Mei, astonished by her rapid-fire speech. Momo then asked what gadgets Mei had. Mei confidently replied that she had an array of adorable inventions, ready for any request. Izuku quickly inquired about her shoes, and with a grin, Mei activated them, floating effortlessly into the air. Izuku's eyes widened in amazement as he wondered if she had similar devices for hands. Mei confirmed she did and also mentioned a backpack version inspired by the Buster hero, Air Jet. She offered to retrieve them, and Izuku's excitement grew at the thought of having aerial control, especially since they only had 2 people to carry him instead of 3. He also asked if she had deployable cover, like the type landlord used, to which she assured him she did. After Mei dashed off to gather the requested items, Momo suggested they find a 4th teammate. Izuku shook his head, confident they could manage with just the 2 of them, focusing on protecting his headband rather than stealing others. He shared his plan for defense, hinting at a way to fly and stall for time, depending on the quality of Mei's equipment. As silence settled between them, Momo hesitated to ask him to call her by her first name, feeling it might be an awkward request. Mei returned shortly with a cart full of gadgets. She presented the floating devices for his hands, her jetpack, and the discs for cover. Izuku put on the jetpack and asked how to activate it. Mei pointed to a peculiar chew toy attached to a cord, explaining that he needed to bite it. Both Izuku and Momo were taken aback, but Mei reassured them that she was the only one who tested it. With a gulp, Izuku bit down on the chew toy and was propelled several feet into the air, startling nearby spectators. As he landed, he quickly removed the chew toy from his mouth, noting its impressive power. Mei acknowledged that while it was powerful, it might not be the most fuel-efficient, but it would give an audio warning when the fuel was low. Next, she handed him 2 circular devices for his hands, instructing him to squeeze the tops to activate them. Following her guidance, Izuku felt them push back against his hands, allowing him to rise above the ground momentarily before dropping back down. Mei confirmed they were what he needed, and he secured the straps attached to the flotation devices. She tossed him the 3 disc-like objects, which he caught using his black whip. Mei expressed her admiration for his quirk as she explained how the discs worked: press the button to deploy, press again to seal. Izuku tested the mechanism, watching as one disc unfurled into a larger shield, capable of protecting multiple people. Satisfied, he reassured Mei that her inventions were perfect and expressed his gratitude for her joining their team. Feeling a bit left out, Momo asked if there was anything she could do. Izuku assured her that with Mei's help, they had everything they needed. Mei happily agreed and mentioned she wanted to ask some questions to heroes in training. The trio spent the remaining time being quizzed by Mei. When the time was up, Midnight announced that teams should head to their starting positions. Izuku, Mei, and Momo walked to the clearly marked blue starting area. Midnight approached them personally, handing Izuku a headband with a large number painted on it. With a word of thanks, Izuku secured the headband around his head and positioned himself on Momo's hands, placing his hands on Mei's shoulders while carefully holding the flotation devices. 3 tendrils of darkness floated around him, ready to deploy the cover. He gazed at the other teams as they prepared for the event ahead. Achiko, Shoto, Denki, and an unfamiliar teammate were positioned to the far right, while Katsuki's team, consisting of Katsuki, Eijiro, and Mizo, stood directly across from Izuku. As the last referee exited the field, the speakers came to life with Midnight's voice, filled with a dark chuckle as she announced the start of the match. Without hesitation, Izuku activated 2 tendrils of Black Whip to push off the ground, propelling himself away from Momo and Mei. Once airborne, he bit down on a chew toy, launching himself higher into the air. After reaching a height of about 20 feet, he released the chew toy and activated the devices in his hands, hovering mid-air. He glanced down at Momo and Mei, grinning at their excitement, especially Mei, who was jumping with joy at the success of her inventions. Izuku thought to himself that everything was going smoothly until a sudden, sharp pain in his head urged him to dodge. Trusting his instincts, he disabled the flotation devices and began to free-fall. Just then, Katsuki zoomed past him, narrowly missing the valuable headband. Katsuki's frustrated shout faded as he continued his flight, landing safely with his teammates, expressing his disappointment at being so close. Izuku realized that maintaining air superiority would be more challenging than he initially believed. Not only was Katsuki a threat, but a rapidly growing ice wall was forming to his right. Shoto appeared at the top of the ice wall, looking down at Izuku. Without a word, Shoto ignited his left arm, flames erupting to counter the frost that had begun to cover him. Izuku quickly assessed his options as Katsuki's furious scream signaled another attack. He attached Black Whip to Shoto's ice wall, propelling himself toward it just in time to evade Katsuki's assault. Channeling 50% of One for All into his right leg, he delivered a powerful kick to the ice wall, causing it to shatter into a dazzling array of fragments. As the ice crumbled, Izuku bit down on the chew toy and shot toward Shoto, aiming for the headband. Initially, Izuku had planned to play defensively, but the opportunity to increase his lead was too tempting to resist. Shoto, realizing Izuku's intentions, pointed his left arm at him. In response, Izuku quickly deployed a cover disc with Black Whip. A torrent of flames erupted from Shoto's palm, incinerating the cover but providing enough protection for Izuku to escape unscathed. As he soared past Shoto, he discarded the damaged cover, letting it fall to the ground below. Izuku took a moment to survey the battlefield. Shoto had managed to land on a pillar of ice, while Katsuki had safely landed with his team, thanks to Mizo's quirk. He noticed Momo and Mei chatting with Achiko, Denki, and the unfamiliar boy, who were cheering them on from the sidelines. Mei caught his eye and gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Shoto's ice pillars surged toward Izuku, growing larger and threatening to freeze anyone in its path. As the cavalry team scrambled to avoid being trapped, Shoto surfed atop a massive wave of ice, periodically igniting his arm to prevent frostbite. Izuku faced a dilemma. His flotation devices kept him aloft but offered little lateral movement. He felt like a sitting duck, floating in midair as Shoto approached at alarming speed, with Katsuki preparing for another attack. Determined to change his strategy, Izuku shot 2 strands of Black Whip at Shoto's ice pillar. Caught off guard by the sudden shift, Shoto aimed his left arm at Izuku, but Izuku swung beneath him, aligning himself with the other students. Unable to attack without endangering his classmates, Shoto hastily built an ice wall as Izuku barreled into it, shattering it effortlessly. Leaping onto the ice platform, Izuku found himself on even footing with Shoto. He presented a striking figure, with 4 tendrils of darkness extending from his body, each holding a flotation device or a deployable cover. With his hands now free, having passed off the flotation devices to Black Whip, he looked formidable, despite the chew toy still in his mouth. Now free to act without risking his classmates, Shoto unleashed a torrent of flames toward Izuku, but the attack seemed more for show than a serious threat. Izuku dodged the flames and closed the distance to Shoto, reaching for the headband. In response, Shoto shattered the ice pillar beneath them, causing Izuku to lose his footing. He quickly gathered the flotation devices back into his hands, halting his fall just above the ground. Shoto encased himself in an ice sphere high above, supported by 4 columns. Acting swiftly, Izuku used Black Whip to latch onto the columns, destroying them with powerful kicks and punches. Shoto emerged from the collapsing ice, creating another pillar to stand on. He was visibly strained, keeping his left side ignited to fend off the ice that threatened to cover him, panting heavily as the battle continued. As Izuku attached a strand of Black Whip to the pillar and advanced towards Todoroki, he barely noticed Katsuki charging at him with fierce determination. A sharp pain in his head instinctively alerted him to Katsuki's approach, prompting him to release the Black Whip strand and bite down on the chew toy in his mouth. He propelled himself upward, just out of Katsuki's reach. The blonde collided with the side of the ice pillar in frustration, unleashing a powerful blast that shattered the ice structure as if it were made of glass. Shoto landed on another ice formation, but the constant use of his quirk was taking its toll. Most of his body had become encased in ice, a clear sign of the strain he was under. In just 10 minutes, he had created more ice than he had during his entire time at UA. Unlike his previous, controlled ice formations, this was a frantic response to the pressure Izuku was applying. His control was slipping and he could feel it. As Shoto ignited his left arm to stave off frostbite, flames erupted from his side, melting the ice beneath him. In a moment of panic, he redirected the flames skyward. Unfortunately, Izuku had just flown up to avoid Katsuki, and the flames shot toward him with little time to react. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Izuku released the chew toy and began to descend. For a brief, terrifying moment, Shoto's flames engulfed Izuku's upper body. Inko Midoriya was having a day filled with mixed emotions. She had tuned in to watch UA's sports festival after Izuku had called her about it the day before. Although she had missed the opening ceremony, she was thrilled to see her son win the obstacle course race by a landslide. Her heart swelled with pride as she watched him excel at something he loved. However, as the cavalry event began, she saw just how capable Izuku had become. The cameras focused on him and a striking boy with white and red hair. Their battle, with Izuku soaring through the air while dodging Katsuki's attacks and Shoto's ice and flames, was nothing short of spectacular. Yet, a sense of dread filled her as she realized the danger he was in. One wrong move could lead to disaster. Her heart sank as she watched flames envelop her son's upper body. Midnight's eyes widened in shock. Everything had been manageable until that moment. Shoto and Izuku had abandoned their steeds to fight, and the ice was making it difficult to referee. But when a stream of fire engulfed Izuku, she instinctively reached for her whistle to halt the event. Just then, Toshinori's voice came through her earpiece, urging her to hold back. She protested, insisting they needed to stop the event and get Izuku medical assistance immediately. The heat was palpable. Toshinori, however, reassured her that it wasn't necessary and instructed her to look. As she did, she saw Izuku emerge from the flames, seemingly unscathed. Instead of a charred figure, he appeared slightly annoyed, glancing around as if nothing had happened. His equipment, however, was another story. The discs that had allowed him to float were now burnt remnants, and his deployable cover was reduced to smoldering fragments. His backpack was in tatters, and he quickly discarded it, but remarkably he bore no burns. His shirt had been consumed by the flames, leaving him in only his sweatpants. His toned upper body was on display, but Midnight's attention was drawn to the fact that, despite his destroyed equipment, he was still floating in midair without any visible means of support. Just then, the event's timer ran out, and confetti filled the air as bells rang. Midnight watched in disbelief as Izuku floated gently to the ground, landing gracefully with the 10 million headbands still on his head. She decided she had seen enough for one day and promised herself a long drink later. Meanwhile, Tamura Shigaraki stared at the monitors in disbelief. The dark-haired boy with piercings beside him questioned what was happening. Tamura realized that the quirks Izuku displayed were not what he had expected, but he was already lost in thought, contemplating the implications. Izuku had always found it strange a strength-enhancing quirk of some sort that was never mentioned in the file, those peculiar black strands, and his apparent ability to float. What had once seemed like a far-fetched theory now felt more plausible. "Kurojairi, get her on the line," he instructed, knowing exactly who he meant. As Izuku landed, bells and confetti signaled the end of the event. He checked his headband, relieved to find it still intact. He pulled it off to confirm he still had the 10 million points. Apart from being slightly singed around the edges, the headband had survived better than everything else. It was either a miracle, or these headbands were made of exceptionally durable material. The jetpack, flotation devices, and deployable covers had all been rendered useless by Shoto's fire. Even his t-shirt had vanished. Yet, despite the intense heat, his body had endured thanks to chrono force. It felt as if he were burning alive, but not a single hair on his head had been harmed. Izuku pondered whether mastering chrono force could make him unbreakable. It was worth exploring. Then there was the quirk that had manifested at the very end. He didn't have a name for it, nor had he experienced a mystical meeting with a previous holder of One for All. All he knew was that it allowed him to float, accompanied by a sense of joy. There were no key phrases or instructions, just an instinctive feeling. He instinctively sensed that he possessed two different types of quirks, but he dismissed the thought. Lost in his musings, he barely noticed when someone grabbed him and pulled him into a tight embrace. Momo expressed her relief, whispering that she was glad he was okay. She looked down, bashful, recalling the chaos caused by Todoroki's fire. Mei then rushed in, her concern evident as she asked about her inventions, only to be met with Izuku's unfortunate news. Mei, with a sage demeanor, closed her eyes and clasped her hands in prayer for her creations, seemingly unfazed by their loss. Izuku turned to see Shoto approaching, panting and looking unusually flustered. He greeted Shoto enthusiastically, expressing excitement for their upcoming tournament match. However, Shoto's concern was palpable as he scanned Izuku for any signs of injury. Izuku reassured him, insisting he was fine, but Shoto remained uneasy, recalling the intensity of his flames. Izuku encouraged him not to hold back, reminding him of their earlier conversation about overcoming fear. In a moment of vulnerability, Shoto admitted his fear of losing control and harming someone, revealing his internal struggle with his quirk. Izuku challenged him, asserting that Shoto's flames were his own, not his father's. Just then, Katsuki stormed over, demanding to know how Izuku had managed to float. The referees arrived to collect headbands, and Midnight playfully reprimanded Katsuki for his language, causing him to flush with embarrassment. As Midnight checked Izuku for burns and found none, she expressed relief before moving on to collect headbands from Katsuki and Shoto. Izuku remained unaware of the glances exchanged between Momo and Achiko, but Katsuki certainly noticed. With a sigh, Katsuki instructed Momo to create something for Izuku to wear, not wanting to deal with the attention from the girls. Achiko, flustered, hit Katsuki and walked away, while Momo created a blanket and offered it to Izuku, her cheeks slightly red. She explained that his shirt had been destroyed, and both she and Achiko were simply concerned about him catching a cold. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Izuku wrapped himself in the blanket. Midnight then announced the results of the headband count, revealing the top 16 players on the big screen. Team Izuku Midoriya was in first place, thanks to his 10 million points. Team Shoto Todoroki moved to second place, while Team Katsuki Bakugo ended up in fourth. Surprisingly, Team Tenya Ida claimed third place, having capitalized on the chaos while Shoto and Katsuki were preoccupied with Izuku. However, it was clear that there weren't enough spots for 16 players, as Izuku and Katsuki's teams only had 3 members each. Additionally, Mizo had resigned from the tournament for personal reasons, as his name was absent from the leaderboard. The remaining 3 competitors were selected from the 5th-place team, Team Tetsu 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 Tetsu. The seeds were randomized, resulting in the following lineup. Tenya Ida, Tetsu 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 Tetsu. Denki Kaminari. Ijiro Kirishima. Pony Tsunatori. Mina Ishido. Tsuyu Azui. Hitoshi Shinso. Momo Yaoyorozu. Dasuka Kendo. Achiko Uraraka. Shoto Todoroki. Rikido Sato. Meihatsum. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya. The match times appeared on the next screen. The first match would feature the first seed against the 16th seed in half an hour, followed by the second seed facing the 15th seed. Since the first and second seeds were on opposite sides of the bracket, the 15th and 16th seeds were as well. If Izuku wanted to face Katsuki, they would need to meet in the finals. If Izuku triumphed over Tenya, he would go up against the winner of the battle between Hitoshi and Momo, the 8th and 9th seeds. Hitoshi was the purple-haired boy he didn't recognize from before. After that, he would likely face Shoto Todoroki. While it could be any of the 4th, 5th, 13th, or 12th seeds, Izuku found it hard to imagine Shoto losing to any of them. Izuku reassured himself that it didn't matter who they were or when they fought. As long as it was a one-on-one battle, he instinctively knew he would not lose. Izuku Midoriya felt overwhelmed. Ever since the operation, a flurry of unknown voices echoed in his mind. Some were young, some were old, some were male, and some were female, but they all shared one trait. They just wouldn't stop talking. In the arena, instead of uniting to help him defeat their common foe, the voices panicked and screamed, making it impossible for him to concentrate or use his quirks like his opponents. Most of the time, he found himself slumped on his knees, overwhelmed by a cacophony of voices while his opponents seized the opportunity to strike. This situation was detrimental to him both mentally and physically. Mentally, he felt as though he was being torn apart. Physically, he was taking a beating and was given nothing but supplements that did little to quell his growling stomach. Even when they healed his wounds, the pain lingered. The voices were nonsensical, pleading for freedom or forgiveness, and it made no sense, yet they were now a part of him. A little girl's voice cried out for her mother, while another voice expressed frustration and despair. The cacophony continued, each voice adding to his torment. Izuku shouted for silence, desperate to drown them out. The men in white lab coats around him stepped back, wary of his sudden outburst. Only a well-dressed man in a suit with no face remained, observing Izuku with interest. The faceless man acknowledged the voices, recalling his own experiences. He explained that the vestiges of those whose quirks had been taken remained, driving him to madness in the past. He approached Izuku, who was struggling to block out the noise, now filled with voices plotting to take control of his body. The man suggested that if Izuku wanted the voices to disappear, he would need to eliminate the source. Desperate, Izuku asked how he could do that. The man's response was simple, and Izuku hung onto his words, seeing him as a potential savior. The man explained that to make a person disappear, one would need to kill them. From the moment the sports festival cavalry battle began, it trended on every social media platform. The UA Sports Festival was already popular in Japan, but the cavalry battle pushed it to global trending status. Viewers tuned in from all over, with hashtags multiplying as personal commentators, TV stations, and news agencies joined in the excitement. As the battle unfolded, one commentator noted that Midoriya was fighting Todoroki while dodging attacks from Bakugo, prompting his partner to chide him for stating the obvious. Onlookers watched as Izuku shattered a massive ice wall, recognizing the strength of both competitors. Todoroki could conjure gigantic ice structures, but Izuku's ability to demolish them with his bare fists was nothing short of remarkable. For those who missed the beginning, clips of Izuku's opening speech and his declaration of victory were shared, showcasing his determination and logic. People began to see Izuku as unstoppable. The event reached its climax when Todoroki unleashed a powerful stream of fire that enveloped Izuku. Many stations cut to shocked commentators, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. No one could survive such an attack unscathed, especially with children watching the festival. Yet, somehow, Izuku emerged from the flames unharmed. He floated in midair, his shirt and equipment completely burnt away, but otherwise, he was fine. As he landed comfortably on the ground, Izuku could not fathom the depth of conversation he had just generated. The world watched with bated breath as the curtain to the singles tournament lifted. Himiko sat in the bleachers somewhere in Section 4 of the stadium. After being eliminated from the sports festival, more like she simply sat and waited for the race to be over, she returned to her class's reserved seats. She was sure that if she had actually tried, she could have easily made it to the tournament section of the sports festival, but Himiko honestly didn't care enough to give it a shot. It would have been too troublesome. Plus, now that she was out, she could watch Izuku wholeheartedly. That was the only thing staving off her boredom. True to his word, Izuku finished first in both the obstacle course race and the cavalry battle. Now that those two events were over, there was a 30-minute rest period before the final event started. A few of her classmates tried chatting with her, but after her half-hearted replies and attempts at conversation, they eventually left her out of any further discourse. She didn't mind at all. Himiko wasn't interested in fangirling over how their classmate Hitoshi Shinso made it to the tournament. While playing a gacha game on her phone and ignoring the 17 missed calls from Kurogiri, she was pleasantly surprised to see that Izuku had texted her. Immediately opening her messages app, she read that he wanted to see her before the tournament began. Himiko rolled her eyes at Izuku's formal texting habits. He had always been like this. She quickly replied, indicating her location and inviting him to find her. Eagerly, she began searching the stairs for any sight of him. A classmate, a girl she sometimes spoke to named Sayaka, asked if she was looking for someone. Himiko confirmed that she was looking for Izuku Midoriya. Sayaka, startled, expressed doubt about Izuku coming to see her, suggesting he was probably resting up before the next event. Himiko simply smiled and wondered about his arrival. As if on cue, Izuku appeared at the top of the steps, looking for her. When their eyes met, she waved and beckoned him down. He happily obliged, walking quickly down the stairs and garnering more attention with each step. He either didn't notice the stairs or simply ignored them. If Himiko had to bet on one of those being the case, she'd bet on the former. When Izuku finally reached her, she was glad to have a seat right next to the stairs. She instantly jumped up and hugged him, ignoring the hushed whispers around them. Releasing him, she congratulated him on placing first, knowing he could do it. He flushed at her praise, reminding her that it wasn't over yet and he still had to win the last event. Himiko teased him about being an overachiever, feeling the stares intensify. Izuku finally seemed to realize it too, his face burning. Curious, she asked why he wanted to see her. Izuku glanced around, suggesting it might have been a bad idea. Himiko encouraged him to share, grinning at him. She watched as he floundered under the heat of the surrounding stairs. As cute as he was in that moment, really adorable, this was a sight reserved for her eyes only. Making sure he wasn't watching her, she turned and shot a glare at the onlookers, causing them to quickly avert their eyes. Izuku admitted he wanted some encouragement from his girlfriend before the final event, feeling a bit anxious. Himiko placed a finger over his lips, assuring him that encouragement was exactly what he would get. She knew he would do great. The drive within him wouldn't allow any outcome other than complete domination. Her words struck a chord within him, reinforcing his confidence. Then, leaning closer, she whispered that when he won, she would have a special reward for him that night when they were alone. Her eyes sparkled with unspoken implications, and Izuku found himself unable to meet her gaze. He whispered that she didn't have to bait him, but she insisted it was a promise, something for him to look forward to. Izuku felt it was unfair, trying to remain level-headed, especially since they were still in public. Himiko giggled at his expression. Their moment was interrupted by Sayaka, who ventured forth to ask how they knew each other. Himiko blinked at the question, then turned to Izuku with a mischievous smile, prompting him to answer. Izuku confidently stated that Himiko was his girlfriend. Himiko expected more blushing and stuttering, but the way he said it made her heart swell. Ignoring the astonished look on Sayaka's face and the stunned expressions of those around them, she teased Izuku about being shameless. His face flamed up, and he insisted he could never be ashamed of her. Himiko felt her own face redden, realizing her teasing had backfired. She quickly changed the topic, asking if that answered Sayaka's question. Sayaka nodded, but Himiko could tell that some people still seemed unconvinced despite Izuku's words. This irked her. How could they doubt him? He was hers, and she was determined to prove it. To assert her claim, she reached up and kissed him gently. It was a chaste kiss, nothing too bold, but it succeeded in making Izuku light up like a Christmas decoration. After she finished, Himiko glanced at the non-believers, who sat there with their jaws slightly dropped. She offered to walk Izuku back, and he agreed, the two of them leaving behind a group of very shocked individuals. As a comfortable silence settled between them, Izuku suddenly spoke up. He mentioned the bracelet, sounding apologetic as he explained that it had been burned during a fight with Todoroki. He expressed his regret for not taking better care of it. Himiko looked at his wrist and noticed that the matching black and green bracelet they shared was missing. She reassured him that it was perfectly fine and suggested they go out and get another matching pair. Although he still appeared troubled, he nodded in response. Throughout the rest of their walk, Himiko comforted him, emphasizing that it was sweet of him to care so much about it. When they reached the waiting room, she stopped to give him a hug, wishing him the best of luck before walking away alone, left to contemplate her thoughts. Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki. Another name added to her list of grievances, right next to Momo Yaoyorozu. About 5 minutes before Izuku's match, he was pulled from his meditative state by a tap on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Momo standing there, looking a bit sheepish. He took out his earbuds and turned off the music on his phone, asking her what was up. She apologized for disturbing him and then wished him good luck. Izuku blinked in surprise and thanked her, genuinely appreciating her kind words. Suddenly, Midnight called for Izuku Midoriya and Tenya Ida to come forward to the entrances. Momo, who seemed like she had more to say, fell silent and nodded at Izuku. Midnight announced their entrances, and before heading to the blue entrance, Izuku turned to Momo, asking if she could hold onto his phone and earbuds. She stared at his hand for a moment before accepting his offer, responding affirmatively. He expressed his gratitude and jogged off toward his designated spot, completely unaware of the effect his smile had on Momo's heart. Momo convinced herself that it meant nothing. Izuku jogged around to warm up for his match. Although he had already warmed up earlier when he and Himiko split up, he spent the last few minutes sitting and calming his mind. Now it was time to get hyped up again. He reminded himself that the pressure was on, and this was a one-on-one match. The door opened, and Izuku followed the cheers outside. As he jogged to his starting position, he noticed Tenya doing the same on the other side of the field. Izuku focused solely on Tenya, blocking out all other sounds: the cheers, the clamor, and Midnight explaining the rules, which he already knew. It was a fight until one of them gave up or was pushed out of the marked boundaries. Tenya called out, hoping for a fair match. He approached almost mechanically, extending his hand. The crowd wondered why they were shaking hands instead of starting the fight, but Izuku understood the gesture and met him in the center of the field. They shook hands, and Tenya expressed his desire to test himself against Izuku, acknowledging that his chances of winning were slim but promising to give it his all. Izuku nodded in agreement, assuring Tenya that he would take the match seriously. As Tenya walked back to his side of the field, Izuku watched him go, knowing he had to hold back for Tenya's safety. This was a friendly competition, not a life-or-death battle. He thought to himself that losing wouldn't be the end of the world, but he pondered where that thought had come from. Once situated in his starting position, Izuku mentally reviewed his strategy to counter Tenya. He recognized that Tenya was fast but primarily in straight lines and on even terrain. If he could make the ground uneven, it would disadvantage Tenya. He planned to close the gap and finish the match safely, ideally using Black Whip. Midnight called for readiness, and the stadium quieted slightly. After both boys nodded, she raised her hand and then brought it down, signaling the start of the match. That was the moment Izuku had been waiting for. The instant Midnight's word left her lips, he raised his foot, putting all his energy into a powerful stomp on the ground. The impact created a localized tremor, fracturing the earth beneath him and forming uneven terrain. Instead of a flat surface for Tenya to run on, Izuku had created a crater that would hinder his opponent's movement. The moment of hesitation from Tenya was all Izuku needed. Before Tenya could regain his footing, Izuku bounded across the field in the blink of an eye, stopping just 5 feet away and firing a point-blank Black Whip at him. To his credit, Tenya's reflexes kicked in, and he instinctively dove to the right to avoid the attack. As the first strand of black whip missed, Tenya let out a quick breath of relief, only to realize that Izuku had more than one strand of darkness at his disposal. Jumping to his feet, he barely avoided the second strand, but just as he was about to activate his quirk engine and launch himself forward, a third and fourth strand ensnared him, tripping him up. That marked the beginning of the end for Tenya. The strands wrapped around his legs and lifted him into the air, while more darkness came to seize him. Despite his futile struggles, the strands felt unbreakable, as if made of adamantium. With his legs suspended and unable to touch the ground, Tenya activated his engine, kicking desperately to escape, but soon found his legs bound together and rendered useless. He felt Izuku use the strands to carry him past the boundary line and drop him outside of it, signaling the end of the match. The entire fight lasted less than 30 seconds. As a stunned Midnight blew her whistle and announced Izuku's victory, Tenya stood up from where he had been dropped. He thought he should feel humiliated, but instead he felt strangely invigorated. This was the difference between him and Izuku. He would have to work harder to bridge that gap. Izuku approached Tenya, expressing concern for him. He hadn't meant to drop him like that. Tenya reassured him that it was fine and acknowledged how unprepared he had been. He looked at Izuku, feeling as though the boy stood at a peak he was far from reaching, but he vowed to himself that one day he would get there. He thanked Izuku for showing him his shortcomings. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, unsure of how to respond. He surveyed the stadium, where the audience was just starting to recover from their shock. Some were returning to their seats after being shaken during the match, but all were cheering for him. Surprisingly, he found little joy in the applause. Instead, he felt a mix of emotions, particularly a sense of accomplishment in having decisively defeated Tenya. The word dominate echoed in his mind, leaving him feeling conflicted. He pushed the thought deep within him, resolving to contemplate it another day. In a specialty lounge, a group of heroes watched the sports festival. As the reigning top 10 heroes in Japan, they were an impressive group. All Might, the top-ranked hero, was absent due to his role as an instructor, but the other 9 were present. Endeavor, the second-ranked hero, tapped his foot impatiently, eager for Shoto's match. Hawks, the third-ranked hero, pointed out that it was the 5th match, prompting Endeavor to groan and close his eyes, wishing to be awakened only when his son was competing. Crust, the 6th-ranked hero, interjected, expressing excitement about Izuku Midoriya's performance in the cavalry battle. Endeavor opened his eyes to glare at Crust, insisting that no one was better than his son. Mirko, the rabbit hero, smirked and pointed out Endeavor's favoritism, teasing him about his obsession with Izuku since the boy's speech. Mirko admired Izuku's guts and his ability to back it up in battle, particularly in the cavalry event where he relied on his own strength. She preferred fighting solo, and Izuku seemed to share her sentiment. Hawks cheekily summarized the situation as favoritism, to which Mirko readily admitted her obsession with Izuku, declaring her intention to have him in turn with her. Edgeshot, the 5th-ranked hero, raised an eyebrow at her plans, questioning how it would work since she wasn't affiliated with any agency. Mirko was determined to make it happen, but just then, the stadium shook, drawing the attention of the pro heroes. They realized that while they had been talking, Izuku's match with Tenya had begun. A massive crater appeared with Izuku at its center, and before anyone could react, he swiftly trapped Tenya with black strands of darkness and sent him out of bounds, winning the match. The pro heroes fell silent for a moment. Crust whistled and took out his phone to make a voice memo, reminding himself to send an internship offer to Izuku Midoriya. Mirko protested, claiming dibs on him. Edgeshot wondered aloud how Izuku would fare with a blade, while Hawks noted he would also send an internship offer. Best Gina sighed, glancing warily at Mirko, urging the others to stop teasing her. Mirko suddenly declared that if they were all going to compete for Izuku, she would formulate a plan. She realized she couldn't rely on prestige or connections to secure an internship with him, and she was determined to take matters into her own hands. Izuku had caught her eye, and she was not the type to let someone like him slip away. The competition for Izuku would be fierce, but Mirko Rumi Usajiyama thrived on competition. She was determined not to miss this opportunity. After returning to the waiting room, Izuku watched the beginning of Katsuki and Tetsutetsu's match. Fortunately, a terraforming pro hero had repaired the stadium's ground, easing Izuku's guilt about any potential damage he might have caused. As the match commenced, Katsuki sprinted towards Tetsutetsu. The other boy transformed his body into a metallic form and swung at Katsuki, but Katsuki evaded the attack with ease. Surprisingly, Katsuki wasn't employing the explosive strategy that Izuku had anticipated. Instead, he ducked and weaved between Tetsutetsu's strikes, conserving his energy. He only used his quirk for a speed boost when necessary, clearly aware that a hit from Tetsutetsu would be painful, yet he skillfully avoided any contact. Their exchange continued for several minutes, with Tetsutetsu unable to land a single blow. Katsuki displayed surprising agility and finesse, traits Izuku had not expected from him. As Tetsutetsu's frustration grew, his strikes became increasingly aggressive, which ultimately led to his downfall. When Tetsutetsu overextended his right arm, Katsuki seized the opportunity, grabbing his wrist and throwing him over his shoulder. The fact that Katsuki could throw the metal boy indicated either impressive raw strength or a keen understanding of leverage. Once Tetsutetsu landed, Katsuki joined him on the ground, their bodies entangled in a chaotic struggle. It was evident to Izuku that Katsuki was gaining the upper hand, struggling to secure a grip on Tetsutetsu's arm, while Tetsutetsu's lack of maneuverability was becoming a disadvantage. Katsuki's intentions became clear as he positioned himself for a SBM Sen hold. With his legs positioned against Tetsutetsu's body and his arms wrapped around Tetsutetsu's right hand, he made it known that surrender was the only option. It was remarkable how Katsuki could instill fear in someone made of metal. Izuku observed Tetsutetsu cease his struggles, and Katsuki released his grip, an unspoken understanding passing between them. As they stood up, Tetsutetsu raised his arms in surrender, casting a challenging look at Katsuki, who responded with a confident smirk. The announcer declared Katsuki Bakugo the winner of the second match, and the next match was set to feature Denki Kaminari against Mei Hatsum. Izuku turned to his left, recognizing a familiar voice. Momo Yaoyorozu commented that she had expected Bakugo to be more flamboyant. Izuku agreed, noting that Katsuki had been holding back. Momo observed that Izuku had also been somewhat restrained, prompting a light chuckle from him. He appreciated having someone to talk to while they waited in their designated waiting room. Although participants could wander outside, they ultimately had to return to one of the waiting rooms. Izuku and Momo occupied the room with a view of the field, and they were currently the only ones there. Momo then reached into her pockets and handed Izuku his phone and earbuds, which made him smile in gratitude. He expressed his excitement for the upcoming match, anticipating that Mei would be an interesting opponent. As Mei entered from the red side and Denki from the blue, Momo noted that Mei was wearing a type of power armor reminiscent of something from a fantasy RPG and carried a tube of some sort. She remarked that she had a feeling the match might not end well for Kaminari, and Izuku nodded in agreement. When the match began, Denki started charging a powerful blast of electricity, which could easily knock out Mei if she wasn't careful. However, she seemed unfazed, turning her back to him and pulling out a small microphone. Mei tested her microphone, and the feedback echoed loudly, causing Izuku's ears to ring despite the concrete barriers. She introduced her invention, the loud voice inator, explaining its function to amplify voices, making it useful in rescue operations. She also mentioned its thermal energy detector, which could help locate people who were unable to respond. As Mei showcased her invention, Denki stood there awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. She then introduced her second invention, a suit of armor she was calling the anti-sparky suit, and spun around to display it. The sleek black pads covered her body, with wires running down to her feet. In a surprising move, Mei spread her arms wide and confidently urged Denki to blast her. Denki's stunned expression was captured by the cameras, setting the stage for a memorable moment. He grinned and unleashed a burst of electricity, which coursed through Mei's suit and was safely grounded. She erupted into laughter, thrilled that her invention worked as intended. Mei excitedly introduced her invention, the anti-sparky suit, explaining how its rubber material protected the wearer from electricity while copper wires attracted and safely grounded any electrical energy. Denki realized that Mei had effectively countered his abilities, and the audience shared a mix of sympathy for him and admiration for her cleverness. Recognizing that his quirk would be ineffective, Denki decided to charge at Mei. However, he quickly fell into her trap. Mei pointed to her final gadget, a long cylindrical device, announcing it as the villain container 9096 and indicating that the demonstration would speak for itself. As Denki approached, Mei pressed a button on the rod, and a loud pop resonated through the arena. A large net shot out, ensnaring Denki and causing him to stumble and fall at Mei's feet. Mei gleefully explained how her invention shot a self-adhesive net that was both fireproof and waterproof, showcasing how even a strong young man like Denki struggled to escape its grasp. With enthusiasm, Mei spun around, arms wide open, proclaiming that this was just the beginning of her inventions. She reminded everyone of her name, Mei Hatsum, from UA Class 1H, and hinted at her search for internships at hero support agencies. After a cheerful wave to the crowd, she stepped out of bounds, technically forfeiting the match. However, it was clear to everyone that she had won by capturing the interest of various support agencies with her impressive display. Izuku commented on the situation, feeling a bit sorry for Kaminari, while Momo admitted that she had shared information about their classmates' quirks with Mei during the cavalry battle. Izuku chuckled at her confession, and Momo smiled in response. The next two matches provided entertainment for different reasons. The first was a fierce battle between Eijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato. Rikido consumed a sugar packet, while Eijiro hardened his body, and they began trading blows. Unlike previous matches, both fighters landed hits, making it an exciting slugfest. Eijiro ultimately emerged victorious after a lengthy 30-minute battle, with Rikido collapsing from exhaustion after using his last sugar packet. In contrast, the match between Pony Tsunatori and Shoto Todoroki was over in mere seconds. As soon as the match began, Shoto created a massive glacier of ice, swiftly pushing Pony out of bounds. It was the quickest match of the tournament so far. Izuku grinned, already thinking about strategies for facing Shoto in the future. The following match featured Mina Ishido and Achiko Uraraka. While less flashy than Todoroki's, it was more balanced, with Achiko skillfully dodging Mina's acid attacks. The fight culminated when Achiko managed to make Mina weightless and pushed her out of bounds, securing her victory. In a display of sportsmanship, Achiko helped Mina up, and the two shared a laugh. As midnight announced the next match between Itsuka Kendo and Tsuyu Azui, Momo and Izuku headed toward one of the warm-up rooms, as Momo's match was approaching. They had been discussing their favorite heroes during the previous matches, debating everything from merchandise to superhero movies, while also keeping an eye on the ongoing battles. As they walked, they engaged in a classic debate among hero fans. Which hero was cooler? Izuku, in a hushed tone, expressed his preference for Edge Shot over Crust. Momo laughed, pointing out that no one was arguing about Crust, but she believed Edge Shot couldn't compare to Mirko. Izuku found it difficult to choose between the two, considering the appeal of both a bunny girl and a skilled ninja. Momo emphasized Mirko's impressive rise in the hero ranks at such a young age, and they both marveled at her athleticism. Momo enthusiastically mentioned Mirko's legs, and Izuku, sensing he was treading into awkward territory, responded cautiously, trying to steer the conversation away from anything too personal. Momo, caught up in her admiration, suddenly realized her words and coughed, trying to regain her composure. Izuku, bless his soul, remained silent. Momo was becoming too comfortable around him. She had almost expressed a thought that was far too personal and inappropriate. She knew Izuku had encouraged her to share her admiration for heroes, but what she was about to say felt like a line she wasn't ready to cross. Momo couldn't help her feelings. She adored everything related to heroes, especially Mirko. The woman was her celebrity crush. If she weren't so certain about her preferences, she might have explored those thoughts further. Momo even played as Mirko in League of Heroes, for goodness sake. Yet, she never imagined she would have a casual conversation about her passions at UA. Momo was expected to work hard, achieve excellent grades, and uphold the Yaoyorozu family name. Moments for fun and light-hearted chats like this weren't supposed to exist. She felt fortunate to have friends like Achiko, Tsuyu, and Kyoka, even the overly enthusiastic Mina, friends with whom she could simply be herself. And then there was Izuku, with whom she felt completely at ease. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks as she focused back on Izuku's words. He thought it was impressive that Mirko accomplished so much on her own. Momo shared her aspiration to intern with Mirko, hoping her enthusiasm would mask her momentary distraction. She felt a pang of disappointment knowing that Mirko didn't offer internships. Izuku's bright smile reassured her. He believed in her potential, which warmed her heart. They arrived at the entrance to the warm-up room, where the atmosphere buzzed with the roars and cheers of countless spectators. Izuku wished her good luck, echoing her earlier words. He would face the winner of this match, and they both looked forward to a good battle. His confidence ignited a competitive spirit within her. Momo vowed not to lose either. She asked him to watch her phone while she entered the warm-up room, feeling a sweet smile spread across her face. She had to perform well. For everyone's expectations, her parents, Izuku's, and her own, Momo needed to succeed in this round. What happened when she faced Izuku later could be understood if she lost, but not this time. Against Hitoshi Shinso, she had to win. She warmed up with stretches and a light jog, contemplating her strategy. Not knowing Hitoshi's quirk, she decided to create a staff for protection. She hoped he didn't possess a physical enhancement quirk like Izuku's. She wasn't sure she could handle someone of his caliber. Perhaps a net would be useful? As she pondered her options, an announcement echoed through the intercom, signaling the next round. Momo and Hitoshi were called to the entrances. It was time to shine. Momo jogged out to the pitch, taking in the crowd. Across from her stood Hitoshi, hands in his pockets. Once both participants were ready, midnight signaled the start of the match. Hitoshi wished her luck, and Momo appreciated the gesture, though she didn't get to finish her response. In an instant, she found herself transported back to her childhood home, which felt more like a mansion. Everything around her seemed smaller: her hands, her legs. Before her stood her father, a stern expression on his face, holding a yellow manila folder. Her mother was on the phone, frowning. Momo trembled, recognizing the scene all too well. Her mother hung up, expressing disappointment about Momo's recent performance in school. Momo could only look down, apologizing quietly. Her father rifled through the folder, revealing less than stellar grades. He reminded her that such results were unacceptable. Momo's silence spoke volumes, and her father pressed her for a response, emphasizing the importance of her role as the next head of the Yaoyorozu family. Her mother chimed in, urging her to discard her hero memorabilia, deeming it unbecoming. Momo accepted the folder, cradling it to her chest, as her mother lamented her behavior, hoping it was just a phase. The weight of their expectations bore down on her. Her father instructed her to act mature and dignified, reminding her of the standards expected of her. Momo nodded, unable to voice her feelings. Why was she remembering this now? Suddenly, she blinked and was back in the stadium, standing outside the white boundary line. The crowd fell silent, shocked by her apparent decision to step outside the match. As midnight prepared to declare the outcome, the reality hit her: she had lost. But how? The top 10 heroes, minus All Might, cringed as they witnessed Momo's bewildered exit from the match, with Midnight announcing Hitoshi as the winner. She stood there, glancing around in confusion before lowering her head and quickly making her way to the nearest exit. Midnight announced a break in the tournament for 30 minutes and listed the names of those who would advance to the next round: Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Denki Kaminari, Eijiro Kirishima, Shoto Todoroki, Achiko Uraraka, Itsuka Kendo, and Hitoshi Shinso. The professional heroes remained silent for a moment until Edge Shot, the ninja hero, broke the quiet. He remarked on the mind control quirk, noting its unsettling nature. Best Jeanist raised an eyebrow, agreeing with Edge Shot's assessment. Edge Shot elaborated on the signs of confusion and lack of awareness he had observed, suggesting the girl must have been completely caught off guard. Mirko frowned, curious about how Shinso activated his quirk. Hawks teased her about her concern for Midoriya's upcoming match against Shinso. Mirko dismissed the idea that Midoriya would lose to such a quirk, but quietly wondered if he was as mentally strong as he was physically. Edgeshot spoke again, emphasizing the power and danger of mind control quirks when misused. He questioned whether Shinso was a general education student, to which Crust confirmed he was not in either Class 1A or Class 1B. Edgeshot suggested that they should reconsider Shinso's placement, sharing his experience with brainwashers and the importance of guiding Shinso toward becoming a hero. Hawks jokingly offered to write a letter to UA, but Edgeshot took the suggestion seriously, expressing his intent to write about Shinso. He then asked if he could call dibs on Momo Yaoyorozu, recognizing her potential despite her first-round loss. The others agreed, but Mirko interrupted, frustrated that they respected Edgeshot's claim while dismissing hers. Crust playfully commented on her flustered reaction, which only fueled her annoyance. Meanwhile, Momo had distanced herself from the stadium, feeling the sun's heat on her back as she caught her breath. She had been running and now, hiding in the shade of a tree, she curled up, trying to suppress the memories that flooded her mind. The silence around her was heavy, filled only with her shaky breaths as she wrestled with thoughts of her past and her recent defeat. Momo understood she had been affected by mind control, and the memory that haunted her was a painful reminder of her childhood. She felt the weight of her family's expectations pressing down on her, repeating in her mind like a mantra, "Do not disappoint us." In a moment of despair, she covered her ears, trying to block out her father's cold voice echoing in her head. She was the Yaoyorozu heiress, a student accepted on recommendation, and she felt she had failed. Suddenly, she was startled by a familiar voice calling her name. It was Izuku Midoriya, and his worried expression was almost too much for her to bear. She looked away, feeling shame wash over her as he offered her the phone she had entrusted to him. After a moment of silence, Momo took the phone back, unable to meet his gaze. Izuku admitted he had been worried about her after her match, and she forced herself to respond, putting on a practiced smile to reassure him. Despite her efforts, he could see through her facade, and he chose to sit beside her instead of leaving. Momo urged him to go, reminding him that his match was approaching, but he insisted he had time. They sat in an awkward silence, and though Momo could have left, something kept her there. Izuku looked uncomfortable but stayed by her side. He turned to her again, asking if they were friends. Momo, taken aback, confirmed their friendship but felt overwhelmed by the weight of her own feelings. Izuku continued, expressing that friends help each other out, leaving Momo to ponder the depth of their connection amidst her turmoil. Just like he had helped her so many times in the past, he placed a hand on her shoulder and offered his support. He wanted to know what was wrong. Momo put on her practiced smile again, insisting that nothing was wrong. But he pressed her, asking her not to lie. Her smile faltered as she avoided his gaze, staring at the ground. Finally, she admitted that she was just being a sore loser. He suspected it was more than that, recalling how Shinso had used a mind control quirk on her. Momo's breath hitched, confirming his thoughts. It wasn't just the incident that troubled her, it was the memories it had stirred. He mentioned a theory about how quirks could make someone relive past experiences when they lost control of their consciousness. Momo recognized the theory and sighed. She explained that it didn't bother her too much. She had simply seen a memory that reminded her of something significant. When he asked if she would share, she surprised herself by agreeing. Izuku had proven to be trustworthy, and she felt comfortable opening up to him. She revealed that she had seen a memory of her parents. It wasn't necessarily unpleasant, but it was complicated. The Yaoyorozu name was well known in Japan's business world, and she was seen as the heiress. However, she had chosen to become a hero instead of enrolling in the business course at UA. Her parents had reluctantly supported her decision, but they had expectations. What she had seen when Shinso had used his quirk reminded her of those expectations. She felt as though she had failed to meet them. Despite this, she reassured Izuku that she was okay now, grateful for his help in sorting through her thoughts. As she began to rise, his next words caught her off guard. He asked her to stop lying, claiming he could sense when someone was hurting. He shared that disguising pain with pretty words was a familiar tactic for him. The look in his eyes told her he understood more than she realized. Momo admitted that she had felt powerless. Not only had she been defeated, but for a moment, she had doubted her path, wondering if her parents were right about her belonging in their world instead of the world of heroes. She laughed, but it sounded forced, believing he wouldn't understand since he was born with a powerful quirk. Izuku calmly interrupted her, revealing that he had once been quirkless. Silence filled the space between them as memories of a conversation she had overheard surfaced. He shared that he had met someone who had encouraged him, telling him that he, too, could be a hero. In an uncharacteristic move, he shifted in front of her and gripped her shoulders, urging her to look him in the eye. He declared that she, too, could be a hero. No, she would become a great hero. In that moment, Momo realized she would look back on this as the time she had truly fallen for Izuku Midoriya. Although she had likely had a crush before, this moment solidified her feelings. The realization hit her hard. Izuku continued, sharing that he could relate to her feelings of powerlessness. He expressed his desire to never feel that way again and encouraged her to grow every day, just as he was. He noted how she had changed, recalling how she might have screamed when he called out to her before, but now she had remained calm. He reassured her that it was okay to strive to be the best version of herself. He emphasized that she was in the heroics course for a reason, and despite any failures, she had the opportunity to try again. He encouraged her to stay on the path she had chosen, reminding her that her journey held incredible value. As he finished speaking, Momo found herself captivated by his smile, recalling the first time they had met when she had thought he was just All Might's errand boy. Momo had made what she considered the best mistake of her life by befriending Izuku. Reflecting on her first memory of him, and that pivotal moment brought a warm flush to her cheeks. Izuku released her shoulders and returned to his spot beside her under the tree, rubbing his arm. They sat in silence for a moment, but Momo broke it. She expressed her gratitude, saying she needed to hear his words. Izuku offered to repeat them as often as she required, which made Momo giggle. He added that it was about time he could do something for her. Momo stood up, brushing off her clothes. She felt genuinely better and suggested they return to the tournament so he wouldn't miss his match, reminding him he was the first one after the break. Izuku looked at her with a hint of suspicion, but Momo reassured him, pulling him to his feet. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Izuku relented and allowed himself to be pulled up. As they stood outside the tree's shade, Momo glanced at their joined hands, giving him a gentle squeeze before letting go. They walked back in comfortable silence, enjoying each other's company. Upon reaching the stadium, Izuku waved at a few curious onlookers who recognized him, but they continued on their way to waiting room 4 without interruption. With only a couple of minutes before his match began, Izuku left his phone and earbuds with Momo before heading to a private room to warm up. Just as he was about to leave, Momo asked if she could call him Izuku. He cheerfully agreed, and when she insisted on being called Momo, he complied. She then asked if he could come back after his match, leaving the unspoken words hanging in the air. Izuku assured her he would return, smiling at her. Tamura Shigaraki stared at his soup, deep in thought. The way Izuku had shattered the earth was beyond anything he had anticipated. He shouldn't possess a strength-enhancing quirk, yet here he was, creating craters and demolishing ice walls with a single punch. Impatient, Tamura asked Kurojairi how long it would take to reach Himiko. Kurojairi replied that she was not responding, having called her multiple times. Tamura groaned, frustrated with the situation. He took the phone from Kurojairi and dialed Himiko's number, only to be sent to voicemail repeatedly. Each time, he felt Kurojairi's silent judgment. Finally, he got an answer. Himiko's voice came through, and Tamura reprimanded her for not picking up the phone when they called. She responded with annoyance, and he pressed her for information about Izuku Midoriya, noting that his quirks were different from what was in his profile. Himiko's delayed response raised Tamura's suspicions. He questioned her knowledge of Izuku, implying that she wasn't as close to him as she claimed. Her cold response warned him to watch his words. Tamura suggested that perhaps they should consider sending someone else in her place, which prompted a fierce threat from her. Tamura paused, recognizing the seriousness of her words. He reassured her it was just a joke, though he didn't truly mean it. He asked her to keep an eye on Izuku and try to gather more information, which she abruptly ended by hanging up. Frustrated, Tamura tossed the phone back to Kurogiri, who dropped it, cracking the screen. Ignoring the damage, Tamura contemplated the implications of Izuku's unexpected abilities. All for One had taken Izuku initially because he was quirkless, believing that made him more likely to survive the process of acquiring quirk factors. 3 possibilities emerged in his mind. The first was that All for One had simply forgotten about the strength-enhancing quirk he had given Izuku, which seemed highly unlikely. The second was that Izuku had a quirk that All for One had overlooked, also improbable. This left the third option open. Izuku Midoriya had received a quirk from someone other than All for One, and the nature of that quirk pointed to a significant possibility. And we're back from the break. Present Mike joyfully announced, his voice echoing throughout the stadium. Due to popular demand, microphones had been installed inside the arena so that viewers could hear what the participants were saying. The show was about to begin. Midnight called for the competitors, announcing that Hitoshi Shinso would enter from the blue entrance and Izuku Midoriya from the red entrance. As Izuku made his way to the red entrance, he bumped into Katsuki, who simply stated that he better not lose to his opponent. Izuku assured him he had no intention of losing. Upon reaching the red entrance, Izuku stepped onto the pitch and took his position. Hitoshi was already waiting at the opposite spot. Once both competitors confirmed their readiness, Midnight signaled the start of the match, declaring it to begin. Izuku quickly addressed Hitoshi, stating that he was aware of Hitoshi's mind control quirk. He expressed his desire to defeat Hitoshi fairly, offering him the chance to activate his quirk first instead of rushing in. Hitoshi regarded him with a calculating gaze, questioning Izuku's confidence in his decision. In that moment, Izuku was transported to a cold, dark room where a faceless man in a black suit declared him to be the greatest creation. Blinking back to reality, Izuku remained rooted in place, surprising Hitoshi when he took a step toward him instead of following the command to retreat. Izuku contemplated the situation, sensing that Hitoshi's quirk might not be as powerful as he believed.